down and his chin served on a platter for that right hand right there. And look at Jake Paul's face. He knew it right away. He said, woo! I know that's Ric Flair, and he came out not to Ric Flair. He came out to Hulk Hogan, but he's up on his feet.
Distinguished colleagues, I rise this morning with a heavy heart, not for myself, but for the millions of Nigerians who are already carrying burdens heavier than any new tax can justify. Mr. President, our nation is at a breaking point. Young people are roaming the streets without work. Small businesses are barely breathing. Families are struggling to afford the simplest necessities. And insecurity continues to choke economic life across our communities. At such a time, Mr. President, what is the wisdom in adding another tax? What is the justification for placing a fresh load on citizens who are barely surviving the one they are already carrying? How do you tax people who have no jobs? How do you tax small businesses that cannot even restock? How do you tax a nation whose security situation has crippled productivity? Mr. President, if this new tax policy begins in January as proposed, the poorest Nigerians will feel the pain first. It will push struggling families into deeper hardship. It will squeeze small businesses until they collapse. And it will stretch the patience of our people beyond its limits. This House cannot sit idly and watch that happen. Therefore, Mr. President, I rise to call for an immediate suspension of this new tax regime until a full, independent, and nationwide impact assessment is carried out involving labor unions, market leaders, youth representatives, experts, and civil society. Nigeria needs jobs, security, and support for small businesses, not policies that deepen suffering. Mr. President, this House must stand with the people. And today, I ask that we do exactly that. Thank you.
Making complaint about a regulator who has actually put his children in secondary school, and that secondary school education, which is 6 years, 4 of them cost Nigeria $5 million. I mean, you cannot imagine somebody paying $5 million for educating 5 children. Even my own children, they didn't go to those schools. My children went to Nigerian secondary school. They didn't go outside Nigeria to attend to secondary school. I don't know about your children, Tony, but mine, yes. So, and this is a system that, some of us, because you know what, we're taxpayers. When people are complaining, we also complain, because the issue is that, yes, when I pay tax, I want to see that my money is being put to use, not to be stolen. But today, as we speak, the S, I don't know what is the, that is the authority chief executive, Malam Farouk. Malam Farouk has 4 of his children that he educated in Switzerland at the cost of $5 million for their secondary school education alone, not university. And I know that one of them just finished Harvard. So I want to now see what kind of system are we operating that, people are now busy destroying a country, taking money from the government. Because when you look at his income does not match paying this kind of fees. I think even if it's me paying $5 million for 6 years for my 4 children, the taxman has to look at my taxes, how much I paid. And really, this sort of thing, we're not going to allow it to continue. We'll take it up to the highest authority so that they will look at it. People who have done something wrong must be prosecuted.
To congratulate, particularly, Madam, because there is no question, sir, that this issue about women empowerment and equality is an issue in Nigeria. So I commend the President for finding you worthy of being appointed. And Mohammed, looking at your CV, you are all qualified. The issue for me is not qualification. It's your policy choices. And that is where I would like to learn from you. Everywhere in the world, the nation state make deliberate effort to protect local industries, not because we like the owners of those industries, but because we want to create jobs for Nigerian people. Those jobs will not be achieved by weeping for the jobless. It is by supporting businesses particularly manufacturers that are labor intensive, like refineries. Over the years, NNPC, which you were a part of, invited and issued refinery licenses to so many. Fortunately, we have had one big one, and others not so big, and some modular refineries. Unfortunately, access to crude by these small modular refineries has been an issue. And your predecessor that was removed, and I celebrated it last night, he needed to be hanged. In my previous statement, I said, if we don't hang him, he will hang Nigeria. Because anyone who is opposed to jobs being created in Nigeria, who prefer importation, importing poverty here, and exporting our prosperity abroad, do not deserve to live. I want to see how his case will be pursued to conclusion. With you, sir, having been in the industry, and I imagine in your heart, you lament that refineries that worked before. I was in Kaduna. Many of my relations were getting jobs and contracts, LPO, to the Kaduna refinery. They are all dead. Now that you are here, and in view of the very shameful performance and policy choices of your predecessor, will you be informed by the spirit of patriotism and the details of jobs for Nigeria, not the details of the owners of refineries, the people who work there, who are our brothers and sisters, our children, who read chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, etc. What step will you take to balance national interests with this?
Thank you very much. Please be seated.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And
you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That is the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrest the meeting ground? Can we arrest the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make a...
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him.
Anybody,
1 second.
Do not defend a character like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective, so show me who he is.
It's all right. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Saturday, December the 20th, 2025. We are 5 days away from Christmas. Hope it's a wonderful day wherever in the world you are. Thank you for being here. Those on the comment section, those that are already in the studio, I appreciate all of you. We have a wonderful show today. We are looking at Nigeria. Yeah. Yesterday, the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, presented his budget for 2026. Nigeria is proposing to spend 58.16 trillion naira. 58.16 trillion naira. But by the time the day ends, we'll find out what it is in dollars. I don't know what it is. But of that money, we are going to spend 27% of it servicing our debts, the money we owe. Capital expenditure is about 28 trillion. Defense and security is about 5.4 trillion. Revenue, the money we are getting is about 34.37 trillion. So we are running on a deficit of about 23.85 trillion. So that's the budget that was presented yesterday, I believe. In other news, we have Trump imposing visa ban on several countries, including Nigeria. In the case of Nigeria now, we have a situation where people who applied for green card, even within the country, United States, are not going to have anything processed because it's been suspended. So this is getting serious, and it's going to impact so many people. During the week, in the last 1 week, we heard from Aliko Dangote, who complained about how they managed the Nigerian resources, the oil resources, which led to the resignation of Farouk Amhed and his counterpart, Wenga, the Oil Regulatory Agency. So we are going to look into what happened with now that they have gone and Tinubu appointed new people to take their place. What was the position of Dangote Refinery now? So the concerns that people have with Dangote's business in Nigeria. So would that be good for Nigeria or not? Those are other issues in the news that we are going to talk about, and I wouldn't waste a lot of time. I want to bring in our people who are here, give them opportunity to tell me things I'm missing. Oh, by the way, Anthony Joshua, I want to be the one that will say this. I followed. I didn't watch the boxing thing, but he was able to defeat Paul.
There out of Jake Paul, but he gets caught with his hands down and his chin served on a platter for that right hand right there. And look at Jake Paul's face. He knew it right away. He said, woo! I know that's Ric Flair, and he came out not to Ric Flair. He came out to Hulk Hogan, but he's up on his feet.
All right, and also one last thing from me. The tax bill that will take effect January. The lawmakers discovered that it wasn't what they approved that was gazetted. So there were discrepancies, and it's causing a lot of problems in the country. So we're going to touch on those things and a lot more. So let me bring in the people we have in the studio. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera so that we can bring you in and say hello to everybody. Thank you so much for joining. Righteous Man, thank you. Happy Christmas in advance.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph.
How are you?
I'm fine.
I cannot share the same platform with one man.
All right. Mr. James.
I've been in the East for almost 2 weeks now.
Okay.
I'm in the East. Okay. And I get a lot of information that I will pass through. Okay. There's this Nigerian footballer that had an accident, and one of his leg was amputated. He just stranded in the village here. I met with him. That's in Mbano local government area of Imo State. So I scheduled to have an interview with him tomorrow, and so that he will explain his plight and how he was treated. I wish to also send you the clip of my interview with him. So I've been crisscrossing the southeast in the last 2 weeks. Onitsha, Imo, Abia, back to Imo, divert to Delta State and return back to the east. And it had been peaceful. I've not noticed or witnessed any clash or any killing or anything that is absolutely wrong, like the media have been reporting in the last few months, that East is a hell. I want to tell the whole world right now that I've been in the East, crisscrossing cities and villages and towns and states. There have never been any incident of killing or kidnapping. So some of this news are cooked up news in order to make East inaccessible place, for people to run away. There is nothing going wrong in the East. That I can assure you. And we have fresh palm wine here in the East. No, I have a cup of my own here. You could see the cup. Very just chilling.
Get it closer to the camera. Let me see.
Okay.
I want to check something. Bring it closer. Okay. All right. Looks nice. All right. Thank you, righteous man. Let me go around and say hello to everybody. Come up to you and get your feed on what's going on. One man went to more. Welcome to the show. How are you? One man, can you hear me?
I'm just trying to. Yes, I can hear you. I'm trying to unmute myself. Thank you for having me, Rudolph. And I have to say, these are amateur dramatics by that James guy. It's getting a bit passé. It's somewhat tedious. He just needs to drop the nonsense. I'm a known entity in this space. Anytime I deem to express myself, I come out and express myself. So if he chooses to drop himself, then that's his own burden. But somewhat amateur dramatics, like a drama queen for an old man. So I really just came on because I saw your list of topics and I wanted to document what is factual before the conversation gets lost in the funk of the ethnic jingo that is usually serving. So as soon as I get a turn, I want to document what is factual, what stands to reason and logic, and then you guys can do the funk that you usually do.
All right. Thank you so much. Ike, welcome to the show.
I will go back.
Ike, welcome. How are you?
I'm good. Good afternoon. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, everybody.
How is the island doing? Do you guys celebrate Christmas over there? The island of Bonny.
Is there really anywhere in the world where Christmas is not celebrated?
I don't know. I've never been there. There may be. So
even in Muslim countries, they celebrate Christmas everywhere.
Okay.
We are in the over here, and like righteous man said, a righteous man, happy Christmas in advance with your palm wine. You are enjoying the village. I'm happy to hear that. God bless you and keep you over there.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Mr. Shaw, welcome to the show. We can hear you, Shaw.
Dr. Okunko, I greet you, especially.
It's stuck us in trouble. Anyway, welcome.
Compliments of the season.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So let's start with you. You always come with news.
Yeah, just a few headlines. Probably not worth. They're not standalone topics to discuss, but just a few headlines. So some of the things that happened when Tinubu visited the National Assembly, Akpabio told the president to rethink the withdrawal of police officers from them because some of his colleagues, that's Akpabio's colleagues, have told him that they are not able to go home. They might be picked up, in his own words. By who? I don't know. But they're begging the president to reverse the decision to take away the security details from them because they've managed to keep the country unsafe. It didn't start with them, but they've kept it going. Kidnapping is one of the biggest industries in Nigeria. It's a multi-billion naira industry. So our lawmakers are not able to solve the problem, but they want to keep themselves safe, which is quite sad. Akpabio jokes about everything. It's like they are tone deaf. They can't even. You can make the request, not in public. Speak to the president about it, but to say that in front of the whole world, especially Nigerians. So what happens to the everyday Nigerian? Who are they going to call to say, but that happened. People's Gazette, I don't know how true this is, but they're saying it's an exclusive news that Nigerian lawmakers abandoned budget protest after cash bribes from Tinubu. Senators got $50,000 each, and the reps got $30,000 each. So People's Gazette posted that. What else is there? Of course, you've mentioned the tax issue. Lawmakers saying what they passed into law is not what what was presented. So this Twitter handle, they're called Trending Explained. I think I've mentioned them before. They're like, I think they're sister Twitter handle to Budget. They're saying that according to reports, forged tax laws gives FRS, I think they're going to be called NIRS from January, it gives them the power to create their own police to arrest and investigate and sell tax defaulters' assets without a court order. Now, that's not verified, but that's what they're saying, that, from the one that they saw. I think Punch newspaper published it. Also, the reps rejected a proposal to criminalize vote buying during primary. So if there's a primary election, APC, PDP, Labour Party, ADC, any of this party at all, if they have when they have their primary elections, they thought it was a good idea to criminalize inducement and punishable by 2 years in prison without the option of fine. But the reps, as expected, they took that one out. They said no chance, because everybody will go chop beans. So that one is something else. But another thing that they did, which is quite positive, if they would follow it and not change the laws, midway through election, is that the reps mandate real-time electronic transmission of election results to IREF portal. So that's a positive. As part of what they deliberated on during the week, they've said it's mandatory that real-time election results are transmitted. So that's something to mention. And the AFCON starts tomorrow. This one we qualified for. We didn't qualify for the World Cup, but at least we qualify for AFCON. So that starts tomorrow. Anything else to mention? I think that's about it, really. Oh, Peter B did ask during the week that they should make the MOU we have with France regarding our taxes, make it public. And Tinubu's children, they started convulsing. And I'm thinking, sorry, what did the man do wrong? He just said, make it public. Let us know what was agreed. And Tinubu's children started, and they started abusing the man, started calling him names and all that. So it would be nice if they make it public, so at least people can know and people can be rest assured. And on a positive note as well, in ending, our Air Force guys are back. I think they're in Accra, Ghana. I'm not sure if they're back in Nigeria, but they've been released. Now they can spend Christmas or spend time with their family. So Nwachukwu will talk football. AFCON is starting soon. I don't know, it depends on the time. I might do some live streams, some watch along for Nigeria games. It's just that I've given up on Super Eagles. I've been watching them since the late 80s and too much heartache. But yeah, that's everything I wanted to add to it. Like I said, they're just headlines, maybe not standalone topics to discuss.
Thank you, sure. Hopefully, Tinubu's children will come here and maybe we can...
No, they've been very scarce these days. Things are not going well. I didn't even know they have shame. They've been scarce. They are not as many as they used to be. Yeah, but...
Okay. All right, that's thank you so much for that. I will give everybody a chance to, if there's a story, it's not necessarily something that we have to talk about, but a story that I missed that is important to someone, they should just let us know. Ike, any story that we missed that you are watching?
No, actually, I think added with what you said and the one you said, I think the one I want to mention about. But aside that, I know any other news.
Okay, all right, thank you. Jagun, welcome to the show. Compliments of the season.
Hello there.
Good. How are you?
To you as well.
How are you doing?
Not too bad, all. But generally, I'm still extremely disappointed in our country and our country's people. I find us a major disgrace on the planet, especially within the black world. I find us unbelievable. I find us going backwards when the obvious way is forward. So I'm perplexed with Nigeria in itself and the Nigerian politicians, Tinubu especially. I can't think of how easy it is to use the door to walk into another room, as opposed to trying to get into the other room through the wall itself. which is how I describe Nigeria's political actions. But that's how I am.
All right. Thank you. I want to show, maybe if you are watching this story about Congo and being disqualified, possibly being disqualified from the World Cup, if you can give us update on that. All right, let's go to One Man Tomorrow. One Man, we are talking about if there is any story that is important that you're watching that you think we, didn't mention or may not be aware of. That's when we talk about that. Anyone?
Yes, no, before I get to that, I was actually looking at your comment section, and I just want to address a little bit of, look, I have great respect for what Rudolph does. You may be surprised that Rudolph and I actually have a relationship somewhat off screen. We text each other occasionally. So unusually, actually, I wouldn't even, this sort of platform I would naturally recall from it, but it's the personality of the guy that drives it really that attracts me to it. So don't think there's anything against the, it's the narrative that you propel. That is what repels me. So that's what I'm against, not it's doing an excellent job. He doesn't even need me to tell him that. But some of the ethnic jingo that just undermines progress, it's just very difficult to stomach. In fact, impossible to. So that's really my thing. It's not anything against Rudolph personally, or even some of the personalities I like them. Maybe like Chim, he's a decent bloke sometimes. So I can't think of another. Maybe Chim, So yes, but I really just came on to set the tone because, like always, any and every time that I dial into this space, any and every topic gets lost in the funk of that jingoistic something that your brothers do. So this narrative of tax, I wanted us to document, just set the template for a conversation. The Tinubu budget, we set the tone. Tinubu was actually coughing and needing water because I watched it on the I watched it on the National Assembly stream, and there was a time that Tinubu was coughing and needing water, and my mind immediately flashed to your sort of spaces, the obedient Biafran spaces, and I thought, oh, this guy is coughing and needing water now. I wonder how they would, try to leverage. So that's the sort of, so I want us to move the conversation to substance rather than just, you guys have lost an election. Another one is coming up fairly soon. So just get into the stream of it rather than just constant howling at the moon.
One man. I've not seen that video. If I had seen it and I have it, I would have played it. But I wanted to ask you, when Buhari was president and something like that happened, we will play it. Why is that different?
No, you will play it. I would play it just for the mirth and the giggles. For the giggles.
Okay, I just want to make it
for the giggles.
Yeah.
So that's always fun. We have to be relentless against political figures. They're all criminals. As you famously play me now out of context, they're all criminals, but there's an undercurrent to the tonality of you guys. There's a bitterness and a resentment that, anyway, let me not do that. I really came in to speak to the taxation. So there are two guarantees in life. As you are born, then you're guaranteed to die. And in the course of your birth and death, you are guaranteed to pay taxes. Those are the two things in life. So this now taxation coming upstream next month, there's an inevitability to it. So what do you want is the question, not you personally, but the country. What do you want? You complain about deficit, infrastructurally, structurally, socially, and in all of the accoutrements that forms a functioning country. You complain of that deficit, but for the deficit that the country suffers to be addressed, what does it need? It needs money. And then you say, oh, yes, but you have oil. You don't have oil. You don't have anything. Everything you have in resources are encumbered or stolen, so you don't have anything. So you cannot want this country that you want without being willing to pay the price that gives you that country. What is that price? Taxation. So now they're introducing now this tax bill, and it's a Robin Hood tax, by the way. I'm sure you understand that. It's a steal from the rich to give to the poor taxation, because I doubt if anybody has really perused to any real understanding of that tax something. I think you guys would have looked at it only really to pick what you can criticize and do your ethnic dance around. But if you look at that taxation, it's a Robin Hood tax. It's an ascending tax. So at the lower rungs of society, you are tax exempt to a very high extent, and then it stratas lower taxes as your income brackets up. And so that's the structure, and you have to pay your taxes. But now this is the real thing. So now Nigeria often relies on resources in order to feed itself. Nigeria sustains on resources, oil, lithium, whatever it is. So that's what we sustain on. But the people have no real ownership of those resources. You know that the country has these resources, but you don't feel a personal ownership of those resources. So if they are stealing those resources, you don't feel the extent that you should push them as hard as you should. But if they are taking money out of your wallet, if your wages is 1,000 naira, and you go up to your boss and he gives you 900 naira, and you say, where is the remaining 100 naira? And he tells you that Tinubu took 100 naira out of your 1,000 naira wage, and you ask him what for, and he say that Tinubu described it as tax, and you say, what is it being used for? You say, to build your roads. So the next time now that guy is walking through those roads, he wants to see that it is built. Otherwise, he will ask questions, because the money now is being taken. So it's the direct impact of it, but you cannot have development without taxation. So that's the contribution that the people make. I know that when you get to the deep part of your conversation, you wrap it around your usual ding dong that you people do, but that is the reality of life.
So, one man, because you just indicated that you won't be here when we talk about it. These are some of the concerns that people are expressing in Nigeria. The government is presenting this as something that will not impact the poor. You just said it now. And one of the issues is that the people who are exempt from paying taxes are people making less than, I think it was 66,000 naira a month. 66,000 based on what the government is putting out. But they are not telling people that. They make it look like you will not pay. So average Nigerian, minimum wage is 70,000 naira. So if you're making minimum wage, you are going to pay tax. But you see all the government functionals, officials promoting this tax. They say that you won't pay tax.
Hold on, that's the misdirection that I already stood you accused of. On what quantum? If you are earning a million naira, you'll be tax exempt.
No, 800,000.
Yes, you'll be tax exempt for 800,000. So you then get taxed on 200,000.
No, so, wait, 800,000 a year, not a month. Not a month. So that's about 66,000.
Yes.
So you are saying the man was lying.
If you are earning that 70-something thousand, you are tax exempt from 66, and then you pay the tax on about 12,000.
Hold on.
Which would be like 10 naira tax.
No, hold on. Let me play this because
This conversation is too important to misinform.
It's very important, and I want to hear from people who think that Nigerians who are raising issues are just crazy, and I want.
No, don't worry now. You know when you guys do your is it because it's usually 3 cycles of is it because, and then you get into your funk.
Newspaper. One of the reporters, according to yesterday's paper online, they were able to get the gazetted copy from an.
No, this is another issue about tax. This is about. Oh, let me play that. I think it's actually proper. Let me play that. But I wanted to play that Ayodele. I think it was Ayodele that goes around radio, TV stations trying to make it.
Said, in the house, and they said, okay, can we get it? Let's even go through it. Let me just mention a few things because that's our job here as journalists. There are 4 pointers in the alleged altered tax laws. One of them is that the committee's review, supported by forensic comparisons and independent legal opinions, established that substantive provisions were inserted, deleted, some were deleted, or modified after passage by both chambers. Do you know what this means? Hold on. 2. Several oversight, accountability, and reporting mechanisms approved by Parliament were removed from the final acts. Number 3, new coercive and fiscal powers, e.g., arrest powers, garnished without court order, compulsory USD computation, appeal security deposits, appeared without legislative approval. Number 4, the lawmakers further argued that Section 458 of the 1999 Constitution vests lawmaking powers exclusively to the National Assembly, not the presidency. So what are we saying here? It means that, 1, the MOU that was signed between the FIRS, now known as the NIRS from January 1, and France may have had these things or these pointers. My question is, when I saw all of these things, looking at this, please, the presidency, I know they are watching, is it too hard a thing to do to make this MOU public to Nigerians? We had a guest who joined us here. He's been going to the National Assembly, talking about Shegu, and he sent me a message 2 nights ago and said he has requested of the MOU from the FIRS. And he sent me a screen grab. And they answered him. He said, please, can I get it? He hasn't gotten it till today. It should be made public. I'll give an example why this is so dangerous. It's like signing your life to someone. You're entrusting your life to someone who has told you, don't worry, I'll take care of you. Oh, you're unemployed. Okay, don't worry, we'll take care of you. But you didn't know that what you signed, what you saw that you signed was, oh, you'll be paid XYZ amount, you work 9 to 5, you do this. But just as soon as you signed, they took it and changed the entire agreement and replaced it with something else.
It should be front page news on all newspapers today. This is monumental, and in the history of Nigeria, I think it's very unprecedented too. The federal government needs to come out and explain why this has happened or who dropped the ball.
All right. Woman, are you still here? That's one issue with the tax. The other one is...
yeah, that was not an issue with tax. That was New Central, isn't it? A violently aggressive thing against we all know the platforms now. We know the agendas. Are you claiming not to know the agenda of New Central? Do you not know the agenda of
so one man, hold on.
Come off it, man.
Do you want me to play you lawmakers?
No, I don't want
to. Hold on. Complaining about the law they passed and what was in the gazetted law that the government approved.
No, don't play it. Tell
us lawmakers also are they also
exactly where the beef is, because I don't think you have any understanding of it. But tell us exactly where you think the anomaly is. They said what the gazette. I think it was the penalty introduced. It wasn't it that they were quibbling. What were they quibbling? Do you understand it? Without referencing the video, do you understand it?
One man, hold on. Okay. Let me show you another one so you can add them all together, because we have to talk to other people who are here. So
what you're thinking? Should I shave my head, comb it over?
The introduction of Nigeria's Tax Reform Act 2025, a package of 4 interconnected laws on taxation, has continued to generate widespread public debate and confusion, and in some quarters, outright opposition. The national stakeholder engagement is expected to address some gray areas and strengthen fiscal efficiency under the Nigeria Tax Act 2025.
Revolutionary reform, which we feel strongly that is going to simplify the tax system, is going to get more revenue to the federation, and is going to make investments more friendly in Nigeria. All these things were done in comparative analysis with other similar countries, and that this is a way to transform the nation for better revenue.
Although the act, which comes into effect January 1, 2026, still faces some public opposition, much of the controversy stems from fears that the reforms will impose new financial burdens on citizens already struggling with rising cost of living. Addressing stakeholders, a chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Professor Taiwo Oyedele, dismissed claims that the reform introduces new taxes on the masses.
I don't know of any other country in the world where you can increase government revenue. Why not introducing new taxes and reducing the burden on the people and businesses? So what was meant to be a disadvantage for us, we've turned it to an opportunity. There's a big level of inequity between how government treats taxpayers. And I just told you about our most vulnerable citizens being overburdened with taxes, contrary to what we find in most countries around the world. So that as well, the new tax laws are fixing them.
Some stakeholders also acknowledge public concerns, urging the government to ensure that the concerns of citizens are taken into cognizance.
As discussions commence over the next 2 days, we are confident that the insights generated here will contribute meaningfully to a more resilient fiscal framework, improved allocation efficiency, and a sustainable national development.
Effective stakeholder engagement and collaboration.
All right, I'll stop you here. Ayodele has been going around talking about this, and tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have a discussion, in-depth discussion on these tax structures with several people who are tax experts who will weigh in on this. But the point is that he continues to go around and say that anybody who is making less than 800,000 naira a year is not going to pay tax. But that's not true. That means, what it means is that even people making minimum wage are paying taxes, are going to pay taxes. So there are so many angles to it. I'm not prepared. I wanted to hear from people what they know and what they discuss. By the time we come on tomorrow, I'm going to get you clips of where he's been challenged, and people are challenging the assumptions he's making. But for you to say that the altering a law passed by the National Assembly, that you are not worried about that National Assembly will pass a law. And
no, what's the alteration? You've not said what the alteration is.
What the alteration are? There are many alterations. Punishment was altered. Okay, what should be punished? It's not what they agreed to that was in the final bill. And several things, including loopholes that
Rudolph, I'll advise you not to take a position because you clearly don't. I'm not
taking any position. I'm just saying
you don't know enough to take a position. So don't take a position. Get your experts in and then have an established position.
No. I'm saying the first thing is this: are you not concerned that a law passed by the National Assembly ended up being
I'm not concerned that penalties will be put in place for tax evasion. If you don't pay taxes in America, you go to prison. So I'm not so concerned.
No, it doesn't matter. No, if the law was passed, listen,
whether it was embedded in the original legislation or not.
So one man, are we going to agree that you're okay with them altering anything that gets to them after they pass the law? They can add anything they wanted to add, and that's okay. It's okay with you because it's tenable.
No, it's not an alteration. It's an addendum. It's a penalty. It's not an amendment.
No, but it's not what the National Assembly passed.
What is already established in law.
One man.
What is already established. So they're not embedding it in what Rudolph meant.
It's not what the National Assembly passed.
There are some intelligent people listening. Don't get stuck in this thing.
No. This is not how laws are passed anywhere in the world. If you want that punishment to be in that law, you put it there, give it to the National Assembly. They will pass it, but not after they passed it. You alter it. Why do you think it's okay because it's tenable?
Oh, look at that. Why would it be? It didn't even take you. It was a skip and a jump to get to the ethnic something. It doesn't even take you that guys.
I don't care what
it's like a. It's like a natural impulse, isn't it? You guys.
If this were to be Buhari, would you be okay with that? If this were to be Buhari,
I don't object to people being penalized for not paying taxes. I don't think any reasonable person would.
That what?
I don't object to people not being penalized, but listen,
No, that's
Rudolph,
not the issue. The issue is not being penalized.
I don't want to hold your platform to hostage. As always, I'm not going to stay long. I just want you to try and strike the balance.
It's not about balance. You are here to air your view. Everybody will air their view. My question for you is, are you okay with the government altering the law that was passed by the National Assembly?
Look, I'm not aware that a law was altered. You know, because
so you think the National Assembly, they are complaining for nothing?
Who is complaining within the National Assembly?
They're saying that
there are rogue elements within the National Assembly. I'm not going to take the word of some random whatever it is that
who will speak and you will take you listen to him.
If the body itself takes a position, then I'll pay attention. If it's some random aggrieved from whatever from the back or beyond in the north somewhere, I'm not going to pay attention to that.
Right. Thank you, one man. Let's.
All right. Let me just say this now, Bill. I just so the taxes are an inevitability, and you cannot have progress or development without taxation. The gripe is not to try and repel taxes being imposed; they are already being imposed. Your position is to hold that taxation to hostage and hold it to the hostage of development. So it's not trying to undermine it or get them to stop it. It's not going to be undermined and it's not going to be stopped. But what we can't do is to ring fence that tax revenue and have it impact directly on the people, because it's a huge amount of money that can be generated, but we don't want it to fall into the portal of corruption. That is really where the narrative is, not this ding dong, funky, cool Medina stuff.
Nigerians have been paying taxes. Nigerians are not against
when are they ever paying tax?
They are not against paying taxes. They are just saying that everything should be transparent. That's all. I don't know where you have problem.
No, I don't object to that. On that we agree.
So why is it that they don't want to tell us who the foreign company, the details about what deal they have with the French company? Why is that secret?
Well, what details with it? They don't have a detail with it. They have. You see, this is why I say you have to have knowledge to speak to these things. They have an agreement with the French department. It's not a company. It's a department.
Okay, where is the agreement, one man? What do you know about the agreement? Why shouldn't Nigerians know?
The headlines are the agreement is training, development of capacity in order to capture taxation. You know, there are international companies within Nigeria that move money internationally that might well be outside of the capacity of the Nigerian space too. So it's a lot more complex. So the tooling up of the structuring of that taxation, the training of personnel, something that Nigeria doesn't have capacity, the training of personnel, technology transfer, etc. The French don't have access to your data. They don't have access to
you are telling us
they
this.
don't have any of these alarmist things that you guys are bouncing all over social media with. The details are quite clear.
Did they give it to you? Did they give you the details?
It was published. They didn't give it to Nigerians. It was published. It's on their website. They even did a press release. So don't worry about all these things. Like I said, there are one or two people that are outside of the phone that actually listen to you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for having me, Rudolph. But Rudolph, try and strike that balance. Don't let it get lost in the funk of ethnic jingle.
Thank you, woman. KJ, welcome to the show.
What a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, I have to say that. I beg your pardon.
Rudolph, I don't think at this point I want to say I respect you. No, I think I feel fat. I feel so bad. I'm serious. Please don't let anybody come here, because you see,
agreed.
If you know you are part of those educating people, you know that even you as a professor, your views does not totally rest upon your students. They will argue different from what you understand or what you are teaching them. And that's what you as a teacher benefit from. You want to see them expand their knowledge, be able to bring in, look at other areas you have not looked at. When a man comes and sits down and tell the whole people who come here that they don't know what they're talking about, it's only him who have the monopoly of knowledge. He knows everything. He's better than everybody. He's the one who knows how to be able to conduct himself. He's the one who is not ethnic. He's not a bigot. He's not, he's not engaged in the jingoism. And you listen to him, you must have a lot of patience. In fact, I used to think I have patience, but now I see that you have more patience than I have. and I praise you for that. I don't know whether to say it is what do you call it? It is a virtue, or I should say that it's just being kind. I can't take it. I'm serious. Because look, people like one man know nothing, and they are part of the people who are benefiting from the system. And they come here, they sit, and whenever they come, they try to throw in, a wheel into the spanner to change whatever you want to discuss, to begin to pander to what they feel and what they want, and then you give them time. Please, next time, throw such people out. He doesn't need to be here to make the forum to go on. When he goes to his own platform, does he not discuss the issue that concern the West? Has anybody gone there to call him an ethnic jingoist or a blabbering and a rambling and whatever he says it is, a jingles? What, I mean, how? Somebody invites you for you take yourself, you come into a panel where they're going to discuss, and you begin to lecture everybody. If you so know, I think you should do better with your time. Get an university, or even these days can be a consultant and be consulting for people, since you are the one who know everything. Okay, the first things you have shown is so glaring, and if he is a follower of Nigerian news, he will have known that. Now, I want to just tell you, I was just saying in my mind, Rudolph, very soon this guy is going to say that that's something news is because it's from the East. That's why they're discussing the way they're discussing. You see, and then luckily for you, you had news, Arise News, and you played the Arise News, and he still is not satisfied with the argument coming from Arise News. What kind of a man is this? The people will say, what are these? What are these? So my question is, if all that is going on now in Nigeria is okay by him, then let him not worry now. Here we are saying the Fulani who are coming. We said the fundamentals who are coming. We said the headers who are coming. He said we kept saying it. In fact, if you remember the first time I came into your program, I said that was going to happen. This many years ago. And then today they are living on our doorsteps, and we still don't agree. We still are saying that it is IPOB that is forming it. We still are looking for people who to put it on, or P2B, the one who is invited. When shall we look at a spade and call it a spade? When? And as long as we keep pandering to other things, we will never go forward. Now, that's not even the reason why I came in, because I saw him and I knew he was going to say something that will not be palatable with this platform. Why does he do that? We don't go to one man went to the mall or whatever and go and tell him what you should discuss. If you are so good, discuss on your own platform. Every other person, why do you want to mix with fools? Since we are fools, we don't know anything. Why do you want to come and advise us? Let us continue to be foolish in our own ways. Now, I also know, and hold on, sir. I also know that this government went to some social media influencers to ask them to be the ones to take this tax bill and run with it. Dan Azar is one of them who refused. He turned down the request because they are paying them. He said, no, I won't go with you guys. Why will I take your... Go and do it. Now, if he was also following Nigerian media, he will have found out that there are many people who have dissected this tax bill, and everybody said what you have said. The people are being deceived to think that once you are being paid 800,000 a month, that a year, you will not pay tax, which is not true. It is not true. By the way, Rudolph, out of that 800,000 naira, they're going to take your, apart from the tax, they're going to also take your social, what they call it now, the savings that they put for you away. Okay? So apart from taking off the tax, the ones that you are going to take for, I've forgotten what they call it. I'm trying to remember it. Retirement funds. It's going to also come from that same 800,000 that you are getting at the end of the year. So by and large, at the end of the day, you will not be able to even get that 66,000 naira you're looking at in your hand. And if you get the 66,000 naira in your hand at this time in Nigeria, what is it going to do for you? What is it going to do for a family of 5 earning 66,000 naira? So I don't know how we're going to solve this issue. Left to me, the simple thing is that let everybody go their way, because we are not going to change as a people. Well, look at this is the same man who was criticizing Buhari's government all through. Now you don't want to be criticized. You don't want people to speak. You want to make sure that nobody is saying anything that is contrary to what government is saying. Since when did the government in Nigeria start telling the truth? By the way, are you surprised that it was forged? What was the qualification of the man who is now leading Nigeria? Is his certificate, any of them, verifiable? It's not the same stock in trade that he has always known. And I'm surprised that someone who lives in the UK is saying that forgery is okay. A gazetted government document, a gazetted, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, a gazetted government document is altered by some individuals. Now, do you want to see why we're talking about the Nigerian constitution that was altered by certain individual, written out by a foreman, led by a professor that had Wadudu, okay? Until today, we are not able to change it. That is their stock in trade. They finish, they take it, and they smuggle in things that was not there originally, and they publish it, and it remains there as a law. So we must find a way. This is something that people will go to prison in other countries for years, but we allow these people to do it, and somebody comes out to defend it. On what basis? On what basis? Rudolph, anyway, I was coming in to just say that the thing that caught my attention is the inter-society publication of how much it costs the Southeast every 25th to January in a year. It costs between 2024 and 2025 in 2 months, 2023 and 2024. They had collected a total, that is extortion at the checkpoints, 21.8 billion naira from people in the Southeast. And I felt that is, I know they were collecting money, but I didn't know that they make that amount of money. So I think it's something we should also discuss.
All right, thank you. We spent an hour, so let's quickly go to the topic of conversation. So let's put the two tax issues together. Both the new tax law that will take effect January 1, including the alteration of that tax law, and the idea that the old one, that even the substance of that law has been questioned in terms of what they are promising us, saying that some people will not pay taxes if you reduce your tax, on what people are beginning to see, including the fact that you can open an account. When you open an account now, you have to, there's some part of it where if you send money to somebody, so if you're here and you have a Nigerian account and you send money from your bank account to somebody else, you pay a particular tax on that. It's going to be shocking to people if they implement most of the contents of that law. All right, let me go to, just as the conversation continues. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me hear Comrade Murray. Murray, go ahead.
Yeah, Doctor, thank you for the attention. I'm not fully in the show yet. I just came in because of what you did this morning. Kudos to you, first of all. And I was a bit worried. You know, I thought you wanted to make one man our special guest for today. I think it was also a good omen. I like the way you tackled him to let him know that no one person has a monopoly of knowledge, and we cannot allow them to continue to cajole us and bamboozle us into a full paradise on every day. And again, sometimes I was worried before, and I wanted to tell you, but I can't tell you how to do your job. Just the way you did to one man this morning, continue to do this every day. Because it's a have your say program, sometimes you allow people to come here with all manner of rubbish and nonsense. They just spew it out and get away with it. Sometimes they're going to get away with murder. So, Dr. Damages, I done my heart for you. Continue to do this every day. Even with those agents that are here with us, people like Ovi and Co., when they come here with their super natural intelligent, where we cannot fathom, continue to checkmate them on daily basis. Most of them are planted agents on this platform. So they tell us to organize. They speak as if they're on the side of the people. They have a Okpebolo and a APC banner behind them. I don't know if they want us to organize for them in 2027. Kudos to you. I rest my case. I'll come back to the show. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Omore. Let me bring James because I want to hear James. James, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry for signing out on 2 occasions for reasons best known to you now. I will not say much about this tax issue because what they did is an impeachable offense. It's enough to earn the man an impeachment outright for altering the law made by the National Assembly. If I were to be in Nigeria, I would not be a taxpayer because why should people pay tax for others to embezzle? This is one thing people are not thinking about. If it is an offense to evade tax, fine. Tax evasion, I mean, you can go to jail for that. That is the law. But what about the people embezzling the tax you have paid? What are people saying about it? So left to me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. I was just showing this news story, which is where you find all the newspapers are reporting lawmakers in Nigeria claiming that the tax law that they approved was altered. So I'm not sure.
You see, look, it's a pity Mr. What's his name? Omori has signed out. I want to say something in a Edo language, which I cannot translate into English. He would have been able to translate it for me if he were around. The Benin people have a saying that Ayikuri Awebo Ayelogo Ama Awe no Yibinakia. Ayikuri Awebo Ayelogo Ama Awe no Yibinakia. For those who understand the language at home, they know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm sorry I cannot translate it into English. As a people, we are behaving irresponsibly. I mean, there's no way we will even see the promised land, let alone getting there, with the way we are managing our affairs. But however, I think it was J.F. Kennedy who said that those who make peaceful change impossible will make violent change inevitable. This route we are passing through, the Ghanaians passed through it, and we knew how they were able to get out of it. In Liberia, they also passed through it. We know how they were able to get out of it. It's just a question of time. The English people have a saying that what goes up will surely come down. So that is just all I have to say. I'm not ready to discuss this tax issue because they are just keeping people busy the way Babangida was doing it in those days. Should we take IMF or we should not take IMF? It's national debate. When the people are talking and howling and shouting at each other, they are busy doing what they want to do. This is the same tactics these guys are using right now. Is it not disgraceful for Mr. One Man to say that the crude oil is being stolen? The federal government property, you have a head of government, the oil is being stolen. You have the F-1 to come and tell us that the oil is being stolen. So to make up for the missing revenue, for the shortfall in revenue, you have to tax the people instead of going after the thieves. So you see the kind of government we are running. So it is time we pack up this country. I'm tired of saying I'm tired of the whole situation. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to mention something. Is it Tanko Mohammed, the most incompetent Chief Justice we've ever had, died in Saudi Arabia? May his soul roast in hell, and may he not reincarnate.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. I see OC, I can see Paul. Welcome everybody. Ovie, your name was mentioned and you came in. Thank you for being here. Before I come to you, let me just show the place where Tinubu was telling Nigerians that as of August last year, we made we achieved or accomplished the revenue target.
Standing before you, I can brag. The revenue, we have met our target of revenue for the whole year. We met it in August.
One debt to society later.
In 2025, the estimate was 40 trillion naira. What we are going to get is roughly 10 trillion naira in terms of federal government's cash revenue.
All right. So this is different from what Tinubu told us. Initially, when that story came up, that as of August of last year, we met our revenue. They reversed everything and they said, okay, no, that Tinubu misspoke. That what he meant was that we met our non-oil revenue targets. But if you look at the budget that was presented yesterday, I believe, deficits, we're expecting a deficit of 23.85 trillion. So we are again budgeting money that we cannot, we don't even know where we're going to get, and we are still borrowing money. It's unbelievable. Debt, the money that we are going to service our debts is about 27% of the budget. All right, let me bring you Ike. Ike, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. What am I going to say? I would have loved in a situation whereby you would say we close the program for today, because one man went to Mo said that we that comes here every day, we don't know what we're doing. We don't know our left and right. But it's all good. The freedom of speech. Everybody has every right to say what he or she wants. But one thing I always know in this life is that whatever a man sows is what he's going to reap. If any of us think that we are not going to reap whatever we sow in this world, even when you die, your children will reap what you have sowed. So it's not surprising, it's not strange. I have never been, I'm one of those Nigerians who never believed that we have a government. I've never recognized these people that are there as government. They are not my government, because what is it that has been, what is it about these people that you can say is one thing that has always been truth? The man in Asoro who went to secondary school, that who told us where he went to secondary school, that was not established when he went to the school. Is it the university education? What is it about these people? So sometimes it's very painful, because if Nigerians cannot be angry about what this lawmaker revealed last week, if Nigerians themselves that we come here every day to talk about cannot rise up and be angry at what is happening in Nigeria concerning this tax law, my brother, we are just wasting our time. Because a law that has been gazetted, an act and law that has been approved by this was uttered by somebody. And somebody is here coming here to tell you that Dr. Damages, you don't even need to talk about it because you don't know about it. You brought about the issue of the agreement they have with France. Let us know. He said, no, you don't need to talk about it because you don't know. And he's living in Britain, he's living in London. Where if the president want to go to the bathroom, the press will tell you that Trump was going to the bathroom yesterday. But in the case of Nigeria, you don't need to ask about what Tinubu is doing, because it's Tinubu. By the way, which people are going to start the impeachment, or which people are going to react, which people are going to stand up? Is it the people we are thinking on your mandate they would perish? On your mandate they shall go to the grave? Is that the people that are going to do the thing? You just brought show was reading allegedly that he has already given them money, $50,000 to the members of the Senate and $30,000 to the House of Rep, allegedly. That's a small money that has been given, So, my brother, all of us are here, and we send money to Nigeria every day. I sent money last week for Christmas to Nigeria, and I was asking my senior brother this morning, have they already started taking the tax already from I thought they said it's from next year, because I asked how much I sent for the whole family, but I could see how much they take away from the money that I sent. So this is what is this, so if Nigerians themselves decide that it is whatever these people cook up and wake up and tell us every day is good for them, or good for them, because this particular tax of a thing, somebody was telling us, why don't you play for TVC station of Emiloko station? Maybe that's the one you believe. You played the other one, he said no. You played the right, he said no. He played which one is remaining again? But for me, that man went to whatever, his friend Kulata. I've not seen him. Where is this? Your friend for Dr. Damages, where is your friend Kulata? Where has he been? You know? So some of them are trying, because everything they spend, some of them did not. What this man is doing now is that he has collected some money. So now he's going to every platform. For how long have I seen him come to your platform? You know, so it is what it is. But I think at the end of the day, the box starts with Nigerians. If they feel that this lies and deceit and falsification and corruption and criminality that is going on is good for them, it's all good for them, right? Are they seeing me in Nigeria tomorrow? No. But if they say that it is good for them, well, all good for them, you know. We are here waiting, we are here watching, right? God bless you.
All right, thank you, Ike. Dr. C, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages, please let me have my say in order of those who came in. I came in fourth. So I wouldn't want anyone jumping over me on this.
No, Jagun, I'm not following the order. I'm doing something else. What I'm doing is there are people who have not said anything. They just came in, so I'm giving them opportunity. I'll get to you. It's only 3 people ahead of you. Okay? Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I was going to say that I'll be very happy to yield for him, you know. But I just want to, I called you earlier this morning. I just want to thank you and congratulate you on your newly released poetry collection. In case those of you who don't know, Dr. Rudolph, I think it was Paikide that calls you the Renaissance man. I think that accurately captured it because you're like, you have your hands in all the cookie jars. So please go and check it out. It's called A Kiss That Never Was, you know. It's one of those magnum opus. So congratulations. Yeah, so regarding the topic of discussion, I think it's above my pay grade. I don't know much about economics and finances and all those things. And I've never really had the opportunity to, you know, read through the issue at hand. That from what I can understand, there are some new tax laws that are supposed to take effect by January 1st of 2026. And as diaspora, and I heard about the taxes on remittances. Yeah, so it's just you know, it gets to some point that you become so numb about all the news coming out of Nigeria because nothing really makes sense. You know, we're talking about a country where people are, majority of the people are eating from the gutter, you know, people are debt poor. But instead of talking about maybe some palliative programs to alleviate poverty, we're trying to impoverish people, pauperize the majority of the population, leaving only the elite to be able to exist. So I can never understand that. And then the egregious part about doctoring, you know, a document that was supposed to be an act of Congress and somebody sits down somewhere in the opacity of Aso Rock and decided to doctor the document. It's just something that is unimaginable. But then we are talking about Nigeria where anything goes. It shouldn't have been even an issue because Tinubu, by design, has a very pliant National Assembly. We're talking about a Senate that is manned by Akpabio. These are folks that each time they are singing on your mandate we stand. So I don't even think if he would have wanted to put in any document, or it would have been a cell, you know, but I guess they didn't even want to take that extra step of having to send it over to the National Assembly and just decided to write whatever they want. So it's terrible. At this point, instead of increasing taxes, I think what they would have done is at least seal some of the loophole. We're talking about a significant amount of the oil being stolen by you know, a whole lot of people, whether foreigners or the local players. So they could, if they want to raise the revenue, well, that's one thing they could have looked at, trying to seal that loophole. And then stop the sleaze. You know, every time you read Nigerian newspapers, they're talking about those that stole like 40 billion, 30 billion, you know, in a country as poor and struggling as we are. So if they're really serious about raising the revenue base, I think that's where they should focus on, instead of continuing to squeeze those who are already almost dead. Anyway, I will just that will be the comment I'll make for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, OC. Jagun, we're coming to you. Unmute yourself, Jagun. Yeah, go ahead.
Ossie, thank you very much. Thank you for your kindness earlier. I wanted to speak because my battery is quite funny these days, and it messes up my the communication. I'm hoping everyone can hear me. I was a bit disappointed, I must say, again, with the way. I can't blame you, because everyone has their own personality, but how to handle somebody like one man it's a skill, and I believe that you have that skill, but I don't believe you used it very well. This is your platform, and somebody came who has his own platform to tell you the tone that you should take for your platform, that people are ding-dong in here, speaking to people, telling them, you people, and then he's talking about ethnicity and ethnic division, and he's saying you people. Is that principled? Is that a principled thing for somebody who conducts his own show? I swore, not because I want to swear, but out of angst. He's someone, if I saw him in the street, I would have to give him 4 to 5 slaps before even saying hello. To be honest, he's not a full human being. He's not. He behaves like a rat. He sounds even worse. I don't want to use my time to abuse this guy. However, he separated you by saying he respects you and he speaks to you from time to time. And then he abused everything about you in concern with this show. Wonderful. He thinks he's clever. And I don't think you should allow... You give a lot to people who aren't regulars on the show. You give a lot to us, no doubt. But the Nigerian thing again, which is to welcome the foreigner. Meanwhile, your people are suffering. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those. I will kill the foreigner before I kill someone who is living in my house. So that's how I conduct myself. Let me just say this. A lot of Nigerian circumstances, this new tax bill that's going on, anything political, I don't care about it because it's rubbish. I know it is rubbish. Rubbish upon rubbish upon more rubbish. So we now take our time to discuss rubbish, which is to say that whatever tax bill comes out is not going to fix Nigeria. It's not going to fix Nigeria at all, in any way, form, or fashion. It's not going to fix our economy. It's not going to raise the particulars of the ordinary man. It's not going to give us free schooling. It's not going to give. It's not. They're not even saying this tax. If we get this tax, this is what we are going to do. Nothing like that's been said. They're just telling you how you're going to be taxed. Let me tell you, in my deepest thoughts, I know that all Nigerians individually, whether they are in Nigeria or abroad, all of us, we are traumatized. We are suffering trauma. All of us. And I wonder if it's worth our time to discuss all these issues that the rubbish, idiotic government that we have is putting upon us. Why are we discussing them? We should be discussing our trauma and how the hell to get out of it. I don't know. The disgrace I'm feeling where Nigeria is concerned is particularly with Benin, what has taken place on our name. In our name, Nigeria has been looked at as renegades and as betrayers. That's how Nigeria has been looked upon, due to Benin and due to the landing of that plane in Burkina Faso. I'm somehow impressed that those people, the soldiers who are there, have been released. I'm impressed because I was thinking that Traore won't release them because he's a stickler. But he knows the size of Nigeria. He knows what Nigeria is. They've been there to beg them and all the rest of it, and now they're released. The fact that France has anything at all to do with our polity inside our taxes should already set the country ablaze. It should set us all ablaze. What is France doing with us? We're not a Francophone country. We have no history with them necessarily. We have a business history with them, but we don't have any political history with them. How does this fashion itself? It fashions itself because an individual is a friend to another individual, and they are now making communication to see how they can further destroy Nigeria. You see, I would end like this. There are other people I want to respect. I don't believe anymore in Nigeria. I'm a one Nigerianist. I've always been. I always loved my people, all of us. I'm somebody who was born in Nigeria and traveled Nigeria more than most of the people around here. I've traveled Nigeria. I know Nigeria very well. I can take you to some deep places where you've never been. However, as a Nigerian, strong individual as I am, and all the Nigerians I know are the same, we are just suffering trauma and regurgitating it. And then speaking about the regurgitation, how it looks like. Oh, look, there's carrots there. Oh, look, there's yam. I can recognize yam in my puke. I think we really need to grow up, and we need to, there's something big that is not in our spirit. And that is, I want to call it courage, but it's not courage. We have courage. I want to call it gusto, but it's not gusto. We have gusto. We don't have a sense of fair play. If we had a sense of fair play, the whole country would come together and make sure we offer ourselves fair play. Because all we're offering ourselves right now is rubbish talk. We're just talking, nya, oh, nya. It's not good enough. It's simply not good enough. If you journalists around the world, if you people who are documenting information and all this kind of thing, if you believe that you are doing anything at all to bring up the level of Nigerian polity and understanding, you are doing nothing, all of you. Because the only thing to do is to use this time that we have time to have meetings to discuss our trauma and to discuss how the hell we're going to get out of traumatic situation. The rest is waste. The rest is waste. I thank everybody so much.
All right. Thank you, Jagan. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning. Doctor, two set of people that I would never support or allow to marry my sister or my daughter are men who worship pastors and men who believe everything politicians say. A particular party says they will never, ever marry my daughter, you understand, or my sister. Because their DNA is 100% slaves. That's exactly what man is. Because that guy is very educated, illiterate. For him not to see any flaws with what is going on with the tax bill, and that man is educated, because being educated is a simple thing. Schools simply teach us one thing. We joke with these things all the time. We say, find the Y, find the S. You understand? S, Y, Y, Z, find the S, find the Y. We joke with all those type of phrases. But the basic thing that school teaches how to teach ourselves. That's as simple as that. So if you cannot get common sense and everything, then you are not so educated like you think you are. So he's an educated illiterate. He's a slave in his DNA. You understand? I just feel for that little penny that the parents spend in giving him education, but they fail to understand that they only send him to language school, how to speak English, but he's not educated. But the parents might think they send him to go get education, but he only went to a language school to learn how to speak English. He's a slave. And I so feel for him. Then, Doctor, talking about the tax bill, and you make mention of the 70,000 and 66,000, 70 times 12 gives us 840,000. And they say below 800,000, you don't pay tax. Now, because we've not read this tax bill, and even though we've read the tax bill, by default, we read the fake one, the one that was altered. So we've not read the tax bill. Luckily for us, somebody spotted the people who actually make the original one and spotted the flaws and everything. So we've not read it. What am I saying? If I would talk from the place of America, if they say you cannot pay tax for below 800,000, then when you make above 800,000, the way they run tax bill here in the US simply mean like that 40,000, because it's 840,000, is the 40,000 that they would tax. So if I want to cause some small slack for Yedele, I don't know whether that's how they made it. Maybe that's exactly what he's talking about. So which means after 800,000, they subtract the 800,000, anything above, that's what they tax. Not like if you just make 801,000, then automatically 10% or 12% triggers. No, they tax the additional. They deduct that first one that you are exempt. Now I'm talking from the US. I've not read the Nigerian one. I don't know whether if you make 801,000, they're going to tax you their so-called 10, 12, 14%. I don't know. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. But talking about an honorable member come out and said this thing, even you can see the speaker was shocked. The speaker even promised to look into it. Then somebody tried to argue with you. You understand? This, what you are talking, Doctor, in the place of reading a newspaper or watching the news, there is something called opinion. There is something called editorial. There is something called viewpoint. So, Doctor, what you ask is news. That is what we saw. That is what they call news. This is news. So it's not like you're saying, oh, it's a partisan. This is news. This man report this issue in the Allo chamber. This is news. So this is a breaking news. And this person tell you don't know what you're doing and everything. That is the height of stupidity. That is the height of slave. That's why no matter how amount of money that man can make, I will not allow that man to marry the house girl that take care of my kids. You understand? Because I want my even housemaid to grow, to live a better life. You understand? We don't do politics that way. If we do politics that way, or being tribal that way, we are not helping ourselves as a people. We are not. And everything, when people talk all these things like this, it gets me worried. I don't know what to tell him more than that, and I don't know how our government goes so low to do this thing. Doctor, they understand that the National Assembly is being bought, both houses is being bought. We all understand. But when you look at the tax bill, the Northern for the first time stand their ground. You understand? So probably those things that they went behind and add today, if they put all those things, maybe that bill won't go through. So they just felt, okay, just give it a soft landing. Then we're going to sneak these things inside. You understand? And they did, but luckily for us, somebody spotted it. Yeah, and the better it is for us. Doctor, you saw what happened in Indiana when 19 members of the House go the other side, when Trump said, go draw a map and make the state one party state, Republican state. 19 members support Democrats. Democrat has only 2. The Republican have 31. 19 joined Democrat and said, no, we cannot make this state a one-party state. That is love of a state. That is love of a nation. Talking about, Osi makes mention of, or is it the other person make mention of something that catch my mind. When we talk something about how to grow a nation, we are talking about drug. What would they do with the tax money? And I really like that question. When they're about to pass bill in marijuana, 2016, the bill failed. When they pushed it this second time, they said it clearly. We're going to invest this money on education and mental health. Because I live in border state. I bordered Mexico. Good percentage of us who don't have dentist insurance, anything insurance, we go to Mexico to go do it very cheap.
The same way they bring this drug is very cheap in Arizona because of the cost of logistics. So what did they do? They convinced people, if we do these things here in our state, the better for us. We're going to know what is inside there. And we're going to use this money to build more schools. We're going to use this money for also mental health for people who are doing these things. And then for that thing. And the bill was passed. Doctor, by the day, every day I see they keep building schools here and there. But you introduce tax, but you are not even telling us what to do with the tax money. Telling us what to do with the tax money is like a pastor being an Ogboni member. You understand? You are not entitled to know. Doctor, when Awolowo was sent over 5,000 people to the UK to go get education, did he sign any MOU with the United Kingdom? When they send people, governments, companies send people to go get a particular skills, did they sign any MOU? Oh, we are lacking these parts. The state of Arizona today, we are lacking more nurses. You understand? To be a nurse in Arizona, they bring it down a little bit so that people can achieve it. And every other thing, because people from, say, from the East Coast to come to the West Coast, it's hard. They complain about the weather. It's too hot. It's too that. You understand? To make the people here who live here to also pass this exam, they make it down. They bring it down. You understand? You find a way to attract people into the system because we are lacking it. That's how government work. But in this case now, you don't see anything. They won't tell you anything. Doctor, we see how people do in terms of, say, audits and everything. They bring PricewaterhouseCoopers, they bring KPMG and everything. You want to bring this type of thing, you don't even know what you're signing, you don't know. If it was to train people to understand tax, paid people, send them to UK, send them to other places to go learn about these things. Then draw the type of tax, how you want to go with your tax plan. When you draw it and everything, in this even age of AI, that algorithm, you can develop an algorithm for that. You can develop a pattern for that. What is all this nonsense? You understand? Doctor, it just pained me. But by the day, I am not so good-looking man, and I was not so educated during my time. So the way they keep making that Nigeria, with my little money, I'll keep enjoying all those people that punished me in my time when I was going to school. They are making the country more poor. You understand? And it's making people like us, like Ovie, that they will call Dada, Amroba those days now. Ovie go and enjoy all the fine girls inside bank because they'll be more poorer with all this tax thing. I'm telling you, Ovie can literally date a pastor wife now because he's living in America. I'm telling you, that's my take.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I wanted to say that, Paul, you may be surprised when your daughter gets to the age of marriage. You won't have a say on who she will marry, but I leave you to, you won't marry my
daughter. Doctor, if it happen, me and myself, I will acquire high blood pressure. I mean, go buy the medicine we're going to give me high blood pressure. Not in my face.
So you can say what you want now. When the time comes, they'll just tell you this is it. Do you want to bless it, or do you want us to go to Las Vegas and do the ceremony? At that point, you have to sign off and say, okay, you guys enjoy your life. All right, Ovie, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damaji. So we're on the tax.
Yes.
You're muted. Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about tax. Yeah, the tax law, the new tax law that will take effect, and the alteration to the law passed by the National Assembly.
So yeah, Dr. Damaji, if I say you want to run for president any day, I will take the side of Trump. I will come out and say you are born in Kenya. Because if I say you are from Kenya, they will say, "Oh, this guy going all this money, they take the better of him." But if I say you are born in Kenya, maybe that will create some kind of controversy, because you have their demeanor, the way you approach things, yeah, like that of rural Kenyans. They're very calm, collected, regardless of anything. Because I was together with them as an athlete then. We did the same house with the Kenyans when 2007, when the protest and the riot of the election between Mwai Kibaki and Raila Odinga broke out. Like you can hardly say anything like that they happen. All of us they watch them on TV with this same Kenyan athlete. They are very just as if people are being displaced, thousands are being killed, compared to us, right?
I said that to say when the appearance of one man, right, creates something that I was curious. I was looking for a result or answer, something to say, okay, what is going to happen in January? Now, I bring that Kenya on come out because fast forward to 2025, right? Then majorly their crisis then was tribal, the Kelenji and the Kukuyis and the rest of them. Fast forward to 2025, the young people, the same young people of different generations that came together, say no to that tax bill that was passed in Nigeria 6 months ago. 6 months ago, that was when it was passed. And they gazetted a few weeks later. I remember, picking up a fight with a man of prestige when he came to my show months later to talk about the tax. I got angry. I said, come. And they shout every day for here when that tax was actually first submitted to the NEC, National Executive Council, and they rejected it before it was even go to the National Assembly. And they shout every day, people think that be my person. After I don't pass, you can't come make I talk about it. So I got angry for that. I take them out. So since then, I monitor how Nigerian, because since we don't understand what is coming. So when one man appear, I respect him. I give him that. Just like you, that have patience to absorb anything, he has that ability to just come from nowhere, insert himself in a serious conversation. Group of men come to discuss for over 1 week. We say one go discuss here. He came from nowhere and insert himself, and he was able to we were able to carry him along the conversation. So these are two things I know that, because I asked myself, now the same tax where they passed, now we won't talk today. So already you see the division. In other words, Jed is not going to be protected. Jed is not going to be resistant. The worst that will happen, minor changing, editorial changing. Things will still go on. For America, where me and you, they took a damage. Because again, one man say one thing that I agree with from the beginning, say one thing that is certain after the death and bed and tax. For America, where when IRS notify you, say come, you have issue. If you know respond one next, you will see men with gun. This is a society that everybody has gun. But that time you go know say even your own, where say you get a legal, it's not legal again. So what I'm saying that come January 1st, you get choice. You don't have a choice. You go pay whatever it is, whether you want to know the things you don't know. They don't pass it already. So you are going to see a country that divided along this line. Pro-government, represented by one man, right? And you on the other side, who is ready to absorb everybody. So that's what is going to happen. There is never going to be a consensus to stand against what everybody believes that is not right, right? So that's what I noticed when with what just transpired. And Omori, I beg, please, I beg you, my brother, why you don't put yourself on my galley? Trump is after my ass. Maybe my next conversation now go to do for source of a village. I don't know. The only hope again is to go back on the chat. Akpako rescue. Man, when they walk out for gutter, but I ain't going to give me job. I never reached that stage yet. They never give me appointment. So I am not a plant or a spy. And if I am, I go tell you, you know we do anything. So, so please let me get it first. Yeah. So because as I did I did on transit. Give me that. But again, so my take on the tax be that. Now, no, it's not that it has been passed already. So everything we want to discuss now, it will just going to divide us the more going to 2026. So that's what I see here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Stay humble. You have the last word on this topic, and then we move to something else. Go ahead. Stay humble. Can you hear me?
He's muted.
All right.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about just trying to sort the technical issues. Good evening, everyone. It's been a while, really. Saturdays I've missed most of the shows. I've tried to catch up with Oga KJ on Sundays. Um, Good evening, Dr. Damages. I can see someone here. Is it Osi? Is it Dr. Osmond?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Don't
that's
worry,
Nigeria.
just
Huh?
Yeah, that's
anybody will not see, just say Okpaholo. Anybody will not see,
Yeah,
Professor
no.
Okpaholo.
I think I've read some of his articles and I followed him for some time now. Yeah, my greetings.
so you
Okay, so
didn't you didn't greet Paul because you've not seen Paul's articles. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Stay humble. We have to
Doctor,
change
I
topic.
write for Tinubu's paper, The Nation, every Wednesday.
maybe he's been hiding his articles.
All right, go ahead. Stay humble.
Anyway, so we are talking about the visa ban, right? And other issues, I guess.
You're talking about tax.
We're
The
talking
tax.
about tax. The
Okay, tax.
Yeah, new tax law.
Yeah, really, really sad because this is one topic I don't even like to consider at all because it's very, very unreasonable to tax people to death. There are no jobs. We have a multitude of young men and women who are skilled, who are employable, and who are really enthusiastic to work, but there is no work. Our graduate girls have been converted to what do you call them, runs girls? The boys have been converted to Yahoo boys, gangsters, etc., etc. Infrastructure is dead. We can't even host now inter-house tournaments of Africa. See Morocco, see other African countries. Being able to even host tournaments. Everything is dead. Everything is collapsed in Nigeria. So, and then we're now coming up with this tax and tax and tax. And yeah, just to mention, really, for those that are mouthing this absurd narrative about Donald Trump coming to take our oil, the so-called oil you're talking about, all the oil has been sold because Buhari borrowed how many trillion naira? What do you think they used as collateral? They even used our heads as collateral. Probably. People like Obebolo or whatever name he has chosen to go by now, who are supporting these evil people, back there. They probably have used you as one of the collaterals to secure those loans because
We are all Nigerians. We are all collaterals.
there is nothing, again, to make income from. So they just make the budget and then go to borrow as much as they could with whatever they could offer as collateral or whatever. So those people who are bent on seeing that you continue, the Nigerian people continue to suffer. They are the ones that imposed the taxes indirectly through their stooge, the so-called Bola Tinubu. And it's quite unfortunate, really, that Nigerians will be made to pay when they have nothing to pay. I wonder what they are going to tax because the people have virtually nothing. What are you taxing? You see, so it's really, really unfortunate because the average man on the street, the keke rider, for example, in Lagos, you stop there, some street urchins will just swoop on you and collect everything you've made. And then another bus stop, some, gangsters will come again and by the time you go home to your family, there's nothing left. So it's really pathetic, and it's just one of those diseases of the contraption called Nigeria, which I believe will never work. Apologies to people who still believe in it. But again, let's see what happens really with the tax collection that Tinubu wants to do next year. Regarding the BVAS, which I don't know whether I'm allowed.
No, we are not. We are not yet talking about that. We'll get to that. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right. James, you want to say something? You're raising your hands, or no? Were you raising your hands?
No, I wasn't.
All right. Thank you so much. We're going to move on, but let me just. I got a message from someone who is in the tax business. He was saying that what is going to happen is that the first 800,000 is not going to be taxed. So it's whatever is on top of that. So if you're making minimum wage, so let's say you're making minimum wage, which is about 70,000 naira every month. At the end of the year, you are going to make 840,000 a year. That the tax will be on the 40,000 extra on top of that 800 that you are going to have to pay tax on. My issue is really that the people pushing this, advocating for this tax, are not explaining this very well to people. And if you remember, I don't know if you know anybody who is making minimum wage in Nigeria. Most people are making more than that, but they make it look like most people will not pay taxes. And there are other parts of it, which, like I said, I'm promising you, we're bringing people in that will break it down, those who have been studying this, because it's important that we know exactly what they are. And before we go to the next topic, which will be Dangote and the oil industry, with what happened to Farouk Amhed and Wenga Komolafe, I want to make something very clear. I feel sorry because I'm reading the comments of people. And I know when I'm okay with people coming here and saying whatever they want to say, but what I don't think I'm doing very well is when they take it upon you guys, when they say like some of the things that came out from one man, and it's not the only one. People do come out and do that. I always believe in you. I trust you as viewers, as panelists, that I believe in your strengths, that you have the power to assess what somebody is saying and make your judgment. I don't believe that it has to come from me in terms of anybody analyzing things, anybody coming here to air their view. I believe that people watching at home, they're able to assess it and make their judgment. And based on the comments that you guys made, I'm not wrong. So that's the reason why I don't think there's need for me to. It's like a news article tells you what is going on. It's up to you to assess it, and judgment is left for you. So that's how I approach this job here. It's like news. I'll tell you this is what's happening. Somebody is presenting what they think is their view. It's up to you to assess it. And I do get feedback from people. I said it all the time. When I go out there, people will tell me, this is what I think about Ovie. Ovie didn't say that. Nobody said this is what they think about Ovie. People watching at home, they make up their mind. I trust you. I trust the viewers at home. I trust the people in the panel. There's nobody here that can intimidate you. I don't believe there's anybody that will come here and intimidate all of us. So that's the reason why. It's not that I don't have my opinion. It's not that I cannot put up a fight, but I don't think I need to put up a fight for anybody here. You all are part of this platform. This is why it works. You believe in what you believe in. You can challenge anybody, and we make it work. And I think I want it to work that way, rather than having it be that we need to defend the honor of the platform. I don't think so. Again, thank you all for being here anytime and being part of this. And I respect people like James who will say, I don't want to be part of that conversation with this guy. I respect that. And that's okay too. All right, let's move on. Dangote and the oil industry.
making complaint about a regulator who has actually put his children in secondary school, and that secondary school education, which is 6 years, 4 of them cost Nigeria $5 million. I mean, you cannot imagine somebody paying $5 million for educating 5 children. Even my own children, they didn't go to those schools. My children went to Nigerian secondary school. They didn't go outside Nigeria to attend to secondary school. I don't know about your children, Tony, but mine, yes. So, and this is a system that, some of us, because you know what, we're taxpayers. When people are complaining, we also complain, because the issue is that, yes, when I pay tax, I want to see that my money is being put to use, not to be stolen. But today, as we speak, the S, I don't know what is the, that is the authority chief executive, Malam Farouk. Malam Farouk has 4 of his children that he educated in Switzerland at the cost of $5 million for their secondary school education alone, not university. And I know that one of them just finished Harvard. So I want to now see what kind of system are we operating, that people are now busy destroying a country, taking money from the government. Because when you look at his income does not match paying this kind of fees. I think even if it's me paying $5 million for 6 years for my 4 children, the taxman has to look at my taxes, how much I pay. And really, this sort of thing, we're not going to allow it to continue. We'll take it up to the highest authority so that they will look at it. People who have done something wrong must be prosecuted. It must be prosecuted, because there is actually no way where somebody will now come. I mean, today, from where he comes from, Sokoto, people are struggling to pay 100,000 naira for school fees of secondary school. And a lot of children are at home, not going to school because of 100,000 naira.
All right, that was Aliga Dangote. He did an investigative reporting and published what he found out. And after that, the government fired Farouk Amhed and Gwenga Komolafe. The interesting thing is that if a newspaper had done these reports and published it, the government would have ignored it. And there are many, many reports that we can go back and talk about where papers exposed corruption and nothing was done. But because it's Dangote, it was done. Anyway, let's discuss it. What you guys think about this, and do you think it's a new day for the oil industry? Mr. James.
It's not a new day. Left to me, all the man said, Dangote, is unadulterated nonsense, destitute of common sense. He should tell us how he made his money. I was listening to one YouTube broadcast. I'm watching a YouTube video. I can't remember the man's name. He said that this guy did certain things in Port Harcourt some years ago. That was when he came to limelight. All the businesses this man has been running in the country is a monopolist. Cement, sugar, what have you. And this is the only business he's running that is having stiff competition. Is running them down. Anyway, according to, is it that bearded guy? Is it Farotimi?
Dele Farotimi.
Good. He said, do not die in their war. They know what is going on behind the scene. If this matter is to be investigated, which I'm opposed to, nothing will come out of it. And once the investigation has been concluded, in future, you cannot investigate a matter more than once. So what we should do is we should leave it to lie fallow. In future, when we have a responsible government, they should call the whole of them to order. what is really going on in the petroleum industry, this man should tell us. The role he is playing behind the scene, the people, members of his group, he should let us know. I remember it was during Yaradua's time, he wanted to buy Port Harcourt refinery. Was it Yaradua or Basanjo? I can't remember. He wanted to buy Port Harcourt refinery. The people of Rivers told him categorically, if you try it, we will set the refinery on fire. And that settles everything. So they refunded this money. This very man you are saying. So it's not as sweet as he's presenting it. You see, I remember a case, I think during the days of Akufo or Champong in Ghana. You know, Ghana is a major exporter of cocoa. There was a shipload of cocoa, Black Star Line, loaded to the brim. The ship sailed to the world market or whatever it is to sell the cocoa. They said the ship got lost. The cocoa got lost, but the captain, all the sailors and everybody, they returned home safely, but everything got lost. They sold the ship and everything. There was inquiry into the matter, it was not properly settled. But when Jerry Rawlings took over the government, he taught them a lesson, future generations we hate to remember. I think this is what we should also do. This matter should not be investigated. The kind of money these people are mentioning is very frightening. The money they spent on what they call repairing refineries that did not work. Why did it not work? What happened to the money? Who did you pay it to? Who authorized it? All these things should come to light. As I said earlier on, JF Kennedy said, those who make peaceful change impossible will make violent change inevitable. So that is just it. Just take this man's utterances with a pinch of salt. I mean, it's not even worthy listening to. These are the people who ruined the country. I'm not justifying the man who sent his children to Switzerland. They are all birds of a feather. If they are quarreling among themselves, leave them, let them quarrel and expose themselves. In future, when a responsible government comes, we shall know who is who. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, James. Let's hear from Jagan.
Thank you. Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Very good, thank you. I really understand our big brother James's point in that we are in Nigeria, apart from what I say as to we are all traumatized, we are all susceptible to hardcore corruption, and we are all have all been very corrupted with the things that have gone on in the past. And knowing knowing of the rise of Dangote for a long time, I've always known that he's a bit of a keeper for the institution that they call Nigeria, whereby he's banking a lot of money for a lot of criminals over the years in terms of his own hold on his wealth. Having said that, when I see his actions over the last 5 years or so, and I don't know, I'm puzzled where Nigeria is concerned a lot of the time, but I have to somehow commend him. Because it's difficult to commend any Nigerian, really. It's difficult to commend any Nigerian. I have to commend him for what he's trying to do. If he was the president right now of Nigeria, I think Nigeria would fare better than our last, I don't know, 10 governments or whatever. It was since 1999, from all the governments from that time till this. If he was in charge over this period, I think Nigeria would be a different place because he has a different mindset. To me, his mindset doesn't seem selfish, apart from the fact that he is what you'd call a monopolist. You know, he's doing things. He's doing things that are going to affect Nigerians and Nigeria positively. He's doing things. I don't know what to say. He is doing things. I understand politics, but that's not my world. I study politics, but it's not my world. When reading politics in this country, it seemed like a lot of toing and throwing that led to the ability to lie. That's what my reading of politics was. There are a lot of social political scientists on the platform that may disagree with me totally, and that's fair enough. It's not my game. My game has always been business. And when I look at his strategies in business and what he's doing and how he's tackling global affairs in business, to me, he seems like a much clearer-minded individual than any Tinubu, any Obasanjo, any Goodluck Jonathan, any Umar Diko. Am I correct? What's his name? The one that died abroad. I don't believe that we have real thinkers, real political, economic thinkers at the political stage. I don't think we have those. Again, we are unfortunately in a wild, wild west scenario where Nigeria is concerned, where there are no laws. There's just this space where the biggest bully would be able to make ends meet. Everybody else is going to suffer. So when you're in a land where there are no laws, but there are zillion lawyers, which is an oxymoron in itself. When you're in a land that's like this, how do you operate if you yourself aren't going to join the game? If you yourself aren't going to be corruptible and corrupted? I sometimes wonder how Nigerians think that the way the country has been run and is running, how do we think we're going to arrive at any destination at all that would make sense? Nigeria was better in its past. As the days increase, it just gets worse. It just gets worse. If you talk about Nigeria at the time I was born, it was a lot better than it is today. If you talk about Nigeria 40 years ago, it's a lot better than it is today. If you talk about Nigeria during the time of crazy Buhari's sleepy, dozy, nonsensical self, it is better than it is today. I mean, nobody really understands that there are simpler things that we try to magnify as common sense or somebody who is trying to give us some intellectual value about what Nigeria is going to become. You're talking rubbish. Just talking to yourself. Rubbish talk. Nigeria's just getting worse. Some of our commentators here on this platform say, man, I don't know what the hell you're talking about or where you've been. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the same country that I know as Nigeria? What are you talking about? You're not talking about anything. People are suffering, dying, hungry. Him getting another thief out of any level of political office, that's a plus. The more of those in our political offices that go, the better it is for us as a people. Because I don't think we've got the strength. I once said that Nigeria is weak. A lot of people didn't understand what I was saying. They were saying that Nigeria is not weak. Nigeria is weak, man. It's weak. It's a weak country, weak individuals, weak political international violence. It's weak. What do you want to say about it? The giant of Africa. You're oppressing Africa. Nigeria oppresses its neighbors. You're an oppressive, beastly institution. Because there are no institutions in Nigeria apart from the institutions of devilish means. But we don't say these things. They're too practical. They're too plain. We want to complicate simple matters. I don't understand Nigerians. I have to come to the point. I have to admit it. All I can say is that we are traumatized. That's my new word. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll come to flagship, but
Thank you, Rudolph. Good morning and compliments of the season to everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Rudolph, I will take you back a little bit to your first topic, but before I do that, I want to thank you for at least making a comment about the little episode that ensued at the beginning of the show. And while I still try, but I don't think I have come to that. What's the right word? I've not come to that reasoning yet when you say that the show with its name is titled Have Your Say, where every and anybody can come to speak and say just about anything they want to say and get away with it, and we class it as their own opinion. And I think you've come to terms with it. To you as the host of the show, you are fine. You're okay with anybody speaking any language, no matter what it is, or throwing out words to anybody on the show. And to you as the host of the show, it doesn't matter to you. But I think you should also consider your panelists who give their time and come sit down here. Not everybody would accept such words being thrown at them or derogatory comments being made to them. The gentleman that came on, I think his name is, I've forgotten it. It doesn't matter at this point. Yeah. To come here and
highly forgettable.
To come here and say that he wants to speak reason and logic and he would leave the rest of the funk to you and your panelists is the height of insult in any way. Freedom of speech is really not free if you think about it. I cannot on your platform say just about anything I like without being held accountable, or you as the host being held accountable. Your panelists deserve a lot of respect, no matter how dumb their comments may be, of which I don't see any here that is dumb. I remember when I was little, there was a man, I used to call him Pa Joe in Warri back in the day, and I asked him, so what knowledge is regarded as nonsense? And he told me no knowledge is regarded as nonsense. You just have to look deep and see what he's trying to say. May not fit into your reasoning at the time that is being spoken, but there's a lot of wisdom in it. So I guess difference in perspective. So I think you need to really, really rethink this freedom for people who come here and just spit on the face of your good panelists who have different opinions and perspective to any topic that is being said. Like I said, and these are my words, and I believe many out there will share the same opinion. It's an insult to them. It may not be to you, but it is to everybody else that come here to grace your platform. Having said that, I want to, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Having said that, I want to go back to the tax topic that you spoke about previously. I remember I was on a show where it was a radio show. I wasn't on it as a guest, but I called in when Ayo Daly, I guess, is the chairman of the tax team that the president has put together, when he was speaking about this MOU. It cringes me to see that Nigerians are just, I guess we've been so numb not to really know the right questions to ask. And the one question I threw at him, not that we don't know, but perhaps maybe nobody has cared to look at that aspect. This MOU that Nigeria has entered into with France, that I got informed on that show that the ambassador to France actually was the one who signed off on it. Do we know what language it is written in? Has anybody been able to get access to this document? If it's not made to be made public to every Nigerian to take a look at, has it been made available to at least the AG of the Federation, to the House, to the Senate, and maybe to you, journalists, of which you're one, Rudolph? And I know you asked one man the question that has he seen that document? Our history shows that we are quick to run into these agreements with foreign nations that don't speak the language that we understand, and we sign documents that are written in their own language. I don't know what the end has been with the Chinese issue that we had, where the state of Ogun signed an MOU that ended up making this international disgrace for Nigeria, where a company in China was going around the world confiscating all of Nigeria's assets in different countries. So I guess the question is to you, Rudolph, to everyone listening, and to those on the panel, and maybe those journalists that we have in Nigeria. Has anybody cared to ask the government for a copy of this MOU? And if you have, in what language is it written? And if it's not English, have you cared to interpret it to understand really what the nitty-gritty of that MOU says and how it affects us as a nation and as a people? I'll stop there and come back later.
All right, thank you, Flagship. All I know is that reporters have been looking for it. Most news organizations are obviously looking for it, but the government of Nigeria, it's not this government alone, all our governments, they are not open to sending information to reporters. So this is not something that should be asked for. This is something that should actually be made public, but we don't.
No, don't you think it's something that, if that is the case, if the government is not privy or doesn't want to give out such information to journalists, at least, that this is some sort of foul play to scream about before we talk about listening to any of the spokesman that is put out there to speak to the people? It's something that should be made public. And forgive me if I'm not saying the right words here. There's freedom of information. Does that not apply in Nigeria? If it doesn't,
they don't respect it. Anybody can put up a request, but they don't respect it. So
we got a big problem, and these are the things that we need to be addressing in Nigeria as a people, most especially those that are schooled and those that are
even the lawmakers that are complaining today, they can't even get their hands on the documents.
So that would be my push to all of them. What really are they there for? And it's disturbing. It's very, very disturbing and concerning, these things that are happening. And it's shameful and sad to see that we all that have been in the West, and I'll put it on us, those of us who are here that know how these things work and operate, cannot come together and push back on these guys to begin to address these issues and make sure that the right thing is done. Thank you very much, Rudolph. I appreciate the time.
All right, thank you.
You can put me in backstage. I'll be.
Okay, all right. Let's go to Ike. Ike. The next.
Dr. Damages. When Mr. Peter Obi said that Dr. Damages cannot steal oil because it's not sweet that you can put in, people think it was all about politics. And when he said it is a criminal enterprise, and he resigned because of $5 million. That is not the beginning. All the billions and billions of dollars that he and his group have been eating, at least that man by now, his hands supposed to find that his two hands should have been put at his back, But the point is that a thief cannot prosecute a thief. So it's part of the part of DNA of this government, this illegitimate government they have in Nigeria. Corruption is part of their DNA. So when you get your own, you walk away. They just advertise on the newspaper. Oh, they have fired Dr. Damages, and that ends it. These two men that was relieved of their post, is it just only relieve their post? It's just about that by now these two men supposed to have, You know, because this is what we're talking about. It goes back. People like you and me are paying the tax, and they manage the tax are stealing the money. So some people will come here, the government, you know, the man that is revising 7, which is 840, as you said, is trying to pay tax. And the people that are managing that tax are the people that are stealing. And all the money, all the taxes that have been collected, Nigeria has no good road. We don't have electricity. Nigeria has no pump, no pipe bomb water. Yeah, a governor of a state will go and commission borehole, and it will be carried on national television. How borehole in Nigeria anymore? So there is no security in Nigeria. We don't have free education in Nigeria. So all this money that are being collected in taxes, what are they using it for? And somebody will come here and that the government is working. Even the man in Asarab, you showed in that they have already got every money they need. So why Nigeria should not worry, you know? And you played the one of the finance minister. I don't know if you watched the finance minister last week when he was in the committee. You know, everything he said that time you played, everything, he couldn't defend any of them when Senator Ume. This is the problem. Nigerians are not speaking. And you see some people paid on the internet, they will go to every platform and begin to defend this government. So you know, the issue of Nigerian oil is something that is, the man in Asarok is involved. You know, it is a criminal institution that have been institutionalized in Nigeria, that once you are part of the government, you get your own share. So I don't think that this issue of criminality in the oil industry until there is a civil revolution in Nigeria by Nigerians themselves and saying that enough is enough. But he's doing, they appoint you tomorrow. They will give you the same, routine other people too can get and get their money. They put you there, you walk away. Tomorrow one journalist will write, oh, they saw Dr. Damages, he stole 10 million. Our government will say the next day they say they fired Dr. Damages. And that ends it. So that has been the problem. If not, I mean, you and me cannot steal oil. Just like my principal said, cheap must come from outside Nigeria. The Nigerian Navy is manning the waters of Nigeria, right? The same ship will dock at the either Kaduna refinery or wherever it's going to dock. It's going to dock there. And it is people that are going to feed oil. And after doing everything, it's the same people that are it is the same Nigerian water that ship will also leave Nigerian water and go to the oil. So you can imagine that whatever we are talking here, me and you doesn't have any solution to the stealing and criminality that is in the oil industry, because you cannot control it. It is run by the same people in government. You know, the Nigerian Navy, they are the where are they? Where are they when these ships comes in and take our oil illegally and go away? Because they are part of the criminal gang. They are part of the mafia gang in the oil industry, committing the same crime against. Now, somebody, Dr. Damages, can you how much is 70,000 naira for a family of 3 people? What can you buy in Nigeria with 70,000 naira? Presently today, this is the month of December. What can you buy? If you are sending money to your family in Nigeria, anybody gives 70,000 naira. What can you do to a widow woman with about 5 children? What can she get with 70,000 naira in Nigeria as of present day Nigeria? We have lost our conscience. We don't say anymore. Nigerians' blood are no more running in their veins. But we come here, people go to different platforms, defend this government instead of speaking up, instead of saying, listen, enough. What happened for the past 1 week and 2 weeks? Dr. Damages, is it not enough that Nigerians would say that, listen, for all this is just too much? That we cannot continue, this thing cannot continue like this. I don't know, my brother. Dr. Jagwe said we are, what is this? suffering from, I don't know what is the some of us who are living in diaspora here is suffering, and it is true. Sometimes my wife will tell me, "I check your blood temperature. Leave the problem of Nigeria. If you don't want to kill yourself for what is going on in your country, the people you are fighting for don't even fighting for them," and which is true. But sometimes you can't help it. If nothing else, you have family, you have friends, you have neighbors, you have your village people, you have your time that you have connected to them for generations. If you die, there is connection. How can you say, okay, let me turn my back against these people? It's difficult to do. But at the same time we are fighting for, they are not fighting for themselves. When you give them 50,000 naira now, they go and drink pepper soup and they forget what they are going through.
All right, I thank you. We have to end it here because we have to rant and we have to hand over early today to our forefathers. Righteous man, you are one of the people Ike is talking about, that when they give you 50,000, you go and buy pepper soup. Do you have anything to
Dr. Damages, why are you indicting my namesake? Why are you indicting him? He never mentioned me.
When he gives you 50,000, you buy pepper soup. Defend yourself. And you're not fighting. He said you're not fighting. He is fighting for you, and you are there. He said you went to the East. Tell us about the East, what you saw, actually. That would be good. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, good evening once again, and all the panelists, both those in the comment section. I have been in the East now for 2 weeks, and I got a lot of stories to tell, both good, the bad, and the ugly. I've crisscrossed towns and villages and states, and I've been able to meet individuals and interacted with them, and they made their profound submissions about the current situation in Nigeria. I can tell you of a fact and take it to the bank that the common Nigerians are ready to vote out APC 2027. Let nobody be deceived by the rate of governors defecting and House senators and assemblies defecting. The ordinary Nigerian has not defected to APC. Unless 2027 election is rigged, there is no way APC will come back to power. That I can tell you without missing words, because I've interacted with a lot of people, and these were their submissions. And for the first time, I came across people of different tribes living in the East, especially Imo State. Now, there's this boss I am trying to put in order. I was shocked that the painter given to me happens to be a Yoruba man. So I took time to interact with him, and he told me the number of years he has spent living in Imo State. And those who said that Igbos does not sell land, I want to, without missing words tonight, tell that person to go and bury himself or herself in the gutters. Because this young man told me that where he's having as his painting workshop is a plot of land. He bought it about 3 years ago. And both Igbo, Yoruba are working for him. A painter, carpenter, he has his own workshop. He came from, he is a citizen, indigenous of Ogun State. And he bought a land in Owerri, the capital of Imo State, to be precise, naked. And some ungrateful elements who think they are wiser than other people will come to TV or radio station and say, Igbo doesn't sell their land to anybody. So I was asking the guy, I said, did you marry Igbo? He said, no. The wife is a Yoruba woman. I said, then how did you manage to get the land? He said, he has been living here for almost 25, 30 years now. So when he got the money to buy the land, he went to the family and they sold the land to him. I said, how much did the money let trouble you? He said, no. You just bring one goat to the villagers and one drink. Nobody harasses you. So I asked you, are there any time that you have been called Onyofe Manu? He said, no, that those things only happen in Lagos. That here, it is difficult for you to know who is Igbo or Yoruba or Calabar or Benue. I was shocked to my marrows. I said, so this kind of love can exist. And when people comes on board, maybe the social media or a regular media, they will portray the Southeast as a no-go zone, as people that do not welcome strangers. Then the second man I met came from Benue. He said his village in Benue was sacked by the Fulani terrorists. So he has been living in the East now for the past 5 years with his family. The third person I met happened to be a Niger Republic woman. She said she was born in Imo State. She grew up in Imo State. And all her businesses, is with it. I asked her, I said, do you go to Niger? He said, for what? That she's comfortable where. She said the only when she lost her grandmother, she was able to travel. That's many years ago. That she's comfortable. She speaks Igbo very fluent. Then the last person I met was a Calabar guy. Because I try to interact with people to know what is actually going on in the minds of Nigerians, common Nigerians. The guy said he has stayed in Owerri, the capital city, for 15 years. He has his own business. He has a restaurant, that is running and employ other people, including Igbos too, working for him. So I came to a realization that the mainstream media and the social ranters exploit every single opportunity to paint the Southeast with a black color. Now, the second amazing thing I discovered in my 2-week stay, I'm still in the East now, was the kind of corruption that you will not find anywhere in the world. Uniformed men, boldly, they are not checking any vehicle. They are not asking you for your, driver license or your car particulars. What they are interested is just to collect money. Boldly, they were collecting money. I was shocked. Then the third amazing thing that I discovered was that you can't use your phone while you are in a vehicle when you get to the roadblock of either the army or the police. For example, when I was coming from Umuahia, going down to Owerri, so my friend called me and I was talking with him. The driver was shouting. He said, passenger, do you want to put me in trouble? They will smash your phone. I said, what is the problem? He said, no, you can't be on phone while you are approaching the police checkpoint or the military checkpoint. I said, for what? So if there is emergency, maybe from my home or my workers, and they are calling me, I can't pick it. He said, no, they will collect your phone and smash it and nothing will happen. I find it very, very appalling that in the 21st century, that such thing will be existing and people are keeping quiet. This is happening in Nigeria, in Owerri, Umuahia, Aba Road, going to Delta State. There is no place that I've met checkpoint where they did not ask me to drop my phone. I don't know. Then the last one is the gross poverty. The level of poverty in the Southeast is alarming. I am telling you the gospel truth. There is no visible presence of economic reform or growth in the Southeast. Apart from Abia State, there is none. I went to Anambra State, that this present governor is just He's just, will I call it a social media celebrity? He's not doing anything. The small roads he tied and the amusement park he put there, it's not generating money for the Anambarians. There is no economic value that he has added in the life of the people. But only about you can see a light of slight economic growth. Not that it's massive, but there is improvement, because I usually travel to Aba anytime I'm in the East. So I saw a lot of improvement economically and structural wise. But Imo State, the only thing Hope Uzodinma has done well is the federal road linking Mbise to Umahia. He has done it excellently well with street lights. Then Port Harcourt and Owerri Port Harcourt Road is in progress, is doing it fine, beautiful. But I wonder the kind of engineer that gave him the idea of building that Assumpta Bridge. Is in fact, I don't know. You will ask, how did a Nigerian graduate and say he's an engineer to put up such structure? Is a mess, because it doesn't worth it. In a very narrow road, you are constructing such thing. I don't know. Is the Imo State people, the Owerri people, do not need such structure at this material time. They need economic growth, infrastructure. There is no water, there is no good road. In the inner cities that I went, it's just like Lagos State. You can't find a good road, gutters are filled. And again, there is no light. Imo State is worst. Where I am lodging now is a hotel. They are running their generator 24 hours. There is no light. And they're bringing bills. I was asking the manager, he said, if I tell you how much they bring every month, you will not believe it. They call it service charge. Running into thousands of naira when they did not supply current. They didn't supply light. So you see, the Nigerian of today, with the present politicians we have today, my brothers and sisters, I can confidently tell you that Nigeria is irredeemable. Because those who are supposed to make sure that corruption does not thrive in the society, they are the ones that are even aiding corruption and practicing it. So with the kind of structure we have in place today, I don't see a better Nigeria tomorrow, unless there is overhauling of the total political leadership of Nigeria. That will only happen if miracle takes place. If not, there is no hope. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Righteous Man. I normally give people time, people who are giving us on the ground reports, people who are giving us a report directly from home. So thank you, Righteous Man, for that update. Mazapar, I see you. People are complaining that we can't see your face. So if you can locate to where we can see your face. If he's here, I will, because we hardly see women join us, so I will let Ify speak before forefathers and Mazabar. All right, go ahead, Ify. Welcome to the show.
Today, I didn't make comment the last one. I still say Mazabar. Tell me, what kind of comments?
No, KJ, I see you. I will bring you up. Ify, welcome to the show. We can see your face. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay, now we can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Papu Doka, long time.
I know. I was happy to see you. I said this is Christmas gift.
No. So I just came back from Nigeria. Everything that Righteous Man said, 100% on point. Wow. When I mean 100% on point, 100% on point. I don't even know what else to add. The corruption in Nigeria, every government office you go to, is you must pay money for anything to be done for you. When I say money, if you don't pay anything, nothing will be done. Electricity is nothing to write. In fact, I can stay here and tell you when we're going to have light in our neighborhood at Onitsha. The heat in Nigeria is heating. When I mean the heat, oh my God, I was barely naked when I mean the heat. Okay. I'm not even talking about the roads. Everything people are talking about. Soludo is doing this. Soludo is not doing anything. Onitsha is as dirty as you can. Oh my God, MCC, Opiweka. I can't even think of any place I can tell you. I traveled, within Anambra to a few places in Anambra. You will see the roads, but let me tell you, give that roads one year, it's gonna be bad as it was before. So, and what Righteous Man was saying, that Nigeria is irredeemable at this point. I traveled to Port Harcourt 4 times. From Onitsha to Port Harcourt to always take me like 4 hours, almost 5 hours, because not less than 1 mile you will see a checkpoint. They have their POS. The police will give you change. I mean, at some point I was like, is this a norm? I say, auntie, it's normal. Don't say anything. I mean, it's just like everybody just going around their business as if this is how we're gonna live our life moving on. Okay. I'm not even gonna talk about insecurity. That's its everyday thing. So anything, I can't tell you anything that I can say that is people are begging. When I mean the poverty is an understatement. In fact, let me tell you something. I gave somebody 50,000 naira. The person did not even acknowledge it. I was the person that asked the person, did you get the money? Oh yeah, thank you. And just walked away. The other person I gave 100,000 has not even acknowledged the money up until now that I'm talking to you. So, nothing faced them anymore, as if you are owing them or it's your responsibility to give them anything. So I don't even know what to talk about. Oh, finally. Oh, let me say this. Festus Kayam, I'm calling you out. The corruption at the airport. I know airport has been, the officials there. But this one really blew my mind. The agriculture people? They stopped me and was like, do you have fish? I said, yes. He said, you have to pay 6,000 naira. I said, why? I said, you have to pay 6,000 naira or you will not, go back with your stuff. I said, okay, tell me where to pay. Tell me the government account I have to pay. There is no government account. There is no receipt. I was there, argued with them. I told them that I'm not going to pay it. So my sister went and packed her car and came back and paid the money, right? They didn't give her a receipt. They asked me, I told them I don't have a Nigerian account. They said, do you have ATM card? This is daytime robbery in Nigeria and nobody's saying anything. She eventually paid the money. I went downstairs and took the name of the lady that really harassed me and told me, if you don't pay it, you can leave your stuff here or you take it back. Boldly. Everybody at the airport officials, all of them are begging. I'm not even talking about immigration. I'm not even talking about the custom. I'm not even talking about the people working at the counter. Everybody's begging. Even the woman sitting at the toilet, this thing. Merry Christmas. Anything for us. I mean, I just don't know how we got here. When I went home in January, when I came back in January, it wasn't as bad as it is right now. I didn't pay the 6,000 naira. Nobody harassed me. They asked me, I said I don't have. But this one is that if you don't pay, it's like you're not gonna go nowhere. So how did we get to this point? And this is where I'm gonna give Tinubu a pass. This is not Tinubu's problem. Tinubu is no longer the problem of Nigeria. We are the problem. Let me give you another example. What happened? I went to do my Nigerian account. Domiciliary account was dormant, and they told me that my NIN was not linked to any Nigerian phone number. Long story short, that I have to, get a Nigerian number, link it to NIN. I was going between Asaba and Onitsha with my brother. Finally, they figured out it wasn't MTN, it was NIN. We went there. The first thing the guy said, we figured out the problem, 15,000 naira. I said, 15,000 naira for what? My brother said, shut up, don't say anything, let me handle it. The guy said 10,000 naira. I just stepped out. Then I was boiling. After everything, they directed us to another department. It's just like every table you are going to, you are dropping money. I had to literally ask the guy, are you telling me that everybody here is going to drop 5,000 naira or 10,000 naira? I started, I raised my voice and started talking. How did we get here? You cannot get anything done if you don't have money, especially when they see that you don't live in Nigeria. How they know? I don't know. But you must pay money for anything to get done for you. This is not even a laughing matter. From the airport up until where I live at Onitsha, There is no peace. I'm not even talking about checkpoint. Checkpoints is just like a daily thing. So what are we enjoying? Why do I want to take my money? Because of this tax issue. Because I was like, I don't want anybody to take my money all in the name of tax. Why I'm not getting anything. As I'm talking to you, for 1 month I was in Nigeria, I did not get that money. As I'm talking to you up until now, I was not able to get that money. So what is the essence of this country called Nigeria? When Trump called us shithole country, you people jumped on him. Are we not shithole country? Are we not? In 2025, 25th century or 20th century, we are still talking about electricity. We are still talking about road. We're not even forget about healthcare. Forget about even security. Can somebody even tell me one thing we can even say? Every time we come here and talk about the same thing over and over and over again, and nothing has changed. Instead of changing, it's getting worse over and over and over again. People cannot even afford to eat 3 times now. That's how bad it has gotten. People cannot even afford. I'm still paying, sending money because of the people I promise I will send you money when I get home. I will send you money when I'm still paying them. It's never enough. What? Just tell me what the government is doing. Nothing. And as if nobody cares. The citizens are just going about their business as if, okay, this is our life. If you stop, this is how we live. They are immune to suffering. And they will continue to be like that. And like Righteous Man said, Nigeria is irredeemable. Nigeria is irredeemable. Look at our even international airports. Dr. Zoe was praising Festus Keyamo because of AC. I said, praising him for what? I just left. I came back 1 week tomorrow. Nothing. I can't tell you nothing. Even the cats, what is it called? The trolley. When I was going, I paid 1,500. Now I'm coming back, it's 2,000. So within 1 month, they've added 500 naira to take trolley. Trolley that's supposed to be free. And before you know what is happening, it's going to get to 5,000. And this 6,000 naira they have started is going to continue. It's not going to stop until somebody says something. And that's why I'm saying it. If we don't start stopping all this nonsense, collecting money from citizens, you can't give me no receipt. And this is daytime robbery and stealing from the citizens. Festus Keyamo, do something. You are the aviation minister. You might not be aware of what is happening.
So, Ife and Righteous Man, let me ask you questions, just a few questions. One is, did you fly, Ife? Did you fly within Nigeria? How much was it?
No, I did not fly.
Okay.
I took GUO from I flew from Lagos to Port Harcourt.
Okay.
Then from Port Harcourt to Onitsha, I rode, by the bus. But when I was coming from Onitsha to Lagos, I took GUO. I only flew one time, and that was, is it JetBlue or Jet something? I paid about almost 200,000. But now I heard it's 500,000, 700,000, 800,000.
Yeah. There's another thing I wanted to know if it's still happening. There was this story about when you pass military barracks, they make you come down from the vehicle. Is that still happening? Righteous Man, anywhere? Did you pass anywhere? Did you pass anywhere?
On my way going to Port Harcourt, we were stopped by NDLEA and they searched our boxes. So that one, the first time I'm hearing it, who is this boss? Who is this? Who has this boss? Who has this boss? And they make you to open the box. So, that was shocking. I said, what's this all about? They said it's the new thing. They are looking for drugs. Hello, we know where the drugs are. It's not the people riding on the road. We know where the drugs are. We know where the cartels are. They are not down there.
Okay. Righteous Man, did you say that military barracks, did they make you come down from the vehicle?
No. In my 2 weeks stay here, I've not experienced such thing. I only experienced the roadblocks and the smashing of people's phone. Yeah. If you are making or receiving call while you are inside the vehicle and they get to the checkpoint, the police officer or the military army officer will just straight off his hand and pick up your phone and smash it and even beat you up and tell you nothing will happen. Yeah. So that's what I've experienced, but I've not experienced the raising up of hand and being searched throughout. No, I didn't experience that.
Okay. Now,
how much do they pay for hotel for village? Man, know how cheap your village is.
I'm not in my village. My village is a well-developed town. I'm not in my village. I am in the east for a business trip, and I spent 2 weeks now, going to the third week, and probably I will be here till New Year. But I'm trying to conduct some interviews with some individuals that I've met. I've booked with them that I'm going to send to Dr. Damages so that it will not look as if every time I'm lamenting, I'm talking. I'm in the east, I'm no longer in Lagos for now. And the situation is even worse than what is happening in Lagos. So all these politicians, governors, affecting.
Hold on.
Last
Hold
question.
on.
Last question.
No,
So
no,
it's
no,
not
not
carry
from you.
millions go save.
Not from you. I didn't call you. Hold on. Let me finish. So, Registman and Ify, let me ask about. So this perception that we do see online about people from the South is saying that the suffering is not getting to them, that other people, but you gave the impression that poverty is actually very, very serious in the South. Is that
they are suffering and smiling? I am telling you, people are immune to suffering. They don't know better anymore. So, I mean, like I told you, I left in January. January was better than what I stayed 1 month. So January was better when I left compared to what is happening. I'm not even going to talk about the inflation, because you put 1 million in your pocket, or maybe let's say 200,000 to go out and come back. Before you come back, you'll be asking yourself, what happened to the money? The money is worthless. It doesn't worth anything no more. Okay, so you'll be giving out money, and my brother will tell you, this money is nothing, this money is nothing. So you can't give somebody anything less than 50. Even the person I gave 50,000, like I said, did not even appreciate it. So the 100,000 naira person hasn't even called me up till now, and he got the money. So is there poverty? Yes. Unless people don't want to open up and talk about it. Forget about what you see on social media. People, spraying monies and all these things. Remember, it's just in the very hands of few. Very few people got that money. But what about other people? Yes, there are people still building houses, and I will talk about that. There are still business people. But what about the common man in the society? What about the woman hawking moi moi, selling mama put, selling nylon? I went to Ochanja market. I couldn't believe my eyes what I saw. People are suffering. You see somebody selling 2,000 naira stuff, everything they have in their shop is not even up to 2,000 naira. Just you ask yourself, what is 2,000 naira? And for how long? For the whole day. My people, there is suffering in the land. It's not only Southeast. I saw that in Lagos. People are living fake life. They say fake it until you make it. I don't know how people fake it until they make it. But this is their slangs. People are suffering. People are hungry. People are dying because there is no health care. People are sick, but they don't have money to go to hospital, because you have to eat first before you even think about going to hospital. The medications, we are not even talking about, go to Parks Pharmacy. They have better medication. They carry original. Even paracetamol, I think they say, is it 6,000 naira or 600 naira? I can't remember how much. That's how expensive paracetamol has gotten. Yeah. Everybody, it's nothing to talk about, honestly.
All right, thank you, Ify, and thank you, Righteous Man. I will let our viewers know, the people in the panel, to if they have questions to ask you guys, they will. I will start with, I'll come to you, Bumi. Let me start with Maziopara. You start first, and then forefathers, KJ and Bumi. Maziopara, go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't hear my name.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Flagship has said almost what I wanted to say, because I was listening to that young man from UK when he was, yapping. And Dr. Rudolph, I think you're a very patient person, because I couldn't. What he was talking about, he came here, he never said even good evening. He started talking, and I've watched a lot of it's about now these tax issues in Nigeria, and honestly, people who are condemning the tax reform or the tax laws are not only Igbos. mostly in Nigeria, northerners, southwesterners, southerners, most people are not, happy about the whole tax issues. Even the judge, the House of Rep, the young man that raised the issue, he came from Sokoto. He's not Igbo guy. So this guy coming here, calling us here all kinds of derogatory names. It was horrible, but flagship has said all. And then you talk about Dangote, right? I want to play you something, just about 3 minutes or 2 minutes clip. Somebody who knows this man that resigned because of what Dangote said about him. Just listen, and then I will log off. Thank you.
Children's education, right? Okay, first, let us now separate these issues, and I will state the little I know about all the parties and the matter in contention. But let me address the issue of Farouk's personal life first. I'm a bit familiar with Farouk, Dr. Farouk, Engineer Farouk Amhed, and so I will say the little I know about Farouk Amhed and his family. First, Farouk has 4 children indeed, and by 2012, all of his children were off secondary school levels of education. Yes. Farouk actually started his life and career in NMPC. So for about a decade, Farouk was working in the NMPC office of London. And he actually rose to the head of that office. It was while he was in UK working for NMPC that the students, they were going then, attended primary schools in the UK. Now, 4 of his children are listed as having attended secondary schools in Switzerland by the petitioner.
Yes.
Now, I do not have the details of all of his children and how and where they went to school, but I know of one, certainly, his first son. Upon the completion of Farouk's first son's primary education in the UK, Farouk insisted that being the first son, he has to come back to Nigeria to acculturize, learn the language, and learn the way of his roots. So the young man was brought back to Nigeria. And he started the secondary school in capital, in the Zaria Academy. And from there, he moved to Capital Science in Kuje here. So from Kuje, he finished his secondary school. I know this much for a fact. I also know that Farouk student actually attended Harvard.
So when this young man, the owner of Nigeria, comes here, start talking, what people don't understand. Because, Nigerians, they see that man as the Messiah. Whatever that man says is the ultimate, is sacrosanct, is what Germans call the Wahrheit, is the absolute truth. That's what Nigerians see this man as, because this man has monopolized everything. So this is the man, and this Dr. Majid Dahiru is a well-known, person in Nigeria. He doesn't talk anyhow. This is what he said about the children of that man. I don't know this man. I don't fight for him. Most of them are corrupt. But this man coming on the air, he was the police, he was the judge, he was everything, because he has the monopoly of everything in Nigeria. It's very unfortunate. I wanted you to. This man, you can even invite this man. This man is a very interesting man. Dr. Dahiru, Majid Dahiru. Try to contact him, and this man is a very wonderful. He's from Okene, or I think Kogi State. Talk to this guy.
All right.
Because this man, what this man does is, when you challenge him, he will smear you, because he has everything. He has everything. He has the government. He has everything in his pocket. He will smear you and he will blackmail you, and that person will go. It's very unfortunate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mazi Opara. I'll come to you, KJ. Let me come to you so I don't be in trouble. KJ, go ahead. I'll come to you, Bumi, and for further.
I almost wanted to retire because I was being sleepy. You didn't allow me to intervene in the first one. You don't want me to intervene again. Okay. I want to start from the issue of the guy in question. the oil thing. It's very difficult sometimes when we talk about oil in Nigeria for us to understand exactly what's going on. Many years ago, I spoke to one of the military. I don't want to call his name. And one of the questions he asked me was that, how do you think we in the Nile Delta were stealing the oil? How much do we have? So just coming, when listening to this now, I went back, I remember that, that interview, and I went back to check. To rent an oil tanker and a vessel lifting this thing, which they call a VLCC, it costs $130,000 a day. And put that in context. How long it will take you to sell from when you rent, where you're going to, dock, how long it take you to load, how long it take you to sell back to where you're going to sell. And what that military asked me was that, do you think we can even afford the equipment to use to steal the oil? Because you need a special pressure equipment to be able to, to get to bridge the supply line before you can do this. So it's a well-organized crime that is going on in Nigeria, and it's not going to stop, for a long time, because everybody gets to take away something. If I'm a naval officer who look the other way and they pay me just only for one day, I get $130,000. Check it now, bros. I don't land with that now. I go flex now, like the governor, former administrator of River State. Okay, no, I haven't said that. I want to also tell Okpara, look, I've lived long enough in Nigeria to know that things don't happen the way it happened. Okay. They move. I know the heroes, by the way, he's a journalist. They move, and how fast it was lets you know that these things have been done before. It's like me and Rudolph now. We finish talking behind. I say, Rudolph, how do you see for I think we should drive in from the platform. Rudolph said, okay, you know what? So how do we do that? I say, well, I guess on see that his glasses he's wearing, I will find something to do about it. And then when I come to have a meeting, I tell Rudolph, this man, this is glasses. He has been causing a lot of problem. He said, okay, so what do we do now? Let's just take him out. And then as soon as that happens, the next day we're appointing Paul, to take over Rudolph, to take over Forefather's place. Don't you think it's a bit too strange in an environment where you have to set to find out who is loyal to you to put in that position? The day the man, it took you less than 25 minutes, including protocol, for him to go from your Aso Rock entrance point to your office to finish with him. 25 minutes. So in that 25 minutes, remember, the protocol that you're going to go through, you're going to go to like 3 protocols before you get to the president. The first one at the gate, the second gate, and then the third gate, which they will now walk you in a very long, I'm sure you don't know what I'm talking about, a very long walk, very long, what do you call it now? Passageway. Okay, you walk through before you get to the place where you now wait for the officers now in the office of the chief of staff to clear you before you can now reach Ifa to go and meet the president. So 25 minutes is not enough. So somebody has already prepared what they want to tell the man. They just wanted to invite him and say, oh boy, go back and resign, Jerry. And then they said he resigned. No, he was sacked. They had already prepared this thing. So Dangote only was the vessel which they wanted to use to get him out. But remember also, the man also fought Dangote when he thought he had the opportunity. So it's a question of Buhari was backing him, he fought Dangote. Now Buhari is no longer there. He's now standing on his own. And of course, he has lost out in the battle. And that's what has happened. Whether they are both fighting for themselves or not, it leaves a lot in our mouth. But the question you ask yourself is, even if he was being pushed out by the system, is it right to take that amount of money and pay for your children's school fees? There's no way you could have been able to afford that kind of amount of money. So you see where the whole money Nigeria is making is going. That's why up to this moment, nobody knows how much oil Nigeria is making, is having in the system, and maybe nobody will ever know. Look, if it was that clean, just like somebody said, the oil have already been sold from the grass. What's his name now? Stay humble. The oil has already been sold. Okay, That's why Shell refused to buy it. They wanted to offer. Shell said, no, we're not buying. You know, they all refused to buy because they know what is there. How can you be drilling oil and nobody can tell how much we are taking out every day and bringing in? Nobody knows, you know. So it's all about who gets what costs my pocket and all that. It's not going to change in a long while. And so let's not deceive ourselves about that. And talking about the East, I have videos, and maybe they've stopped now, but yes, people take up their hands, especially in Abia State. People pass through the gate, the walkways, what do you call it now? The roadblocks. You stop at a distance, you empty every passenger. All of you walk with your hands up, and you walk through the checking point, and you walk far away to go and wait for your vehicle to finish doing all the protocols. And that protocol demands you putting your ATM card on the ATM machine if you don't have cash, and then you drive through and go and meet your people in front. Okay, using phone, obviously that one has already been cut out. They already know you can't use your phone to cross those places because you know they say are giving out security. It's only in Nigeria. I say are giving out security details. Anyway, that's what it is, and I'd like to stop there. Thank you so much. If it's good to see you, and where's the other guy?
A righteous man.
Oh, yes, righteous man. It's good to see you too. All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let's see. For fathers, I think you can wait a little bit more. One more. Let me hear Bumi. Bumi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone. It's evening where I am. I'm going to try my best not to bring the topic back because I know it's already been spoken about, but I do think it has to do with the Dangote issue too. I think the thing I will try to address is the fact that when we try to like talk about the current situation, or let's say we're having an argument about the current situation in Nigeria, the fact that we as a people can't even pinpoint what we can call facts and less debate on it is even a problem on its own. Whether we are from whatever party, we have different values or whatever, if we can agree on common foundation or common things, then it's clear that the country is never going to move forward. Regarding the whole tax issue, whether or not you're in support of the tax issue or whether or not the tax is going to be directed to, you know, poor people or rich people, that's not the issue at the moment. It's still a conversation we should have. But the fact that if the House should pass a bill and they're telling you that the bill that they pass and the bill that they have presently are not the same thing, that should be a big like come together moment for each and every one of us that, hey, there is a failure or there is a damage or systemic capture in our democracy, because that isn't democracy anymore. Because I think last week we had a conversation about holding our leaders accountable. We can't even if we wanted to hold them accountable, the same leaders are telling you that, look, we're not even at fault. We don't even know how this happened. But then for us to then look at that and then you have a conversation where people are changing the goalpost that, oh, okay, it's not even about taxes. It's where about, I don't even care if someone's going to be penalized, they should be penalized because in other countries they're being penalized. It's like, aren't you seeing that this is a problem in the system? That like, whether you're a PDP, APC, it's like the people in charge of our country are not even in charge of our country. Someone else is changing things. And it's not a problem for you because you're so blindsided about your personal goals. Even your personal goals are not even making sense because the ability for you to comprehend things are so like so close-minded that you can't even see that it's a failure in our system. We don't have a democracy anymore. It's a failed state. So then when we talk about like, oh, the lack of healthcare in the system, the huge poverty gap in the people, this is why you have those things. So whether or not increase taxes from minimum wage to
oh, you get this amount per month or per year, it doesn't change the fact that you're not going to see that money actually come into, like, actually show itself. You know, Dr. Damage just asked the question, like, Nigerians have been paying taxes. It's not today that taxes became something new to Nigerians. They have been paying taxes even before I was born. Now, whether or not you say, okay, people try to, evade their taxes, that's a different conversation. But taxes have been paid. Have we seen the tax? No. I've not been on this planet for that long, but I have not seen any tax. The implication of those taxes in the people when it's education or healthcare or just basic amenities, you don't see those things. So now when the government tells you that, hey, we're increasing the taxes, you're going to start seeing a solution here. But we have never seen any solution in the first place. So how, like, these are the conversation we should be having, but the fact that the masses are so eager in changing the goalposts, you can't even have that conversation. And it's so sad to see that. It's how many days till 2026? We've been having this conversation for 4+ years now. And the sad thing is that I'm probably going to become 30 and we're still going to be having this conversation. It's a failed society that if we can't even think on just basic foundation, if we cannot even agree on things that affect us personally, then it's never going to change. And I just don't know how I can still have this whole Nigerian, citizenship or identity in me. And this is the conversation. It's so sad. And this is why you get people that once they change their citizenship, they're rejoicing because they don't want to be associated with this society because it's not changing. 2026 is coming. 2027 is coming. 2050 will be here and we'll still be talking about the same thing. No light, no nothing. How are we okay? How are we okay as a society? It's really sad that we're still talking about kidnappings. Like, you have societies like China and Japan and America, the UK, creating mass scientific discovery and innovation. And we're talking about tax bill that the House didn't even pass. Someone else. This is really, really, really crazy. And if we don't try to come to some form of agreement, whether you're from whatever party, you're Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, it's going to be the end. It's just sad that it's, right now it's just a ban that countries are giving Nigerians, because Nigerians are trying to. It's just a ban, but over time will come the laughing stock of the world. Even other African countries will look at Africa and laugh at you because we're okay with us being so low. I don't know how we're going to keep it, but it's sad hearing this narrative that keeps on being pushed on.
All right. Thank you, Bumi. I wanted us to go to rant, but I know I want to hear from forefathers, and I think Ovie wants to say something, and I see Paul. Thank you. Forefathers.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. Greetings to the panelists. I can see KJ smiling there. Greetings to the chat and the viewers. I really do, sometimes I get a little bit stumped about what to discuss about Nigeria, because I know what the problem is to an extent, and it's just implementation, that's the issue. And maybe we are just kind of victims, of the turn of history and fate, that we are where we are today. We are no different from any other group of people, but their history is just different. And when I think like this, I don't even start blaming. I just stop blaming anybody. What is the point? It's just happened. It's a stroke of fate. It's not. We are not the ones responsible for how history unfolds. And because you can't have a nation where The leaders that are ruling you now were once collaborators to your enemies. And you expect anything else? You can't. Should you blame them for it? Were they the ones that lost the colonization wars? Where does the blame start? Do you want to blame your ancestors that lost the colonization wars to the Igbo people? Why did they not know? Maybe because there was a separation between us and the Igbo people, and when they showed up, they were shocked. They didn't know what to do, how to handle them. It's just a stroke of luck that we are where we are right now. You can say that maybe our generation, the one that took over, should have somehow magically weaned themselves off the people that oppressed them and show them what it is to even govern. Those people show them what it is to govern and give them power. They are not the traditional rulers. They just handed power over to them, and they are the ones running us till today. And we are surprised many of them are dying in foreign hospitals, running to foreign capitals continuously. The president recently bragged that he assured the Americans and the European Union that he was going to create state police. And when he does that, Nigerians are so happy. Oh yeah, he's going to do it. You don't ask yourself, what is their intention? What is their intention? Do you think these people, when they say this thing, they truly want it? They want you to progress with it? Okay, well, if you think so, good luck with that one. And then he goes on to give some of our details to the French to kind of use that, have access to our tax records, including those of multinationals, which means including Chinese firms, all of them, the French have access to it. At a time when we know these Western nations are stealing Russian wealth because they are not in good terms with Russia. They can take their wealth because they control the systems. We are already compromised badly enough to the point whereby Vostok probably knows more about our families than we do. Now, they want to give a colonizing power has been known to undermine African countries to the extreme. Some of the poorest countries in Africa are Francophone nations. The Francophone nations are throwing them out, and now he's handing our tax records to them. And some people keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Do you know there's a difference between Microsoft Word and Google? Microsoft Word, you can use the save your file and keep it there. Google, you search is straight to the American government. That is what they are doing. They are basically handing the Nigerian information in real time to foreigners. And some people don't see any problem with that. Some people say, oh, they already have our information. No, the information they have is maybe Zenith Bank. Not every Nigerian owns an account with Zenith Bank. Not every foreigner owns an account with Zenith Bank or MTN. They are scattered separate information. Now, the government itself in the center is handing the information over to France. France that has been known to undermine African nations financially. Many African nations have to pay a lot of money into their reserves. But Tinubu, of all people, wants to hand something over to them. What is he getting for it? Nothing. They are not getting anything for it. Maybe they approved a few jets that he bought. And all the jets that they buy, they are trainer jets. Like they will go and buy trainer jets and they think they have aircraft. You know, Nigeria doesn't have one F-16 jet fighter. Not one. Egypt alone controls 218 of it. Like I said, is it a stroke of fate that we have boys running nations? Because if he came here and said it's Nigerians, it's their fault. There's only as much as you can blame people, and you start asking yourself, how did this happen? Because a whole population of people cannot be that way. You know, there has not been one black man that has ever got the nomination for this and has ever had a Nobel Prize for physics. Many sciences, they don't even amount to much, and we number over 1 billion. Every other race has, including Middle East, that you can barely call them a race because they are really small there. We are so backward in so many ways. It's just like, where do you start from? And we really need to take a step back and ask ourselves, what is going on here? Because all this pointing of fingers, it helps in terms of trying to sort out what is moral and what's the right thing to do. But we are really in a hole, in a very, very nasty psychological hole, that the only way you dig out of it, sometimes it's a stroke of history that has to make it happen. Because, like I said before, often the only way I see people emerging from this is a catalytic event, sometimes even catastrophic ones that wake them up to their true fate. Because that in that crucible is where you create such leaders. We never had that. All our leaders were educated by their oppressors. What kind of oppressor would train you to be free from him? That's not the proper oppressor. It's an amateur. That's what we are dealing with. I'm tired of blaming single individuals. This same president went and changed our national anthem to the one written by a British human. What kind of rational human being does that? Our judges wear Weibo hat. When you tell them, say it's just a uniform, it means nothing. They can't even make their own language, official language in their own country. We have problems. We really have a lot of psychological problems to get out of, because right now, the way I look at us, we are just in bondage. And I'm not sure how free I am myself. Right? Look at me now, where am I sitting? We are all compromised to a great degree. Many people, other people are different from us. Other people, the way they fight for their own rights, they fight for their own interests. Even in Africa, you can see the patterns. Do you know the groups in Africa, like the Somalis, the Ethiopians, the Arabs, the way they configure themselves, even in Africa, I can tell we are always at a disadvantage. It's like our mumu, I don't want to insult us, but I'm one of them. So our mumu wear trousers. Everything that surrounds us is designed to make us weaker. We accept it. We accept it. We don't ask any questions. We pretend as if we can't see it. We see the massacre going on in Sudan. We pretend as if we can't see it. We see the oppression of the Bantus in Somalia. We pretend we can't see it. We see the enslavement of Black Africans in Mauritania, right next door to Senegal in West Africa. We pretend as if we don't see it. There's something seriously wrong with us, and until our people truly wake up, and I hope this young generation, they wake up to it, because something is seriously wrong with us. And that's why I say anybody that is over, maybe even 50 now, should not even run the country anymore. Because they're all poisoned. They're all poisoning mind. They don't understand what it is to be fair. Some of them will still come here and say, oh, some people are colonial masters. They don't have a clue. They are all the same. They don't understand what it is to be free. That's why you see our leaders, they will go to Igbo, they will be begging them. Even your Igbo will be embarrassed for them. The power we truly wield, our leaders undermining all the time, because the Igbo people, you know what they know? When they look at us, they see giants. But our leaders behave like houseboys. That's why when we show up in front of them, start begging them, you see how embarrassed they look. You see how, if you stand in front of a Igbo man now and mention colonial masters, they'll be embarrassed. But our grown men will do it willingly, because they don't know any better. That's all I can say. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We have to skip people, and I want us to be able to rant and hand it over to the next stream. We have to land. We're going into a new year. So let me bring over here. I'll give you 2 minutes. I will time people now. 2 minutes to just say anything on what we've been discussing. I'll give you another 2 minutes, and then we go to rant. Take a break and then go to rant.
I don't know now when you wear suits, do they temper justice with mercy when it comes to me, or when you wear native inside snow without feeling cold. Anyway,
we can't even see you over here. I didn't know that you were wearing suits.
Oh,
I will agree you expert. I will agree you expert 2 minutes. We can actually see you over here. I don't know what's...
Are they outside? So the sun, they're behind me. That's why.
All right, go ahead.
This Dangote and oil issue is still an open investigation for me, because there is power dynamics here. If you remember clearly, Dr. Dameji, around March, early 2022, when Buhari is still the president, another billionaire complained, Tony Elumelu, was up in arms that Nigerian oil is being in the hand of thefts, that they steal 90% of the oil, and that is because it's the production companies involved, almost about 45% of producing Nigerian oil, that is losing so much, and that sparked a lot of controversy and all that. Now, as soon as Tinubu came to power, the first person he visited was Elumelu, and that was the last time we heard of him. They just the siam for Surok they appear, and again that was the beginning of Dangote's own problem. He came out to start protesting about, I think it was early last year, maybe not this year, and now again. So, who comes to power matters to these billionaires or the role they play. But most importantly here, I was happy in a way that it's a private man who called out, not a politician, but a technocrat, right? Call him out open like with evidence and another. But with swift reaction, the executive come to the man's aid. They just replace him, and nobody's talking about prosecution, going ahead with what they say and all that. They just leave him for me and you to the roundabout. They do so. This is a one with those who are supporting Dangote will say, okay, yes, it's because it's him, having larger share or whatever monopoly of the oil will produce will create employment, lead to the increase of interest rates and all that kind of bullshit. The same argument Tony Elumelu was making us at that time. But again, to those who are on the Farouk side, you were saying that, okay, the man is trying to make sure Dangote did not monopolize everything. But at the same time, the importation is still going. The theft is still going. Nobody is saying, okay, who are the people that actually got their lancers through this man? Because that too should be brought to the conversation. But, for some reason, we just, we focus, maybe not, that's why he come up openly he put a spectacle to his, what he preferred to be injustice. But at the end of the day, we are still at the receiving end. We still sure this is just the big boys fight. This is the billionaires fight. So, as Bumi earlier said, if this cannot bring us together, which I laugh anyway, we are still on the long thing, according to the bunch. Anyway, so it's as I said, I'm still investigating. Let me see who win or who lost at the end of the day. So,
all right, thank you, Obi. Paul.
Doctor, it kind of get me hard when I hear certain things. I watch TV the other day when I see Rufai was talking to the guy who always represent Dangote, Kevin Manuel. He asked him, where is your fact? I just look at Rufai, I just shake my head. I just remember Wike PA say, you are not a journalist. You journalists that interview people every day, where is the fact that you are using to interview people? Doctor, you stay in the West here, you want to buy a property. What do? They ask you go and bring your 2 years tax return. You understand? If I'm making 100,000 a year, so in 2 years' time I only make 200,000. I cannot buy a property that worth $5 million. That I don't have what it takes to show proof of the funds that I have. You understand? I can't say I will pay cash on that house. Where is this money coming from? You understand? We understand in legal terms, they use all those type of things. You understand? He who accused, alleged, all this is their funny thing. But in this case, this man made 48 million naira a year. Your kids are going to these, what I call celebrity schools and everything. These are people like the so-called Beyonce to protect their kids, for people not to bully them and everything. So they just go hide their kids somewhere and everything. These are the things they do. You work with government all your life. You've been there since 1994 or thereabouts. Where do you make this money? You work for government all your life. If you even inherit funds, guess what? You're still going to pay tax from this money. You're still going to show it on your tax. You understand? At that top level of management, the Code of Conduct Bureau, you declare your assets and the likes. You understand? By now, you should be doing all those type of things to show. So these are simple something. This is how they fight crime, for it to cost government less to fight crime. You understand? I cannot just stand up now and say I want to buy a house in the state of Arizona that worth $1 million and I'm going to pay cash. And for the past 5 years, I didn't even make up to $500,000. Where did I make all that money from? And did I pay tax on those money? You understand, doctor, you see these things living in the West, when you see people open salon, open barber shop, different type of thing, you understand, to steal and to benefit from your stolen wealth, like the story of the Piccadilly cycles and everything, very many persons going to benefit from it. You understand? The Cubana, I will open a barber shop. People will work. People will come pay. That's how you clean your money to make bad money look like good money and every other thing. This guy did not even clean the money. He didn't do anything. He just make all this money. Yes, he may not steal from the government, but people bribe this man to do all the so-called importation. Dangote promised that he can supply the whole country and every other thing. Put it to that test and every other thing. You initially come out and say, this man, oil is, the petroleum is not so sweet as he claimed and every other thing. You cannot even show the lab that you tested. Dangote brought the whole media house in Nigeria and show his own lab that this is my lab. This is our petroleum. For the past 30 years, very many Nigerians don't even know the color of petroleum. And I can attest to that. Many years in Nigeria, we see petroleum like something looks almost reddish and the likes. But living in America, petroleum is not like that. It doesn't smell like that. Just basic common sense. So Dangote may be making points. It may not be perfect and every other thing. But if these guys fight themselves and they caught one of them, I think Dangote is doing the right thing. Doctor, I will tell you some funny thing. Donald Trump made $15 million from ABC. Donald Trump makes $16 million from CBS for them to alter the interview that he grants. Donald Trump is suing BBC $1 billion for them to alter his video. They altered our tax document that is being gazetted. Doctor, Nigeria is not getting better any soon. Somebody like one man, over time, I'm going to buy him as my slaves. You understand? Let him come talk for me because I don't even speak the best of English. I just need to put him for payroll, maybe marry another wife for him in Nigeria. Then he's going to be speaking for me. That's how they are raising the country. You understand? Doctor, look at Trump. ABC, $15 million. CBS, $16 million. He's suing BBC now $1 billion just because of the altered his interview. The thing that they talk just because of the altar. We're talking tax documents. This thing passed through National Assembly. They gazetted this thing and somebody changed it and head is not rolling. And Dangote successfully catch a thief. The people are trying to turn everything. It's the height of stupidity. This is how you fight money laundering. A man at that top level of management, kids cannot get scholarship. In a school where this is not a regular school where you go look for scholarship. This is a place where big men used to write off tax. You understand? This man don't own a business. Big men can do all those things and use it to write off taxes. This man worked with government all his life. Nigeria cannot grow by doing this thing. We cannot be covering all this nonsense. When we run a nation like this, I was born, raised in Lagos all my life. Going to Delta, they said, oh, I was not part of the struggle. My mother and my father is from that community. Then born, raised in Lagos, school in Lagos again. They say, I'm Igbo. I'm not part of them. You cannot run a country like this. You understand? I'll be pressing button, looking for connection, fighting for what's supposed to be my rights. You understand? My kids that were born in New Jersey, that live in New Jersey for 15 years and moved to Arizona, cannot get any benefit in New Jersey, provided they are still minor, their father paid tax in Arizona. They come to Arizona and get their benefit. This is a simple, basic thing that things work. But I don't understand how we do things in Nigeria. It's just simple as ABC. By now, this man's supposed to come and show us the funds that he inherits and the taxes that he has been paying for those funds. Where did he keep these funds? What type of investment they put this fund that is making returns every other year? Is it that he just left money? Doctor, many years ago, my wife put some money in a Oceanic Bank and everything, save all those money. You understand? Over $15,000. That money, as I'm telling you, the money is not up to $1,800 because the money that she was putting back then when dollar was around 300 and something naira that she was putting, dollar now has gone over 1,004 something. The monies keep coming down. So you can't just say you keep money in a bank and you leave it there. Inflation going to run the money out. And if you are investing the money, which means there should be your tax document to show that every year these are the profits that I make from the money that I inherit. The tax paper will be there. But we are not seeing all this thing flying for people to defend it. These people that are defending this Trump, these are the luckiest people that are still getting the opportunity to drink the real Ogogoro in Nigeria. That is no longer there. You understand? These are the few ones. I'm from that region. I barely get this original palm wine or this original ogogoro, what we call sapele water. I don't know where they are getting it. These people are high. Come on. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Eccentric cast, I see you. Just before you end up this conversation for us, let me say, Paul, the reference you made with Trump and the settlements, remember, it's a different thing. Settlements that Trump is getting from media organization, it's not because they did something wrong. The reason is that they calculate that fighting this in court will actually cost them more money when you have to have lawyers that will do this. So the best thing is just give him some money and just get it off. It's not that.
But doctor, I'm so sorry. But first of all, even though like BBC, they even come out to one side a little bit apologize because the video was a little bit altered. That's why I picked that thing, because they altered the video. It's just like what I said now, and somebody quotes me out of context. You understand? And if person quote me out of context with his mouth, it's a different thing. But somebody actually used AI to bring another version of this video, then it's a different thing. Then it's called altered. That's what I'm saying.
Paul, you were right. Dr. Dameji, how much you cost to preserve their reputation? How much will cost those media organizations? Are you saying 60 million is worth their reputation? Because you say they should not, it will cost them more for fighting it in court. If they know they are innocent, they will fight it because their reputation was at stake. So how much is their reputation?
No, it's not that. The simple reason is that because of, it's not even the media angle that is fighting, it's actually the business side of the company.
That's the owner of the media. The business side is
So
the owner of the media.
it's because of other business. It's because of other business.
Exactly, their name was at stake.
Not the media.
Dr. Dameji, come on now.
CBS News will have stayed and fight there, but they don't want to. To drag.
Doctor, you're talking about the sales of the Paramount. You're talking about the sales and every other thing.
Yeah. So anyway, Ovie, now we can talk about this privately. Not all right. So eccentricus, you are final. Then we rant. Everybody can think of the best thing they want to rant about.
Honestly, like I don't even know what the topic is about, like particularly, but the reason why I'm here is because there's a lot of complaining going on. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, it's holiday, man. Like we complain too much. Like I'm growing gray. I'm growing mad gray. Like, dude, I'm growing a lot of gray hair. You know, my hair is like pushing backwards. I'm like, this is stressing me out. Like when I heard Bunmi talking, I'm like, she's too young, man. I'm like, listen, like, does she have solutions? Like, she's not even proffering any type of solutions. She's like complaining. Her voice is like very depressing. I'm like, God damn. I'm laying on my bed. I'm like, this is terrible. We need to kind of tone this down a little bit. Okay, here's the thing. Like, I've said this before. I heard my parents complain about Nigerian problem. My dad complained a lot. You know what I'm saying? He's old now. He's like in his 70s. Look at me right now. I'm from the little kid to the grown man, and I'm still complaining about the same problem. There has to be a solution somehow. Like the idea of I don't know, man. The idea of like being hopeless and all being helpless. It's so depressing. It feels like hell. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's nothing we could do about this. You know what I mean? Just complain. Like, I mean. Here in the United States of America, I mean, we know about like groups of people, you know what I mean? Like organizations that do something about if the president, like if Trump does something silly. I mean, there are crazy stuff going on in America. Let's be real. America's not perfect. I mean, we always, anytime we want to talk about Nigeria, we always like use America, the good instances of America to compare to Nigeria to show that Nigeria is terrible. But America is terrible. Like, come on, man. Like our president is killing people on the boat with our tax money, and he's about to invade a foreign country. You know, in the back, like a foreign country, Venezuela, with a lot of poor people there. That's a problem for us. Not just that. I mean, that prices of things are going up. You know, there's problem. Of course, there's some form of solution. You can say, well, people can vote out the president and change the system, but we know that's not true. You You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is the problem with the system of government that we practice and the system of economy, capitalism, right? This is what comes with capitalism. And I think it's part of human nature. Honestly, this is my conclusion with this. It's part of human nature. We like to manipulate. Anytime we're on the top, we like to manipulate those in the bottom. The ruling class, it's like a gang. You know, the political class is like a gang. It's the same people running the government. They all go to the same party. They sleep with the same girls. Let's be honest here. If you grew up in Nigeria, you know these guys are messing with the same people. They all in the same club, and they you know in the political scene they pretend like they oppose each other, but they all friends, right? What can we do? You know what I mean? What can we do? Like what organizations can people form? How can people help? Like how can we make changes in Nigeria? Even though we're individuals, like what little things can we do to bring about change? You know, and also. Of course, there's a lot of negativity. There's a lot of negativity. There's a lot of negative stuff going in Nigeria, but I'm pretty sure there's positive. You know, there's a little bit of positive. Can we not a little bit highlight the positive for our own, you know, for our own health's sake? You know what I mean? Like it does. Like okay, due to my job, my position, and my work, I like to solve problems. You know, I do things like internal audits. You know, use internal audits to find problems and then fix it. Right? You know. I like to solve problems. I'm a problem solver. You know, I feel like I believe that we can solve problems. You know, it's in us. We solve problems in our homes. If you have a leaking roof, you know how to fix that. If you have any problem, if your car breaks down on the freeway, you could fix that. You know, you could come up with a solution right away. Like your brain, boom, goes to problem solving. Our body does the same thing. When we get cold, your body start going shivering to create heat to solve it. Right on the spot. We can solve problems, man. You know, like instead of complaining about the problem, let's talk about the solution. Of course, it's good to be conscious of the issues and call it out, but also it's also good to, you know, profit solutions, right? Like profit solution is it's important, especially for the young people amongst us, like Bunmi. You know, Bunmi, she's a young lady. You know what I'm saying? I don't want her to fall into this, you know, I mean, I'm hearing the feedback. I don't want her to fall into this, you know, into this cycle of complaining, like our parents did, and like we are doing. You know, I don't know how old she is, but she's young enough to be my daughter. You know, my son is 28, going to 29. I don't want him to be complaining about things that I complain about. You know what I'm saying? And let's be honest here. We in the diaspora, we actually doing something positive. The money that we send back to Nigeria actually helps the economy. So we are doing something. You know what I mean? Even though, you know, I'm sounding like we are not. We actually doing something. You know, the money that we send back is helping the economy running over there. That's something positive. You know what I mean? Let's highlight the positive and let's keep doing the positive. Let's keep proffering change. Of course, identify the issues and then proffer solutions. Help organizations out there, the unions, you know, support the unions, support organizations like trying to push for change, and those that have access with the government, you know, make good suggestions, you know, that could help them, you know, run the government well. Let's be honest here. I know we complain because we're outside looking in. It's like when I'm watching basketball, I'm complaining, hey, that guy, he should have thrown that pass. If you put me in there, I wouldn't even run from one court to the next. You know, I wouldn't even run from one point to the next. But, you know, here's the thing. Let's be honest here. These politicians, most of them, they don't know what the hell they're doing. Not because they are incompetent. It's just that it's very hard to solve some of the problems. It's super complex for them to solve the problems. Of course, some of them have ulterior motive. You know, they're human elements. You know, you go in there, this is an opportunity for you to, you know, set your family up for it forever. You know what I mean? It's human nature, right? But, you know, I believe that, you know,
you've been talking for a while now. We're waiting for you to give us a solution. No solution. You talk for 30 minutes now. You have not given one solution. Bumi said something. You have not given the solution. You are still going on and on. You solve problem. Give us a solution now. Give us a solution on what Bumi have talked about. Give us a solution. He said he need where to send money. Hold on. What the solution where you are when they forge government when you forge a government paper a government, not even a gazette, simple government office paper, when you forge it, what
Dude, it
happens to you?
happens, man. It happens in America, dude. It
No,
happens in
give us
America.
the.
Oh, if Trump,
We are
if
not
Trump,
saying that America is free
it
of
happens in the United States,
crime.
bro.
We
It
are
happens
saying,
here.
oh, okay, eccentrica. What's
Let
the
him have
solution?
his say now.
Just give us solution.
Allow him have his say. God damn.
Listen, if I say I could solve all the problems of Nigeria, dude, that's a sign of narcissism. That's what a narcissist would do. I cannot solve all Nigerian problems. Nigeria is a country. It's huge. It's a massive country with a lot of complexities, right? But I'm saying that, there's something positive going on in the country. Also, there are roles that we could play to make changes in our small communities, smaller communities, in our small areas. I mean, like I said, we sending money out over there to our people. It's a form of solution. We are helping the economy. Stay up. We are helping the economy actually function with the money that we send. But there are things that we could do. There are little things that we could also do. Like he talking about solution. There are things that we could do. That's not a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like I've floated up here. We can do feeding programs for schools, for school kids. It doesn't have to be an NGO. I got to push back. Someone say, hey, we don't want to form an NGO. But I'm like, nah, you don't need to form an NGO. What are you talking about? I fed 20 school kids. I fed 20 school kids. I give them breakfast for 1 month. I only spent $70. That's gas money right there for like 1 week, for 2 weeks. That's gas money for 2 weeks. I don't commute that far. We can do something. We can make changes. I want to hear that. I want to hear positivity, things that we do positively to make changes.
Send over the money. You are solving Nigerian problem. Send over the
money.
You'll be solving Nigerian problem.
All right.
Say that again. I didn't get that. All right, go ahead.
About Ovie.
I say send Ovie the money. You'll be solving Nigerian problem. Ovie is in Nigeria too.
Anyway, good days too, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much. And I like this. We always get back to what can people do? How do we solve the problem? I have a video I will play that will give you an idea of what some people did that I was really amazed. That will be our break video before the rant. But before then, let me just point out that tomorrow on 90 Minutes, we are going to start with a friend of this show. We come back to talk about Christmas in Tinubu's Nigeria. What does the new year hold for the masses? So we have Prince Adewale Adebayo joining us tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. He will give us insight into his assessment. From those who are watching the political scene, you see that his criticism of Tinubu has become a little bit tougher now, harder now than before. We want to know what is happening, and he has some insight on what the next year will look like, both politically and with the new tax structure. So if you can join us tomorrow, we will talk to him, and then hopefully we'll get the experts together to go into diving into this tax thing that will happen after that. So tomorrow at 12:30, if you can join us, New York time, 6:30 p.m. in Nigeria. Now we go on break and prepare for our rants, but as you do that, based on what Eccentrica just spoke about and the clamor for solution, there is a group of people that did something in Nigeria that I was really impressed with. I will play that as our break video and we'll come back. It's called Slum to School. And let's watch.
12 years ago, I first visited Saga, a small fishing village an hour off the coast of Ebeligas. We heard about this community without education, and when we arrived, we saw hundreds of children playing in the lagoon. No school in sight. We fell in love with them and promised we'll bring education to them. A few years later, we started teaching the children in small huts with local teachers, and for 7 years they learned there. But we knew they deserved more. We promised them a real school, but it was so expensive. We had designed an innovative eco-friendly school model with bamboo architecture, and for years we kept searching for partners. Finally, in 2024, we won the Biomary Endowment Award, which covered about 40% of our budget, so we took a leap of faith and began, while seeking more partners, and the children were very excited. We had to import thousands of construction materials across the river, and also sandfill the entire perimeter to create a safe play area for the children, and that stretched every bit of us. The community had never had fresh drinking water, and so we had to construct a solar-powered borehole. And a few months later, we had a call from United Airlines to provide school supplies. HP provided computers. The Norwegian Embassy and Universal Music Group supported our early childhood program. We wanted the school to be child-friendly, so we created art motifs inspired by the Ubuntu philosophy with 54 shapes and colors. Paints were donated by treats and play swings by Preserve Our Roots, and hundreds of volunteers donated to our fundraiser. And finally, the impossible became reality as hundreds of partners and volunteers traveled down to commission the school.
In the name of the Son, and in the name of the Holy Spirit.
This September, 250 children from 7 riverine communities, some as young as 3, others as old as 14, arrived for their very first day of school. For many, it was the first time they had stepped into a classroom, and watching the joy on their faces and the hope in their eyes brought many of us to tears. But beyond the celebration, the Slum to School Green Academy is truly innovative. It runs on 90 solar panels that provide uninterrupted power day and night. Rainwater is harvested and purified for drinking. Waste is converted to biogas for cooking. 4 furnished apartments house teachers from the city, so they can now live and teach within the community. A digital lab with HP computers equip the students with technology as they explore the immersive world of virtual reality. Outdoor classrooms, community gardens, biodiversity areas teach the children about nature, while several sporting activities and mental health spaces help the children learn, play, and heal. Today, thanks to amazing volunteers and partners like you, these children now have a safe place to learn. But beyond this island, millions of children remain unseen and out of school. So let's not stop here. Together, let's build more Slum to School Green Academies and shape an Africa where every child is given the chance to rise.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much. Where are we? Why is it nobody? Okay. Thank you so much for being here. Let's now rant. Let me start with James. I know it's late where you are, and the feedback we're getting is from you whenever you turn on your mic. We hear the feedback. Okay, so James, let's start with you. You're ranting now.
Yeah, the video clips you have just played is very encouraging. But we should not lose sight of something. The responsibility of government belongs to government. During my primary and high school days in Benin City, Nigeria, there was no private high school. The government discharged its responsibility. Now, this kind of effort, though it's very encouraging, we should not give the government the chance to abandon its responsibility while they are on a looting spree of the national wealth. The crude oil sales in Nigeria alone is enough to solve a lot of problems. Now they are taxing even the dead in Nigeria today. They pay tax because maybe their grave sites, if you have to buy, I mean, look, we should not we've given the government too much leeway. What we need in Nigeria now is revolution. Anyway, talk is very cheap, so let me just leave that and talk about discuss what I have in mind. The United States government surprised me by placing visa restrictions on Nigeria now. This is what they ought to have done decades ago. You get the point? Because it is their involvement in Nigerian problems now, I mean, this threat of Trump invading the country that has, awakened their consciousness to the risks they've been taking. These are people who plan ahead. They have plans for their future, not even the present. Now, if they had invaded Nigeria, or even right now, as we are speaking now, because we are not very sure if Trump will do it or not, the fundamentalists in the north, maybe they are sending their children to the United States right now, either as students, as tourists, or what have you. When the invasion starts, you see them wreak havoc on the US government over there. Now, we are surrounded by countries that are very volatile, like Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad. the physiologic, I mean, the people look alike, just like a Benin man and a Yoruba man. You can't tell from their facial appearance. That is how the Northerners are. So people from Niger can come to Nigeria, obtain Nigerian papers, and travel to the United States and settle there, waiting for when this operation will start. I was listening to YouTube, broadcast. During the Nigerian Civil War, people came from Chad and what have you, and they enlisted the Nigerian military and fought the war, Nigerian Civil War, and they became generals in Nigerian military. This shows that we do not even know who is who among us in Nigeria. I remember during Shagari's days, the majority leader of, the minority leader of Borno House of Assembly, Shugaba, was deported to Chad. Sorry, I think it is Chad. I think it's Chad. They reminded him of his ancestry. Muhammadu Buhari's father is from Niger Republic. So, the whole region is very, very volatile. And with the way we are managing our affairs, the US government is taking a terrible risk by even allowing us to travel forward and backward to the United States up to now. Now is the time for them to protect their societies. If not, what happened in September 11 or September 11 will be a child's play. Because these people, they are fighting a war that is Hydra-headed. And for them to take this risk up to now before placing a visa ban on us, in my opinion, it's a very great risk they've taken. And they just have to be careful. That is just how I see it. So I welcome the ban. This will also make us to live as responsible members of the human race. We don't just slaughter people and expect everything to go, to go unaddressed. And lastly, anyway, that is how I see it. We just have to be very careful. Sorry, if this is the price we Nigerians will pay to liberate the middle belt of Nigeria from the northern grip, I think the price is very, very small indeed. You get the point? If I'm not to go to the United States, in order for the people of the middle belt to be freed, so be it. That is how I see it. So people should call the northerners to order. The Igbos, they have problems in their area. They confine their problems to their own area. The Niger Delta had problems in their area. They confine their problems to their area. What is the problem of the northerners in Nigeria? They should let us know. And we are not open to negotiation. We can't negotiate this issue with them because when Lawrence Anini, Ishola Oyenisi and others were terrorizing the southern part of the country, we did not negotiate with them. We executed them by firing squad. Okotoko 6 or 7, I can't remember. They were executed. We did not negotiate with them. These are security matters. So the northerners must be called to order or else they should be asked to leave the country. We've suffered. We are tired of saying we are tired. They should leave us alone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. We're ranting. You can pick on any topic that you want and rant about that. Go ahead, Ike.
Not ranting. I just want to tell my sister Bumi that, we have to, even though sometimes we are frustrated, we are angry, we're upset with what's going on. But I just want you to keep the hope alive. All of us who are here, we might not have the solution to what is going on in our country, but I believe that, the younger ones after us, I believe most of them are eager to see Nigeria move forward. It's very hard because of the complex of the country where we come from, and because of, so many sentiments people are attached to the way they see Nigeria. So it shouldn't stop you or me or anybody trying to help those that you can reach. as little as you can reach out to people back home. Keep doing it. We are not doing it for us to get the reward back or to get, the accolade back. It's good to be able to, even at the end of the day, when I'm angry and upset, I'm frustrated with what is going on in Nigeria. At the end of the day, when you see stories, true life stories of what is going on in Nigeria, your heart will be broken and you are forced to do it. I just told Dr. Damages when we started earlier, I said this week, is it on Monday, I sent money for Christmas for everybody. It's not that I have it, but that's what I can do. It would not be better for me to travel to Nigeria, for example. I hire policemen to guide me in Nigeria. That's what I do. I calculate those money. There are a lot of women that their husband has passed away for so many years in my village. I calculate those money and I share it to those families. It gives me more joy than when I go to Nigeria to show that I'm living in diaspora. I just came back. There is nothing for me to go celebrate in Nigeria that I cannot celebrate where I am. So my rant is, for us, no matter how little we can reach, let's continue reaching out to people back home. But really, they're suffering. And Dr. Damages, it will interest you to know, and some of my nephews are trying to enter university this time. I tell you, if I show you the list of what University of Benin, for example, the one of University of Benin, like if he was saying, nothing is free anymore. That is the list of what you have to do, even if these are something the university is supposed to provide. But now they have a middleman who works between them and the student, and everything you have to pay. So it's not easy. It's difficult in Nigeria. No matter how, let us not be deceived by people who are saying water in Nigeria, right? There are people that money is water for them also. It's true. But we don't do most of the time. We are not doing it for our family most of the time. There are people who are from your village, your town, people who you went to school together, their children, or that their children something good. There are so many ways we can reach out. So don't be discouraged, my sister. It's painful, it's how what is going on. Because the people that we have elected to represent us, they are the people who are singing to you, on your mandate we shall die. Instead of singing national anthem, they are singing on your mandate we shall fall into the grave. So it's to tell you it's are tight. So it is what it is. But at the end of the day, I want to tell you that continue to do the best thing that you can do for yourself and for people that are close to you. And never you lose hope, because I know better days are ahead. Even though I'm not here to witness those, I believe that my grandchildren will live to see a better Nigeria tomorrow. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you, Ike. Let's go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, we are ranting. Any issue, any topic you want, you can rant about.
Yeah, Dr. Damages. The truth remains that the man of color is afraid of calling black, black, and white, white. And I don't know why. I don't know why a black man is afraid of saying the truth and facing the reality of the day. Nigeria is not working. Anyone, whether you're on comment section or you are showing in the panel here, in the studio here, and you believe that Nigeria is working, come back home. Yes, Nigeria is not working. That is why most of the best brands are outside the country. Nigeria is not working. And as long as Nigeria is not working, the black world is not working, it's not functioning. I said it, Nigeria is irredeemable. With the present politicians we have today, Nigeria is irredeemable, because by the grace of God, I have traveled to many countries of this world. The kind of corruption that is boldly practiced in Nigeria is not done anywhere. Not done anywhere. Where a uniformed man with gun will be collecting money, broad day light. What are you talking about? Nigeria is not working. It's a selection of people who do not like their people. No politician today, except few, that love the Nigerian people. Their dog worth more than the Nigerian people to them. I said that with proof. They told us that VIPs should not go with an escort. Come on, look at the places they were doing burials and weddings that I've seen within the eastern zone. Look at the number of policemen, military men on uniform with gun against the policy of the government, against the instruction of the government. Who allows it? So Nigeria is not working. As far as I'm concerned, it's an irredeemable country. What we need to do is to come and sit down together and ask ourselves, do we really want to build a country? Is it possible for us to have a working country? Until we answer this question, until we sit down and ask ourselves this question and give an answer, nothing positive will happen. Good people do not rule Nigeria. And if they do, they don't last in power. They kick them out. Because the criminals have hijacked the seat of power. They determine and decide what happened. Like I said last time, I was to travel in them. I was to take night bus to the east. That was over 2 weeks ago. I said it in this platform. And they said they got signal. They now decided not to go that night. The next night, I think that was when I boarded bus and I took night journey. Do you know, can you believe that night journey is safer than day journey in Nigeria today? Night is safer. Ask anybody that uses the road. Night is safer. Because I left Lagos 7 p.m. and I arrived Owerri at 4:45 a.m. without any hinge on the road, no traffic. But try to go to the east during the day, you will spend 2 days on the road. That tells you how Nigeria is. We have come down beyond. In fact, I don't know. It's like we are in the 15th century. Somebody should come to the rural villages and see what is going on. Nigerians are dying. The level of poverty, inflation. If you give somebody 50,000 naira today, it worth just like 5,000. It's of no value. And federal government is paying people 70,000 naira that cannot buy a bag of rice. How much is transport from Lagos to East? If you are taking air is 700,000 now. Going and coming is 700,000, 350,000. And you say this country will survive? Okay, look at the political build-up today. Look at what they are doing. Does it show that Nigeria wants to survive with what is happening politically? Look at what the Attorney General said. Is it not amazing that the Attorney General will come to the public and say there is no need of placing a death penalty on kidnappers and terrorists that have murdered and killed thousands of people? Can you imagine? So Nigeria is irredeemable. We are just wasting our time. We keep talking, but it's not going to amount to anything. Because this country, somebody was telling me today, he said, the problem of Nigeria is spiritual. This one is no longer ordinary. There must be something that is beyond human that has taken over this country. And that power does not want this country to shine. Because if Nigeria shines, the whole of Africa will shine, will be lightened. It's a pity. I know why I'm crying. I love this country. I serve this country in my little capacity. I love this country. I want it to succeed. But with the way things are going today, Nigeria is irredeemable. Let somebody prove me wrong. Thank you.
All right, righteous man, thank you so much for that rant. Let's hear from Bumi.
Okay, so I think it's interesting how when I just recently arrived to this world and I should start providing solution that's been going on for 4+ decades. It's crazy how I should provide solution. However, since the solution we want, I'm going to try my best to provide the solution. If you listen to my submission clearly, I did provide solution. I did say that if we cannot organize as a society, then we should just forget the society, because you can be a APC, PDP, Labour Party, whatever you want to be. If the fundamental of your society is not working, then it's not going to matter. That is a solution that we should all come together as a people and and talk about how our democracy is at stake. That's one. However, Mr. James did mention something. We can provide and do all those things as citizens as much as we want. If we ignore the fact that our governments are responsible for those things, those solutions are never going to work. You know how many people who are currently in Nigeria have built food stamps, created schools, and created businesses. However, you have a government that can wake up one day and then boom, those businesses are gone. Those are solutions being done. So how can you provide a solution when your governments are actively against the people themselves? We can talk about solution, but one of the biggest solution is trying to address the government itself. If you don't fix the government, whatever you do as an individual will be overthrown by the government. What solution do you want when it comes to the Nigerian population? When you have roughly 61% of the population in living below poverty, what solution can you get an individual to do to address that? I think we tend to ignore the massive power your government is supposed to have. The government has so much power. It's not just locally, but globally. So I don't know how you expect a group of people to solve living below poverty or multi-dimensional poverty in Nigerians' case. There's no way you can solve that as an individual if you don't address your system. In this case, the government. There's no way you can address that. When it comes to food insecurity, how can you address food insecurity? It's the government. You need policing. How can an individual address the policing situation in Nigeria? At the end of the day, all of these things still ties down to the government. I'm not saying as individuals we shouldn't try and do things for the society. If you have the disposable income, go ahead, build those schools for the children. However, we should still always try to address the main problem, which is the government. If Dangote, a billionaire, one of the richest men in Africa, is still complaining about the government, you should understand that that's the biggest failure in our society. The government is the failure. If in a house you have grown men and women singing on your mandate we shall stand, when lot of their population are dying, whether it's from insecurity or poverty, you don't see how that is like the failure in your society. There's nothing you can do as an individual if you don't try to address those things. I can talk about, I mean, I have so many solutions. Living in the West, I can see so many things that we can replicate in the society. But the biggest thing we should all try to replicate is a good government, whether it's from local government, your state governors, all of this. Those are the things that need to start working. If not, those little things that we do as people are never going to last on the long run. That's why each year, Nigerian keeps on getting worse, 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 and worse. Because the main people in power are not there for the people. They're against the people. They're there to take as much money and leave. That's my solution for the society.
All right. Thank you, Bumi. I appreciate that. Let's hear from Paul. Paul, you are next. I'll give you 3 minutes to rant.
Yes, Doctor. When Eccentrica talk about solution, this thing just makes me laugh. I don't know, Eccentrica with his accent, and he shows that if he's not born in the US, he probably came here when he was a baby. You understand? So for him to have that kind of well-polished American accent, he speaks very well. And what that tells, so maybe he may not be so privileged to have friends like some of us do with our heavy, strong accents in Nigeria. But Centrica understand what is called, when you want to build your credit, you have good credit and everything. One thing is to build good credit. Another thing, you just have little money with good credit. These things help you a lot. I would challenge some of us that lives in America. Let me speak in the place of America. Doctor, the kind of money we send back to Nigeria, if we keep that money for 1 year and we have good credit in America, that's the down payment for us to buy a house. Over time, this thing's going to pay us very well. If I can buy a house now, if I have that down payment to buy a house, I'll probably rent that house out. In another 20 years, most likely I'm going to benefit or my kid's going to benefit from that property. That's one of the most easiest way to make wealth in America. Sometimes when you look back your statement of accounts, the money we send to Nigeria, you understand, and all this money just go like what we call gift. We just give to families and maybe friends and the likes. You understand? We are doing our own part. But if the system is not working, it makes everything look negative. It makes negative and positive don't come together to bring light. So how do we bring negative and positive together to bring light? Is to put these two things together. Because if we don't criticize and we keep giving, we are not helping anybody. I have a young girl that I want to send to Europe to go to school and everything. She graduated since May of this year. No transcript, no certificate, no nothing. Disturbing the school to send her a transcript is a problem. No nothing. She's done her own part. She paid, she wrote her exam, she graduated and everything. But the school can't give her anything. This is painful. And I don't understand how you want to go. We do all student association, we gather money, we buy computers, things that we never see in our own time for school. We do all this fun fair. The place that they keep that computer is stronger than the First Bank vault. This place is under lock and key. In the school, the computers are still there. In the school. And people will come back and reach out to you. Then you find out from the school, they say, oh, this kid spoil it. What does children know how to do? Is it not to destroy things? Every one of us that have kids, what kids know how to do? Play, cry, sleep. They do the same thing again. But that's how they learn. That's how our kids that don't have the gadgets that we have, when we have problem with those gadgets, these are the kids that help us fix it. It's so funny. But if you don't give them the privilege to even destroy, play with this thing, they come up with all type of excuse. But you see some parents who pay for some of those kids, then they'll open that place for those kids to go learn. The place is under lock and key. So we find solution, the system find problem. We find solution, the system find problem. So what is expected for us to do is to call these people out. That's exactly what Dangote just did. Doctor, I bet you, if it is you that called that man out and everything with all this information, probably anytime you are going to Nigeria, DSS is going to pull you over. They're going to seize your passport and you're going to get arrested. You see the way they are indirectly shaming Adiola for saying the Senate president is sick and everything. So we need a Dangote to say, now by plane they take her and go hospital. He is sick. You understand? It's so funny. This is barbaric. So it's just hard. Look, for us to be discussing Nigerian issues, and good percentage of us live in the West,
Come on, we play with the internet, so we can even watch YouTube. We can watch so many Netflix movies for free. And we don't even have work to do. We even deprive our kids to walk them to the park, to go get McDonald's and the likes. Then we'll stay here, we'll be shouting at ourselves like barbarians talking thousands and millions. That shows to some extent we love that country. You understand? But in return, we don't get anything back. We truly love this country. We want the country to work. I like graduation a lot. I was in Georgia State University last year. I see people from Saudi Arabia, they graduate. They are going back. Everybody graduates. Our people that graduate, we are looking for link how to stay. We are praying for Donald Trump to change his mind. And everything, so that we will not go back. These are our best brains. And they will stay back here. The few ones that we even get back home, they are looking for all type of way to come back here. Because the system is not working. If the system is working, we enjoy it. I'm telling you, we enjoy it. People want to go back home. Look at the price of airfare. Traditionally, people from the Southeast like to go back home. Look at the price to fly an aircraft from Lagos to Enugu or Owerri. You understand? Asaba. You understand? Calculated at time. Look at the airfare from Abuja. Calculated at time. It's just painful. You understand? Where is love of a nation? And to start from again, to make it hard again, let Tinubu don't understand how countries work, how nations work. Doctor, between COVID and now, my pay grade increased over thousands of dollars. We don't have any union where I work. They understand what is called inflation. You understand? They understand what is called pay. I get a $2 raise. I get a $4 raise. I get a $3 raise. We don't have no union because they understand inflation. Everything has gone up. So pay has to meet up. You understand? But look, union, they won't change the union. The Imo State governor beat the Labour president up. They beat him. They beat him up. And people are laughing. They do all this type of thing. It's just funny. They use union to fight the government. Nigerians are grossly underpaid. And when they get underpaid, it will also affect the economy. Doctor, the surplus money I have, because we are born in America, I'll just go to Walmart. We'll go buy pizza. We'll go buy expensive soda. I'll buy 24 cans of soda for $3, but I will buy 1 can of soda in the mall for the same $3. But guess what? Because I'm bored, I'm tired, I'll go there and do the same thing. Because I have that money. If I don't have that money, I probably won't do it. So Nigeria is grossly underpaid. The few people that are also helping the country indirectly, the Yahoo boy, that are not even stealing from Nigeria, they go elsewhere to go steal again. That is the only time EFCC will work. That is the only time EFCC will work.
Paul,
it gets me worried. I don't understand who do this thing to us, like Doctor will say. Doctor, you're lucky. You already adopt 2 countries, Kenya and Switzerland. I'm looking for country that I will adopt. I've not found any.
Thank you so much. So you read some of my stuff. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. Let's go to Ife. Ife, you are next. I'm trying to give 3 minutes, but someone like Paul will take.
Can you make me last, please?
Can what?
Can I be the last person?
Okay, all right. Let's go to eccentric cast.
Hello, once again. All right, so of course there are problems, the government can solve. That cannot be underestimated, right? We can't overemphasize that. Issue of transportation, government can solve. Issue of that's very, that's a huge issue that the government can solve. Of course, there are private individuals that could solve some of the problems as well. Corporations that could solve problems. It's just the system of economy that we have, that we inherited from the West. Capitalism. This is just the bane of capitalism, right? That's what we experience, and it creates inequality. A capitalist, if any of you own a business back home, you're going to hire someone that's on a that's not on the same pay level as you to run your business, right? Capitalism needs poor people to function. Like I said, in America, there are mutual aids in America. You can look them up. Even in the UK, for those in the UK, they have mutual aids. those are things that individuals do. You know, these countries in the West are not perfect. You know, there are problems. And America has an incarceration problem, which every one of us know about that. We have an incarceration problem, and there's discrimination problem. There are systematic discriminations, like people that live in the ghetto. You know, living in the ghetto, there are a lot of people that live in the ghetto, you know, mostly Black people. These are by design. You know, it's hard for them to come out of the ghetto because it's designed for you to stay there, to not come out of it. You know, also, like the issue of incarceration, you know, people, when you have a issue with the police, right? If you have a bad record, it's hard for you to get a job in the United States of America. And there are problems in many countries, right? America's not perfect. The UK is not perfect. You know, we can watch Netflix, whatever, but it's not perfect. We have to work our butt off, you know. Like, I work a lot, you know what I'm saying? In order for me to pay for my car and, you know, take care of other things, take care of my kids, you know, take care of family back home in Nigeria, I have to work hard. I have to work extra hours, extra shifts. You know, I'm not saying we can solve the problem of Nigeria. We can't solve the problem of Nigeria, but I'm just saying that there's something that we could do. You know, that's the part where I come in. I'm saying we could do something, right? Why not? Why can't we do something? I feel like the state of helplessness that we always, you know, bring up here, it's kind of depressing, right? And if there's a solution, if there's something that we could do, why can't we do it? You know what I mean? Why can't we emphasize that? Like the video that you played before, you know, before the rant, it was encouraging. I loved it. You know, I went into, like, if I know the organization, I would like to get in contact with them and see how I could help. You know, we could do something similar to that. It mustn't be building a school. You know, we can't build a school in Nigeria, right? I don't think we have that kind of fund, but we can make some. We can make some changes there. We can do something positive. You know, we're not doing it just to change the country, but I'm saying that, you know, it's a global community. This is, you know, it's also our country. You know, it's our country. Like, we could do something positive for people. If you make a change to someone's life, one person, that can go a long way. You know, you don't have to wait for someone to fix all the problems in Nigeria in just one snap, like Thanos. You know, before you could do something, like we could do something, like we could do mutual aid. You know, we could send, all of us, all 10 of us, right? If we put in like $40 every month together, and focus on one and create one objective and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. You know, let's say we can target, like, you know, school kids from poor families. We can give them breakfast because we know that the essence of eating before going to class. We know the positive effect of it. We can't neglect that. We could do something like that. We could, with $40 every month, 10 of us here, $40 every month, we could impact 2 to 3 schools or 4. You know, 4 schools. Let's say we could pick, like, let's say 100 children in every school, 100 students, 50 students in every school, and make impact in those people's lives. That's what I'm saying. You know, that little can go a long way. You know, it's something. Anyway, thanks. That's it.
Thank you so much. Jagun, you're next.
Hello again. I've had major problems.
We can hear you.
Good. I've had major problems with my phone. One, the battery running out. And then, unfortunately, when I turned my camera off, because I was doing things that the show would not allow, trying to have some manners, and I was withdrawn as normal. I was not brought back on time before the whole system bafuka, as it were. So that's my first rant. I don't know if you can organize that, because I really, sometimes behaving oneself on this program is very difficult for ordinary people who don't give themselves the kinds of strange rules that we have on this channel. You know, we're living in our own house. We believe that we should be able to speak and be as we are. But obviously, this is public, so there has to be some law, I suppose. But we see forefathers next to us. He's a very lawless individual. I'm not sure if you know. He will just do as he pleases with any one of us, anyhow. Very lawless Nigerian person. Anyway, let me get on to the real rant. I applaud Asenchukas for his passion to be able to feel that he can make a change. You know, this is how we have all felt. I'm an old boy. I don't know if I'm 10 or 20 years older than you, Asenchukas. I don't know. But I'm an old boy in this game, man. And I've tried hard with my own money, with my own contacts. And I've seen my parents do the same. I've seen 2 generations of frustration, watched it as a child with my parents and my parents' generation, those who were good Nigerians, honest to the bone, more honest than I can ever be. They just discarded that generation. My generation came along. We were a bit better than the generation just before us, not my parents, the generation just before us, just in terms of us really wanting to do that. There was a spoilt generation, I do believe that. And then there was a generation that thought, no, this is terrible. We can't behave like this. We can't behave like dogs. So we tried. And again, frustration, oppression, common sense being thrown in the dustbin, whilst idiocy was raised to the helm of what a Nigerian is. I'm saying this because the things that you saw, again, that was a beautiful example of Nigerians coming together to do something in the school. And there are many examples like this. If you look on the net, many. There are Nigerians that still want to do for that country. But, you know, I don't know if it's pure frustration that I'm wielding, but I know when I began this, when I got on this show, 2023, I began watching and taking part in the show. And the only hope I had was Peter Obi, maybe he would do something different. But then 2 years down the line, when we realized that not only was there a stolen election, but even if there wasn't, and Peter Obi came in, what do we think he would have been able to do? No governors in the country would have supported him. They would have frustrated him to hell. They would have frustrated that the Senate would have been against him. The whole country basically would have been against him. And I don't know how he would have fashioned that. And I say this because of the last 2 years that I've seen him in operation, whilst being the only hope for an opposition. I haven't seen activity from him necessarily that I can say this is a good opposition or this is an opposition at all. I haven't seen it. So I will tell you, my faith in him is nearly completely destroyed. So 2027, the thing is sewn up, man. And he hasn't done enough work, as far as I'm concerned, to bring a government to the table that can do something. I'm saying all this to say that there is nearly no hope. We're hoping against hopelessness. The depression that Bumi made you feel is the reality of the situation. It's the reality of the situation. As I said, I'm kind of at the point where I'm thinking maybe the country should break up. And I've always said if the country breaks up, that's the end of West Africa, the end of Africa. I'm worried all the time that we don't know what time it is. The West is failing and they're looking for where to go and occupy in order for their resurgence against the East. That's what the West is doing. They don't care about much more. They know that their coffers are empty. They know it. They're trying to change currency around the world. The dollar would soon dissipate into zero. God knows how long it will take, but it's going to happen. You know, if you're not fixated on Nigerian news alone and you look at world news, you'll see what's happening in the world. Over the last 10 years, which is the whole of Buhari's time, and the last 2 years, that's the time that Nigeria had to reorganize itself. Now there's this little time. Nigeria is a poor state, a rich land that is a poor state. What an oxymoron. Rich country full of poor people. What an oxymoron. The state that we are in should inform us that we are in a mode where we should be panicking as a country of people who have any nous at all. But again, on shows like this, on all shows, all we're talking about is politics. Like it's the be all and end all. We're not talking about our gravity. We're not talking about what our responsibility to our children, our nation. We're not talking about any of these things. We're not talking about any of these things. We're just going along. The reason why I'm very personal about my experiences is because they're real experiences. They're not read in a book. I'm not here to pitter-patter about some book I read and didn't understand. That's not me, man. I used to do that in the beginning. I used to talk lots of history. Half of you don't understand any history at all. Why should I be doing it? I don't do it anymore. I don't do it. I'm trying to get to the bone of the situation, the scenario that we're in, the depth of failure that we've had over the years. Failure upon failure upon failure. It's got to be paid for. As somebody said before, freedom is not free. It's not. None of us really seem to understand. We're just pitter-patter all day long. I really, I'm not panicked, but again, I don't have a substitute country. I'm here in London, brought up in London, but it's not my country, and I know it's not my country. No British person has to tell me that this is not my country. But where do I run to? Do I really run to Nigeria? Is that where I run to? It's where I didn't want to run to Nigeria, apart from if it was with some kind of gusto or some kind of happiness. But me living in Nigeria, living selfishly, which is how you have to live in Nigeria. You have to formulate some kind of selfish protectionism around yourself with the money you have in order to navigate that country. I'm ashamed of us as a people. I'm ashamed. Especially when people, I recognize that people don't really recognize the depth of what certain people say when they say it. They don't recognize it. Instead, we castigate them, which tells me that we don't really know how to balance things in our own mind. We extremely personal as people. We take insult to heart. We take, if someone insults, it's, so what? Who are any of you? Who are you? People feel insult so deeply that they actually, you can see with what they say, that they want to kill, they want to commit damage on somebody else because they were insulted. You insulted? Go sit down, idiot. I don't know the amount of time that I know I will come to a draw. I normally beat you before you ring any bell, but I suppose I haven't been here for a couple of rounds. I just wanted to spill out that it's nearly over. I'm telling everyone on this show, listeners, commentators, panelists, it's nearly over if you don't understand what you've been reading, be it that you're a Bible basher, be it that you're somebody who's deep in the Quran, be it that you're a pseudo-intellectual and you're reading all the books that you have around you. Those books should have informed you what time it is. And if you feel that we've got another 10, 20, 30 years, you're a joker, you're an idiot, you're a complete buffoon. You're not thinking. You don't know how to think. You're not looking at what's around you. You're not seeing that the rich country that you're in, called the West, wherever you are, that poverty is entering into these lands. If you see the amount of homeless people in the streets in London, you'll be ashamed of. You won't even understand. Is this not London? If you look at Paris, Paris is in trouble, big trouble. They're about to. If Macron doesn't do something soon, they'll even assassinate crucify that guy. The West is in hard panic, and it has to do something. And it can't do something in China. It can't do something in Russia. It can't do something in any other part of the world apart from South America and Africa. That's where it can play their dirty games. So you sit there talking rubbish all day long, feeling insulted, wanting to hate your brother. All that rubbish that Nigerian people are full of. They like to hate. The way Nigeria is the state of Nigerian people's hearts. That's why it's like that. Our heart is dirty, dusty, full of filth. And that's what we have. Well done, Nigerians.
Thank you, Jagan. Nicely done. Forefathers, you're next.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. You know, Jago, you know, may you live forever. You know, all these insults people like to insult. I don't know why they like to pick up me. I'm a lawless man. Tomorrow they will call me a Abacha. It's all right. All right. Regarding the last point he made that the Europeans only have Africa and South America to play in, that's quite poignant. It's funny because he just glazed over that. That's an important point to highlight. You know, you can speak for 5 minutes and just 5 seconds of words could be the most critical stuff that saves millions of lives. That is the funny thing about life, isn't it? And you shouldn't always underestimate what words mean. And I think that last point is very important. That said, what Bumi is trying to express is the kind of, lack of hope that there seems to be. The video that was played shows that some people do some work, and I'm sure eccentricals would love to get involved in things like that because he's always been passionate about those things. They have their place, and we've always had them. Adiola does something like that. I wouldn't be surprised that Dr. Damages is doing something similar in the background. So they all have their place, but we have to deal with the macro level issues, the geopolitical issues, because they are often more consequential. I cannot be found trying to prepare food for my family where there is a storm of fire coming to the house. You have to deal with that storm because it's of no use feeding them when they are about to be burned to ashes. And there has to be people that can see these things coming. Things have higher priority, and this is what a kind of Bumi was highlighting, that the government will always sabotage whatever you do. You can work hard and do whatever you want. They will just come because they are operating on a macro level. And part of the bill, the tax bill, was also, they changed it so that the petrol money will have to be done in dollars, which is weird. I don't know who did that, because that ties us to the West almost in perpetuity, except that it's gone. Somebody goes and alters it later on. Who did that? We don't know. They made that so that whenever we sell petrol, it has to be done in dollars. And also they limited the ability of the tax office to tax oil companies. So why would anybody do that? So you create a 2-tier system whereby there will be another kind of body, and in fact, you create a confusion in the taxing system. And the other alteration was to give powers to the tax authorities to come and just start, taking people without the court orders or things like that. So you can see that some of these alterations are not necessarily going to benefit Nigerians in any way. It's just going to create chaos within the system. Why they needed to alter it when everybody spent so long arguing with the government and they reached an agreement is really strange. And these alterations may have something to do with the fact that they are, the French are handling the documentation or the kind of this algorithm that they are using. And remember, there's an AI system involved too. That AI system could be made to target specific people that are not in the interest of the West or the French. This is the kind of stuff our people sign on to, and they don't know what they are signing on to. But that said, though, if I start blaming President Tinubu, I feel like I'm talking on a micro level because the issue is bigger than that. That's why I said even older people shouldn't even be running for office. There's something in their head that's already broken. They can't see straight. It's not because the younger ones are wiser. It's just that they are more likely to change. The older ones are frozen in place. There is a reason why they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. They are frozen in place. Maybe our generation is done too. That's why I think to lead this country and to change it, let the young ones come in, make their mistakes. At least they can change. These old ones, they will freeze in place and they will see people that they should be challenging and they'll be worshiping them. They go on and they don't negotiate anything of significance for us. They are quite embarrassing at this stage. They are quite embarrassing, and it's just a state of affairs that we are in. Yes, Nigeria, there you can see the little progresses here and there. You can see that, one thing a lot of people don't know about, they don't talk about the gig economy that is in Nigeria right now, where there's a lot of young people that are working for companies overseas. They're not building their nations, by the way. They are helping other people build their nations overseas, which is a form of slavery that we are quite accustomed to behaving like that, isn't it? Everything we do is to serve other people. What am I doing here? Am I not here serving other people too? I'm not helping develop my own country. That's the thing I like about the Trump ban. Like, for once, he has done something that I actually appreciated, where he banned people from coming overseas. If he goes further and says he wants to deport all Nigerians that travel overseas, we will actually gain from it. We may not know it. We may frown individually that we don't like it, but Nigeria will gain from it. Because all those brains return back home, we will have to build. And if the government is in our way, we'll have to find that government, because many of us that go overseas are used to systems that work. You see what I mean? So, but they will never do that because they know they are gaining from our brains. We are busy building their systems up. They will never do that. It's just that their own people don't know that. And what they are doing by having our people travel from our countries to their countries, they are weakening us while they are building their own countries at the same time, until the day of judgment arrives. When they feel like they need more, they come and take more. That is what people do. That's what power does. It's not their fault. It's just what it is. Have I spoken for 5 minutes already? Yeah? This guy spoke for 30 minutes. Am I the only one that followed the rules here? Yeah? So I just feel like we as Nigerians, we really need to pay attention to the macro level things. Our threat assessment ability is very, very lacking. We should be far more paranoid. See, the idea is be paranoid until they prove that they are not a threat. Anytime anybody does anything, question them. Even when they are innocent, don't care. Just show me what you are doing is right. Why are you going to this thing? Are you going there to go and sell us out? Ask him. And all the time when he's been going to France, and I was here saying it, I said, he's going to France all the time. You think he's going to go back for you? Look at all the things he's been doing since he's in office. With the French, are you surprised? What? You are not the one ensuring his life. You are not the one ensuring he got into office. Why would he serve you? He's not there to serve you. He's there to serve people that gave him power. We have to start questioning stuff. But all I'm saying now, I'm not sure it's going to make a difference. That's the truth. It's not going to make a difference. A lot of people will talk, it's not going to make a difference. What is going to make a difference is something catalytic occurring. Let's say a revolution occurs by some kind of intervention, because there are powers in this world that want to see the West weaken in Nigeria and West Africa. If they come in and compete and try to cause some kind of intervention, that could change Nigeria. Or some foolish idiots will try to come and attack Nigeria, like Trump was saying. And if he did that, maybe that will galvanize Nigeria. Something, I don't know what it is, something needs to happen to wake our people up to the situation they are in. Because when you tell them about security, they will start insulting you, telling you, oh, it's not security, it's not this, you don't need people. How can you not know that? How can you not be paranoid? Why not just say, okay, yes, we need as many people as possible, and we need as many weapons as possible, we need as many weapons. Why don't you just say that? Be more paranoid, be more ambitious. Otherwise, what you are complaining here about is just for nothing, really, and it's not going to get us anywhere. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, forefathers, for that. Yeah, before I come to you, let me play this small video, some seconds. I want to do that because of something that forefathers said. This was a 2023 video where Trump was talking about oil in Venezuela. I'm sure most of you have seen it. Okay. Now that I wanted to play it, I can find it. Okay, yeah, I got it.
Some of the blockade with Venezuela to regime change?
It's the blockade. Not to let anybody going through that shouldn't be going through. You remember they took all of our energy rights. They took all of our oil from not that long ago, and we want it back. But they took it. They illegally took it.
You mentioned getting land back from Venezuela. What land?
Getting land, oil rights, whatever we had. They took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching. But they're not going to do that. We want it back. They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back.
I'm not sure. All right, Ovie, let's come to you. You're right.
Sorry, Bumi, you are talking to a generation whereby at your age, you're looking for a motivational book to buy to stay motivated. That's to tell you the kind of generation you were talking to, you know. You sound exactly like that's exactly what Sole was talking about, right? I understand your frustration. It's because most of us who come on public platform to prefer solution, not to prefer solution, to argue, because that's one of your frustration. We argue, then at the end of the day, we turn around, what is the solution? All right? That is because solution is tied to achievement or knowledge. To put it simple, you can't give what you don't have. So that's why we prefer to stay on headlines. We want to form mainstream cosmopolitans, forgetting that politics is still local. Unless you are a billionaire or you are a national icon, you have a national president, you are just a fish in the ocean when you are talking about national politics. You have no effect whatsoever. That's why when Dangote come and speak, everybody understand that that's a platform that he has. Once you know that level, stick to your community, offer them what you know or what you have. And if you don't have it, just stay out of the way. It's as simple as that, because it's a poll just came out to say 130 million Nigerians are not connected. Right? We educated people go say, oh yeah, they don't get access to the internet. No. An average local politician will analyze that 130. He go say, majority of those people are people who are farmers, who go to church, the same mosques, market square, they gather under the tree at the end of the day, talk their way into the night. That's where the majority are. So if you don't have the capacity to go down there, because that's what the video that Dr. showed, that's what it's about. The guy started when he was 24 years old. So because he has something, he felt something and he acted. We can speak grammar all you want. It still has to do with local. They start another project. I said another project because they do many, but I said another project called Vote for Your Neighbor. Don't vote for people who don't live with you. The goal is to produce 1 million t-shirts to circulate and make people they wear on. Vote for your neighbor. There's no revolution that take place in this world that didn't start from the villagers. How to mobilize them. You cannot go and sit down and just shut up and listen. You are not ready. As I said, unless you have a national president or you have money, it is local. That is the only way you can have impact. And for what I understand, it takes evolution to arrive at revolution. When you start small from everybody, villages, that is evolution. Now, just something will spark them. And again, organize. When you use the word organize, Bumi, you made a mistake, because you should understand that on this platform, I will say on this platform, that's a nuclear weapon. It's abomination. Don't use it. They don't understand it. It's threatening. It's threatening. That's why when they can't jam issue, they can't insult ourselves. Just focus on your lane. Organize according to what you are complaining about. We educated ones in our leadership is our problem. The leadership is their problem, and the solution is right there. Change the person. There's no way to do It's still door by door, door to door, neighbor, neighbor. That's the only way it's people, because that is one thing the politicians understand. Somebody was saying earlier on, saying, no, they see Tinubu children here again. Yes, because they know what time is it. They don't go back to villages. They don't go back to Jakakun. They do whatever they are doing. We again, I prepare for 2026 for us here on this platform, particular, because we did here 2023 pass. We know the problem. We come here cry over what they did wrong. 2024 part, 2025 part. Next year we will begin harassing innocent Nigerians. They don't vote for this person. They don't vote for this person. What the heck are you? All this why? Deliver to me the thought, say if you are not ready to organize people, don't come and mobilize them. Come 2027. That is the whole point. So Bumi, I feel your pain, but if you realize on what a lot of us they do for you, we don't have capacity to actually carry out even what we believe in. We don't. So I feel your pain. Don't stay. If you have the capacity, if you know something, if you have an idea, start a platform, start something. You know why? Because like mine, we connect, especially from a locality. When I floated my foundation to actually bring about 3 communities together in their secondary school, I have no idea that there are a lot of people who are just waiting, who has either the resources, the knowledge, but they don't have the platform, which is what I provided. That is what I have at that time. As a national, everybody know me for my state. Again, if you don't have the capacity or you don't know something, there's no way you can provide solution, because we have gone beyond talk. As I said, there's no revolution that don't take place between human to human. Forget all this advanced telecommunication. Is hybrid. That's why I said again, if you don't have a national presence and you don't have money, leave Abuja politics alone. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. You have no effect. But your effect will show in your village, from my village, from your other village. When we link one day, nothing can stop us. But it has to start from where those majorities are. This is not my poll that say 130 million people are out there. I think two Nigerians becoming to realize that. 4 years ago, it was like, you really won't beat me. I say, now village people, they say, no. It's beginning to realize that. And we know that. Well, some of us will grow from village. We understand that the village sense is the war. If you don't have what it is, I mean, just like eccentric, everybody loves eccentric, right? That's influence, right? Imagine 10 people from when they do that in join hands together, because that's what we lack. Capitalism has taken over us. We think, yeah, now my solution. No, you have to connect, no matter what it is. That's where we are lacking. And I make that mistake too when I started my foundation. Maybe because I know too much that time. A lot of other big foundations won't collaborate. I was scared that they're going to overshadow what I believe, what I know. But that, again, age matters a lot and experience matter. So instead of laughing at what eccentric said, or the analyzing that because I said, join force with them to see whether 70 bus no go turn to 140. So again, Bumi, just like what Sole said, we haven't achieved anything. Why do we deserve respect? Why they give us respect? And that's also your frustration. If we cannot organize, which is what you say, there's no way we cannot, because we are hybrid political analysts here. We are hybrid political analysts. The video the guy showed, the way that guy, Dr. Rami showed, now Creek, the guy enter. He hit him, he went to us. Today, I went to this guy's website. There's no big corporation in this world that is not on that guy's sponsor. From Facebook to YouTube to everybody. So action, that's what it is, Bumi. If you have any idea, if you have anything that you think at your own small capacity you can offer, look out for people with like mind in your locality. But that is where the world is going, right? You have to actually now clinch to your own civilization and run with it if you're not going to survive at all. But the survival based on civilization now.
Thank you. Thank you, Ovie. Next year, when we start the ranks, we won't bring in more people, because we have to be strict about timing. We have to be living on time. I'm making the announcement. They said I said it the year before, but this time it will be enforced so that we'll be able to end on time. I understand that people are busy and they're coming when they can, but somehow we also don't want to stay here. And the amount of time we are spending, it's almost 5 hours. We should really end in 3 hours. All right, Tony, you're next. 3 minutes.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. I'm sorry I came in late, but I've been listening in the background, and greetings everyone on the platform. Yeah, Doctor, the video that you played last, for me, it struck quite a lot of note with me, but I'll come back to that quickly. Now, I just want to touch briefly on what part of what Father said in relation to the travel ban, which is also affecting Nigeria. Now, I took some time to just do a study and look at the entire travel ban, those on partial and those on full. If you look at it, you find out that there's not one single European country that was put on that ban, not one. Now, what does that suggest? And because I know that there are people from Europe who also come here, some of them are, illegal, but none of them, not one country, was put on partial or full ban. That's one. Two, if you look at West Africa, almost every country in West Africa is put on the ban, either partial or full. The exceptions are Ghana, Liberia, and Guinea-Bissau. And for each of those countries, if you take Ghana, for instance, it's very, very clear. I mean, you can prognosticate why. When Nigeria couldn't do their bidding by invading Niger and saving America the investment of $100 million that they put forth to set up a drone facility in Agadez, which was, like a hub to, help counter insurgency in the Sahel. And then he couldn't help France to preserve his interests in Niger. Then Nigeria offended those boys. And thank God for Nigerians, because they were the ones that our president wanted to go ahead, but thank God for public opinion. Nigeria wanted to help them carry water, but majority Nigerians said no. So the government, the federal government couldn't proceed with that. Now, you also remember that when America made attempts to have illegals that were being expelled, being deported from America to various other countries, when they spoke to Nigeria, Nigeria declined. And then if you look at the issue of insurgency and so on and so forth, so it's not surprising that Nigeria, that was formerly not part of this partial ban, was put in because it was not willing, it failed, not by public pressure, to fail to carry water. That's why they couldn't fail to do the bidding to attack Benin, because Benin is critical to French interests and American interests, because Ghana and Benin are the ones that are being considered, as substitutes, as likely places where America can set up those drone facilities that they dismantled and 1,000 soldiers that they took away from Niger. So for France and America, Ghana and Benin are critical. And they had to use Nigeria, to do their dirty work. Maybe hopefully, if Nigeria continues to be a good boy, they will take Nigeria out of the partial ban. But it's like, we're warning you. If you don't do what we want you to do, then we'll put you on full ban. But what's the implication of that? I think West Africa must now begin to look at itself and see that our destiny does not lie in the hands of these people. As long as, that's why the video that you played is very, 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 for me, very, very instructive. Because if Venezuela is not ready to give America its oil, then it's going to be an enemy. If Nigeria is not ready to play ball, with either France or America, then they're going to turn Nigeria into, a hell. A den of whatever, So I think that Africa as a whole, if you look at the map, if the coup has succeeded, the coup in Nigeria, the coup in Benin has succeeded, you see a military belt, that would have encompassed quite a lot of areas to the coastline. And the guy who planned the coup, the leader of the coup in Benin, ran to Togo. And when Benin made a request for him to be extradited, the guy ran to Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso gave him asylum, which suggests that they may have been very, very interested in the coup in Benin. The AES states would have been. Otherwise, why would they, accept somebody, grant asylum to somebody who planned a coup in Benin? But I'm saying that to say that you could see strategically there's an interest that we can see here in all the things that are going on. And unless West Africa can, the Sahel region, if they can stand and come as one and begin to build in a bulwark against these foreign interests, because all they are there is to exploit and exploit and exploit. So if we can achieve that, then I see hope. But the way that Nigeria is going, I don't see any hope, because I used to be one that used to, talk to people to be hopeful. But the events of the past few days and past few weeks, just for me, it's just a witness to me that, we've lost it. And that the present model and the trajectory upon which we are going now is not going to take us anywhere. And that the best option for us is everybody go your different ways. I rest my case. Thank you.
Tony, last week you said America is not coming for our resources. What happened? What changed?
You said?
Last week you argued that they are not coming for our resources, saying genocide. So what happened? What changed?
Last week? Was I on the platform last week?
You are among those people that argue that they are not coming for our resources.
Where? On which platform?
You have not argued that.
The last assignment that I did here was moderating. So when did I?
Last assignment. That was your position.
All right.
That's the point I'm making.
Thank you.
No. That has never been my position.
Thank you. Okay. Comrade Omore, you're next.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody on the panel. Dr. Damages, I greet you especially.
Thank you.
I like when people read books. I like philosophers. I like thinkers. I like the critical thinkers. But when I'm reading revolutionary books, I want to be revolutionary in my character, in my nature. If I'm reading Romeo and Juliet, I want to be romantic. If I read the Camus, I know what I have in mind. I have problem with people that read books. They behave differently. They tell us to organize, that this way we are going is not the right way. What we have behind them is this nauseating face of Bebolo, who has put my own state, Edo State, in darkness, in perpetual darkness, destroying everything, every foundation led by his predecessor. I don't know the kind of organizing person like my brother of it. This is not personal. But I feel my heart bleeds when Ovie comes on the platform every time. Last week he was telling people that we don't have problem in Edo State. As I speak to you right now, Edo is in total darkness. People cannot leave their bedroom, even to their toilet, their backyard, because they're not safe. They are not sure of their coming back. Ovie cannot travel from Benin City to his village in Ososo and be sure of coming back. You try to tell us to organize. You are busy supporting APC and Okpebolo, this illiterate and imbecilic governor that has made my state not governable. I don't understand what the kind of people, the kind of books people read that doesn't impact their lives. If a person like Ovie, my brother, is telling me to organize, let him be specific. Is it for APC 2027 or for Okpebolo next election? I don't understand.
Politics is local. The guy is
okay. You mentioned another thing today that even just, I couldn't just resist this. The best governor we had in the Bender State wasn't a local man. He was not even known in Edo State. Professor Ambrose Ali of blessed memory. You don't need to be local. The one you have right now that has been hijacked by your traditional and political vampires, using them as a willing and a ready tool in their hands against Edo people. And he was not even in Edo State. He was imported from Jos. He can barely even speak Isha. We come from the same senatorial district. You come here to babuzu people with all manners of, propaganda as you do in APC. I'm not comfortable when you're not the only person here. You ended by saying everybody knows you in Edo. Me, I don't know you in Edo. I met you on this platform. So the platform you have, what you are doing to organize, I don't get what you're saying. And for people that are waiting for Trump, the card that Trump is playing, I think it's becoming very clear now. In South Africa, you said there was a genocide against minority whites. You opened the borders of America for them to come. Now you said there is a Christian genocide in Nigeria. You close the border against the people you're trying to save. In case they want to kill them, they cannot come. Let them die in their shithole. If you don't understand by now that the shithole, what they mean by shithole, is where they can get their natural resources for their own benefit. You still waiting for Trump to come and liberate you. I don't know what to call you. Trump will not come. So long as Tinubu is a willing tool in their hand too. Whatever they tell him to do, he will do it just to satisfy their own personal interest and aggrandizement. If you continue to wait for Trump, I like the way you treated them. If you think they're doing something, they're not doing anything. They just want to create the impression that since Trump has spoken, they're beginning to do one or two things. Will it not surprise you? Do you ask yourself, why will you wait for Trump to speak, for Tinubu to, before he begins to pretend as if something is going on? Tinubu was working on the trajectory of Buhari. There's no difference between Buhari and Tinubu. If you think he's doing something different from what the foundation APC has laid, the evil and satanic foundation of APC and Buhari, I don't know what to call you. So if you wait for Buhari, you're going to wait in vain. It's high time we wake up from our slumber as a people and begin to take our destiny in our hands. If we continue to wait for a bully from America to come and save us, we're going to wait in vain. The solution is right with us, but we are not willing because we are cowards, want to go to heaven, but we don't know that. On this note, I rest my case. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right. Marshal and receipt. As we speak today, Okwabolo solved 120 years old war in my village as we speak today.
Which war? The person, the functional ruler appointed by Governor Boseki by bringing his own stooge. Don't come here and tell us nonsense. You are not the only person from Edo. Don't come and give us what you are not. Don't make me angry. This is not personal.
You don't talk finish now. You don't talk finish. These are verifiable facts.
Okay, hold on, Ovie. This is the rant. We don't respond to rant.
No, he come many times. He has upgraded Ososok grammars.
You say one thing, you do another thing. You say one thing, as if Edo is a paradise. As if the devil has made Edo a paradise on earth. We are suffering.
I said, this is local. I don't care about your villa. I care about
Nobody's as local as I am here. I'm a bushman.
I don't do for you. That's your problem, not my problem. I'm organizing for him.
You come here to talk rubbish every time. Don't represent your interest. Don't represent my people. Don't come here. Don't come here and speak to the name of Edo people. Talk about yourself, not Edo people.
Measure your own. It's not well for my people. So why not go vote for it? Why not organize?
You are more Edo than me. Are you more Edo than I am?
No, your village is your problem now. I'm after my own problem. How should I be worried about
your problem? Don't do rubbish every time. Hey, Dr. Damages, one more thing. When will you start charging APC for this? Next time I come here with APC, PDP, and ANC logo. We cannot come here to campaign for this for this road. They are criminals. Take that shit. It's very nauseating. I don't want to see this way. It's giving me convulsion.
All right. Thank you. That's wonderful enough. Let's hear Ife to round up for us. Ife, I have a video to end the show. You like it? Ife, go ahead.
Wala. This is the problem we have in Nigeria. Exactly what the VA and Comrade Omori is doing. Just a few seconds ago, when Trump called Nigeria a country of particular concern, he was right. I haven't seen I can't think of any other country, maybe I don't know much, that operates the way Nigeria operates. Today, our vice president made a comment and said that nobody in their right sense of mind will be able to stand up and challenge Tinubu.
Aye.
Nobody said anything. We all kept quiet and swallowed it and kept moving. We were here, 8 years of Buhari came and gone. We were here talking about the same thing over and over again. And here we are again, almost 4 years of Tinubu, and we are still doing the same thing. So the question I'm asking, what is the problem? What is the solution? What is the way forward? Corruption has eaten the depth of our country to the extent that even a child born today is corrupt. I don't think there is anybody living in Nigeria, I'm so sorry, allegedly, that is not corrupt. I hate to say that, but that's exactly how I felt when I went home. Everybody's corrupt. And when I mean corrupt, I don't mean in terms of stealing. Corrupt can be, so many ways. We have the same politicians, the same group of old cargoes, since I started having interest in politics. I don't think none of them have changed. It's the same people I've been hearing about them. They are the same people that are still in power today. Tinubu is campaigning to be the president, continue in 2027. But like I said, if we have free and fair election today, by 12 noon, Tinubu will pack all his stuff and move back to Ikoyi. And somebody asked me, what is free and fair election? And the question, do we have free, fair, and credible election in Nigeria? Of course, we don't. The only reason why we are seeing what we are seeing today is because Tinubu knows that he's not going to win this election without rigging it. And guess what? The citizens are watching. Courtesy of Peter Aka, courtesy of Mama P and other people, speaking up against the corruption and electoral reform. The bottom line is that we don't need electoral reform in Nigeria. If we put the reform we have in place, we don't need no more electoral reform. The problem is that we created the problem ourselves. We don't have judiciary. Tinubu, to me, is one of I would say, the most powerful presidents in the whole world. Nobody challenges him. Nobody. I saw on social media, I might be wrong, allegedly, that the National Assembly senators got $50,000 and House of Reps, they got $30,000. For doing what? That's just a bribe that was given to them, allegedly. And guess what? Nigerians, we sat back behind and kept quiet. A country where we cannot even say that this is one thing we are benefiting from the government. I can't think of anything. If anybody, I might be wrong, but if anybody can tell me what we are benefiting from our country, from our government, please let me know. Our passports, we can't even use our passport anywhere. Sooner or later, we'll be asking, getting a visa to go to Ghana and other African countries. That's how low we have fallen. We are not being recognized anywhere. We are being treated like animals. Everybody wants to japa, but we are here every day, come here every day and still say that we love our country, Nigeria. How are we going to fix that country? We come here every day and bash each other, yell and scream, and still go back to our places in diaspora. How are we going to fix Nigeria? Like I said earlier, we're still talking about electricity. We are still campaigning. What is his name? The power minister is now campaigning to be, I think, or your state governor, but he still cannot fix electricity. How is he going to fix this if he wins the election, which of course he's going to win by rigging? How is he going to fix his state? Common electricity he cannot fix. In my Igbo language, we say, Ahioma ne. When you have good market, we don't need anybody to, advertise the market for. If Tinubu is doing well, he doesn't need all these people to jump to APC. We will be here singing hallelujah, hallelujah, or on his mandate we shall stand. But that's not the case. What he's doing is because he knows that he's not going to win this election, if not by rigging. And I still ask the same question, where do we go from here? Nobody's being held accountable. There is nothing like accountability in Nigeria. Our healthcare is in shambles. Everybody's leaving. I heard when Paul was saying something about either his cousin or niece or somebody. So the plan, I think what they're doing is that if you study anything in the healthcare, you're not going to get your transcript, I think, until after 2 years. You have to start the country until after 2 years before you can get your transcript. Apply for your transcript to travel or do whatever you want to do with it. But you're not going to get your transcript. Who does that? A country that did not offer you nothing. Education is a waste of time. My cousin, my friend was telling me about his son that went to, I think, Anambra State University. He took an exam and they couldn't find his papers. Something happened. Now they're telling him to pay 240,000. So my question was, so if he pays the money, is the paper, the paper will automatically appear or what? What is the sense of paying the money?
If the rat where carry the paper go bring the paper back, and the rat carry the paper,
I don't
the rat
understand.
go vomit and
I
back.
asked so many questions. At some point, they were like, if you please stop asking us, so this is Nigeria. Who did we offend? It was on this channel that I told you people how a professor, so-called Professor Okoro, treated me when I was in UNEC. He's from Arondi as well. He was on this channel just for no reason. I took exam just like other people took exam, but my paper got missing out of nowhere just because I refused to sleep with him. A country of particular concern, and nobody's saying anything. We are moving around. The only thing we are good at is we come here every day and fight each other. What is the solution? What is the way forward? Is it because we are comfortable and we are not paying for data as much as people in Nigeria? Electricity, we are paying for it, but it's constant. What are we going to do to save our country? Because the way we are going now, the way that country is moving, trust me, maybe 20, 50 years or 100 years from now, we might not have a country. Somebody said here, how come we need to come together, sit down and have a negotiation, whether we still want to be together, whether we still want to have this country called Nigeria. We are talking about taxation. I don't have no problem paying taxes. But the question I'm asking you, are you going to tell an old woman selling vegetable in the market to pay tax? On what ground? Are you going to tell a girl braiding her hair or braiding in the market to pay tax? On what ground? People are providing jobs for themselves, creating jobs, because the government is not there. It's only who you know. Even the government jobs, how much are they paying? Paul was talking about the money, the prices of stuff, inflation. Somebody is making 200,000. What is earning 200,000 going to do for you? Is that my friend is a teacher at GMJS? She's not even making up to 70,000 naira. And that's less than $100 a month. And she's been teaching for over 10 years. So tell me what that would do for her. 70,000 naira. And she goes to work every day. Then she has a side business. My brother said that in order for you to survive in this country, you have to have at least 3 businesses you are running. How can you do that when you don't have the resources? So tell me what the government is doing for us. That is where I have a problem. Instead of us finding a solution, because we will be here, 4 years of Tinubu will come and go, and he will start his second term, which will be 8 years, and it will come and go, and nothing will be done. Buhari did not offer us anything. Tinubu is not going to offer us anything either. We are here fighting each other, but the elites are uniting together. No matter how much they fight, even Dangote and his brother, trust me, they will make up. That's why I don't even want to comment on that. They will make up. They are Northerners. They will figure it out. And guess who will be suffering? Me and you. Just very few of us are lucky to be here. Even we that are lucky to be here, we are paying the price. Like my brother said, you have to pick extra shift. Extra shift. I can't remember the last time I was off 3 days in a row. My body was just shaking because Christmas is coming up. I have a lot of people I have to help. We are working so hard just to support people back home because a lot of them rely on us. And guess what? We are here. We are not even taking good care of ourselves. We are working 7 days a week. We are not taking a break just to sustain people back home. Where do we go from here? What is the way forward? I hear everybody, brilliant ideas, but how are we going to put that to work so that we can fix our country? Running away is not the problem. It's not the solution. Because at the end of the day, I like to go to Nigeria. I'm going to go again. Before March, I'm going to go again. I love to go to Nigeria. Even with all the ranting, even self, I said when next I go, I will make sure I will video them at the airport. In fact, if they ask me to pay the 6,000 naira, I will turn my camera on. I'm gonna create a scene. But I still want to go to Nigeria. That is where I belong to. That is home for me. Trust me, if Nigeria is working, a lot of us will not be in diaspora, no matter what. So the question is this. The question is not all these brilliant ideas. The question is how we're gonna fix our country. Because we haven't achieved anything so far in the 8 years of Buhari that came and gone. And we are dealing with Tinubu now. And he's almost about to finish the first 4 years. What are we gonna do? If there is no solution, then we don't have no business being here all the time, talking about the same thing. Every political channel you go to, everybody's saying the same thing over and over again. Sometimes I will just click it and say, the same thing. What is the solution? If there is no solution, we don't have no business being here. At Debowale, we're gonna be here tomorrow. I'm very eager to hear what he's gonna say. Hopefully, I will be around to ask him questions. What is the solution? We know all what the problems are. How are we gonna get rid of all these people and bring the people who are knowledgeable? Corruption is everywhere. Corruption is even more in America than anywhere in the whole world. But we're still living in a country where the system works. I'm not afraid of leaving my house at 2 a.m., 1 a.m., any time of the day, any time of the night. I'm not afraid. But you can't do that in Nigeria. You can't even open your gates. When our governors or our leaders, they do something, we clap for them. Is it not what they're supposed to do? I saw one senator sharing stems of cassava. Stems of cassava, you heard me well. Cassava, stems. And people were clapping for him. Who did this to us? Look at what Natasha is doing. She has only been there for like 2 years. And look at what she's doing. A woman for that matter. She's exposing. If you leave, I know she was going to say more. But she doesn't want to say a lot. Today, Reno Omokri is an ambassador. We are rewarding evil people with political positions. Party government. That is what we are seeing right in front of us. And again, we are not doing anything. We're going to let it slide. Once she say anything in support of your president, you will get a political appointment. Look at FFK. He's an ambassador. All of them, former wife of Imo State Governor, Oju Zokalo's daughter, ambassador. Based on what? What is the criteria? We saw all how they went through the confirmation process. Just if you mention your name, you are confirmed. Just say your name. My name is Ifoma. You are confirmed. Reno Omokri, you are confirmed. I'm looking, I'm watching, but I weep for my country. If we don't do something, our children will never have a country called Nigeria. This corruption is getting worse. And I don't think we have solution to that. Until we rise up as a citizen, until we put our political differences aside, until we put our religious differences aside, we will never achieve anything. This country called Nigeria is on the verge of disintegration. It's just a question of time. It might happen while we are still here or after we are gone. Thank you, Papudoka.
All right, thank you, Ife. Let me play this video and then we're on.
Yes, you don't attack the Igbos again. The Igbos are your, no, allow me, yes, I finish. You have rights of reply. The Igbos are your friends. We are the sort of this nation. We are friendly to every tribe. If you go to your village, want to say something? Igbos are living there. Whether they are Igbos of Delta or they are Igbos of Onitsha or Iberi or Abia or they are living there. Yes, sir. You are my friend. Yes, sir. Very good friend of mine. Yes, sir. You who should build togetherness for the nation. Yes, sir. The nation, behave like President Tinubu. Yes, sir. Who build friendship everywhere. Yes, sir. And that's what we are trying to. I want to thank you for coming with the chairman. Yes, sir. Of our party. Yes, sir. That shows you are a party now. Yes, sir. Maintain that party affiliation. Yes, sir. You are an ambassador of Nigeria. Yes, sir. And also, I mean, look at this video. No, I want to pray. I want to maintain the party affiliation, respect our state chairman, because if it's a
All right. Before we go, I just want to mention that last Saturday.
Where is my work bag?
Last Saturday, one of our graphic designers and editor got married. His name is Ola Afolabi. We were not able to go there to be at the wedding in Abuja, but he sent me just a few clips in less than 1 minute. I want to place just 2 of them for you guys, because there are people behind the scene who help us to put up this show every week. Let me play just a few seconds of that video.
Let me be a perfect gentleman. Let me be the man to always hold you down. Would you be the one for me? Oh, be more. Why you're mine? I'm on that, I'm on you. I'm on Didi, I'm on Didi. Let me be your man till the end of time. Let me take you by.
All right, so congrats to Ola and his beautiful wife. And on that note, I just want to thank those that supported us. Oscar Blackburn, thank you so much. Oriako Tope, thank you. Mr. Show, thank you for your support. It's Christmas, and we have to thank the people behind the scene who are helping us to put this show up every week. I appreciate all the help from people who $2, $1, it doesn't matter. It helps us. We put it all together at the end of the month and give them something. Ted Devinson, thank you so much. Ibo Basics, thank you. So next week we are also going to be live. We are going to bring special guests in, but for tomorrow we have SDP's presidential candidate in the last election. Most of you know him. He will join us tomorrow, Prince Adewale Adebayo, to talk about the state of things in Nigeria with his unique perspective on what is going on. All right, on that note, I want to thank everybody that joined us today, those that watched at home, those on the comment section. I read most of your comments. Thank you so much. We can't do this without you guys. Ify, thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just because you give people the privilege to, moderate does not mean that, you can. I'm just saying this because of forefathers. Because the last time I was here, he disrespected me so bad. I didn't want to respond in a negative way. Yes, You need to call him by the side and talk to him. A lot of people don't want to come to the show whenever he's moderating. So you need to really, really talk to him. This is not his show. He has his own platform. He can go there and do whatever he wants to do. We are all entitled to our own opinion, just like he's entitled to his own opinion. We don't have to like each other. We have differences. That's fine. And that is the same problem we have as Nigerians. He took me off because I disagree with his opinion, and I have every right to disagree. I don't have to wait. I mean, I don't like him, period. We don't like each other. We're not here to make friends. But respect me just like I respect you. So I only came today because you are here. If you're not here, I'm not gonna come to anything he's doing. I already crossed it out.
All right, thank you, Ife.
Sorry. Congratulations for your book. Congratulations for your book. I forgot to tell you.
All right, thank you, Tony. We'll talk about that. Thank you. I told
Now be the first person that brought that book to your notice here last week.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk about that very soon. Thank you. But let me just say, I forgot to mention one man went to more as one of the people that gave us money. It's a mistake. It's not that there's a reason why I shouldn't. All right. Thank you, everybody. Forefathers, did you come back because you want to? I don't think there's.
Yeah, I wanted to say something because the last time this happened, the next day I did what was supposed to be done, and I apologize for my actions that day. But clearly,
I don't need the apology. This is
they don't bother. I can't be asked for people that just be in their feelings. See, on that day, the reason why I removed her was because she was unruly. They don't like to be controlled. They just want to behave anyhow they have. When they come to you, they respect you because you own the channel. They know they can't try nonsense with you. When they come to me, they don't want to follow rules. Then when you take them out, they get upset. How dare you? Because you see how she's saying that I own my own channel because they don't see me as somebody that owns the channel. So she feels like she can disrespect me. The next day, I actually apologize. You heard what she said? She doesn't care about my apology. She just wants to hate. Hate if you want to hate. You are hating it.
Let's not.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Jagun, you are saying something. I can't hear you. You're muted.
What I wanted. Sister Ife to go. I wanted to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damiji. Thank you. If I may, I wanted to just be as fair as possible. And if Forefathers didn't come on and say that he apologized, I would have said it to her. The only thing is that these things that come Forefathers' way, I know they frustrate him a lot. And managing the show can't be easy. However, there is a style of managing the show that you won't frustrate yourself. And I believe, unfortunately, Forefather, that many things come to your station and you deserve them. The things that you may see as negative. Because you can't just take people off the show because you are talking or calling people unruly. These are words that you use for me a lot of times. I'm not an unruly person. And I don't need controlling. I don't need any controlling. I'm in my house. And this is what Rudolph doesn't just get respect because he's the owner of the show. That is a fallacy. Because I can speak to anyone, anyhow I want. Rudolph gets respect because he respects. Simple. When you disrespect people, you get it straight back. And that's how we are. So there's nobody feeling sorry for you in that way. So you feeling sorry for yourself, please look in the mirror is all I can put to you. Please.
All right, thank you. I think we should have one of those meetings where we get feedbacks from people who watch and people who participate in the panel because it's important every now and then to hear from them. Ike, you wanted to
just like to tear people down. If they cannot attend, they will just try to tear you down. This is just a petty thing. He has a grievance against me. She has a grievance against me. And if you see OV having that kind of grievance, you see AY having that kind of grievance. Even Tony
it's not an argument. It's not an argument.
You don't let
as I said, me, I would be fair.
You just carry bad belly for such a long time. I don't
it's
know
not
why
me.
people do it.
You see, unfortunately,
Dr. Damages, I think we all have
wait, please, everybody, wait. You see, Unfortunately for Osana, you are being a hypocrite. Because what you normally say about me is that it's easy to deal with Jagun because he forgets, he doesn't carry things on. That's what you have said from your own mouth. Now you're saying the
I've said
opposite.
that before,
It's
but
this kind of
it's
thing
clear that
that you do.
you actually
No, bro, you
I can be
can't
wrong,
argue
I can be wrong.
from both sides.
I can be
No,
wrong.
you
On
can't
that
argue
one,
from
I
both
know
sides.
that you actually can. Your own bad belly is not deep. You're
I
still going to
don't.
come
I've
to the
said to
channel.
you many times, I have nothing.
Ify that you offend her once, she will hold the
I
grudge for months.
have nothing.
That's the difference. But you
Okay.
keep sniping,
All I'm saying.
continuously, endlessly. And something can have that
No. The
solution.
only reason,
Everybody
no,
have
brother,
that. I don't care. It
brother.
doesn't matter. It doesn't
Okay.
matter to me because I
I'm
know
just
you're
saying to you
offended
now.
and you feel like you need to
You
hit out
said it.
at
You
somebody.
said it.
Hit out
Don't
at me.
repeat.
I'm a brick wall. Go ahead.
Dr. Damages, Bros. Dr. Damages is trying to go. You don't have to repeat yourself. I'm not going to repeat myself. I say things once and you will hear it. And all I'm telling you, sir, is that nobody has anything against you. Nobody. I don't. But you must know that the way you moderate is many people come to your show because they like your show, they like the way you do things. However, there are certain aspects of the way you do things that are completely and entirely wrong. And when we tell you in a friendly way and you don't hear it, we tell you in a strong way and you still don't want to hear it, what do? We respect that the time you keep with us here. You're in London, which means that everybody in America, apart from those of us in London who are staying to 6 o'clock in the morning when it's simply 12 o'clock midnight in America. You think that people don't appreciate that? We've told you many times. But the fact that we may give you plaudits, one thing. The fact that we critique you is the worst thing in life. That's not how to be balanced, I'm afraid. It's not.
Dr. Damages, please, can I say something?
All right.
I quickly, I think that forefathers have a style. I disagree with him most of the time. But and if you look at the discussions that we have, forefathers has his own style, which some of us may not like, but I don't think that it is proper for us to come and demonize forefathers here. I don't agree with it, even though I don't agree most of the time with him. For me, I think he's a good guy. We just disagree on a couple of things, and he has his own style.
We might disagree with his view, but how in the run things? I don't think anybody have a problem with that. My problem in a way is views, which is normal, his opinion, but I ain't run the show.
Except if against Delo, you get personal too.
Run the show. Dr. Damage is coming with 30 years experience. It's not somebody to compare with. There's no particular way to handle this kind of show. You are sitting for 8 hours, 9 hours. This is live. It is not a tape show. It's live. You are that is his character. Now I want making the act. That's who he is. Like I mean,
when this happen, is when I want to end the show. I will tell them I want to end the show. They should cut it short. They will refuse.
As an elderly person, but can we go 1 week without just making sure about you as a person? Is that possible?
All right.
No, it's not.
Thank you, Ovie. Ike, you wanted to say something or no?
What I wanted to say was about Ify, but what being said now, I think that we wouldn't have been having this conversation if our father did not come here to begin to respond. I felt the proper channel to do this is when you got this complaint from Ify, you can talk at the background with forefather. We are not supposed to be, talking about this here, but I believe that he caused the problem. To come up the screen here and begin to defend himself, right? There is a proper place to do that. All of us, I don't handle program, but I lead a group of people where I work. There are certain things I'm not supposed to discuss with every worker. I need to call in the office. I close the door. We talk about it, and so I think that was supposed to be
You're right. I could still do that, but he came up, and I didn't want to shut him down because he might look like he wanted to say something, and But anyway, we'll talk about that. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. It's a wonderful day. We spent another 5 hours, getting to 6 hours. This is not happening next year. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of you. Tomorrow, the Prince will be here, and other people will have a conversation.
Is that coming on later?
Huh? Forefathers will have a show next. Yeah. All right.
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Onye ọma zoro bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zugo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zugo akwa nwa ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya onye ọma zoro biko abọmma nwatara ndasari ịbịa onye nịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo mma ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo abọmma nwe ilochila biko rapụ zoro ọ na-abazi ya Mazi wekoma odogu no kwere zineka onyoma nigadele mo Mazi ni bazi ibu go wuti baladi Odogu na chala noka Ezi wande mliga delemo Olagado ni pezigo Ma olagado ni pezigo Amama mwilo chilo Bikora muzoro Anabazi Te Onyama zoro Mama wazara nesari Ibya muyanu kwa namo ofube naru Ulaga doni biazugo Nazaboy Ulaga doni biazugo Amama wilo chilo Biko rapu zoro Anabazi Odogu kenenu bikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikejo mabele bege Hey, you want? Eku kampu nekene Omogo ndi nso Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom gaji Anyagi Mike Koko Banya Bebu Isili Maxi Obune Tire Gua Malokwa Maloni Megomi Fojo Wesigi Wane Mi Fokune Cholo Nangebe Wisdom Onume Kenege Bama Wiyo Biko Labo Zero, 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 zero. Zero, 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 zero. Bieduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zuru